future pre-order at competitive prices. Grinding and getting paid to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Has never been easier. Play with the most professional worldwide tournament series today and join the online community. Come join us on Discord for assistance, info, and even discussions about future events.
That was wait, was that triple twin? Oh my god. Wait, no. It is! It's triple twin twister! That's game pack is yours. One victor. He is your Pro Play Tour Invitational champion.
Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros. Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros.
Still looking to earn your invite for the free Players Championship? Visit ppgeventmanagement.com to learn about the different qualifiers available. From one-day events to play-on-your-own-schedule events, all events offer a buyback or cash option along with a 100% credit option redeemable towards any future pre-order at competitive prices. Grinding and getting paid to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Has never been easier. Play with the most professional worldwide tournament series today and join the online community. Come join us on Discord for assistance, info, and even discussions about future events.
That was a wait, was that triple twin? Oh my god. Wait, no. It is! It's triple twin twister! That's game pack! One Victor! He is your Pro Play Tour Invitational champion!
Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend... Rothschild here, aka MBT, and we are live with the Pro Play Games weekly tournament. For those of you who are new to the Pro Play Games scene, every Thursday there is a free tournament. We fire 8-mans on demand, and there are free weekly championships every weekend with a 10K prize pool. But what's interesting about this free weekly in particular is it's the first one using the Pro Play Games adjusted ban list. Now, if you've been online for the past 2 days, I'm sure you have seen a ton of information about what has been changed. But before we get into a discussion of those cards and what it could mean for the metagame, I want to introduce my good pal, the individual responsible for a lot of the behind-the-scenes work on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Quarantine series, and a fantastic streamer in their own right, Mambo YuGiOh. How are you doing today, Mambo?
I'm doing great. I appreciate the kind words there. I'm really excited for this one. I mean, we have, I believe it's exactly 400 entrants, making this bar none the biggest event I believe PPG has hosted online. And of course, with the custom ban list, really drawing in a lot of interest, keeping the game interesting, hopefully keeping it healthy. And I'm sure we're going to see a lot of cool stuff today.
Right. So enough, dawdling around the edges of the ban list. I guess we should go ahead and discuss it. For those of you unfamiliar, Pro Play Games released an adjusted ban list for online play from today until the end of Pro Play Tour Origins, which I will be commentating on the 20th with Alexander Simach. This list bans Needle Fiber Halcofibrax, bans Block Dragon, and limits Elixir of Scarlet Sanguine. I think it is no shock that the ban list released by Konami last week was extremely disappointing, but altogether expected. There's no way they were going to ban cards that hadn't had an opportunity to be purchased in paper yet. But rather than sit through an additional 3 months of a format that was all but solved, Pro Play Games decided to take matters into their own hands and hit a couple of cards that are causing a huge gulf of playability between the non-meta decks and the 2 decks that are kind of dominating the entire format.
Yeah, there have definitely been outcry, I think is a good word for it, for the last few months, just how dominant El-lich and Emancipator have been, how prevalent they've been at every single event, at every single level. So Konami, again, I think it was probably the right move. From a business standpoint, you got to do what's best for their own interests and all that kind of thing. Would have been cool if they had just really said, we're just not going to release a ban list. I don't think anybody would have really been too upset about that. And then now here we are, and kind of taking things into your own hands. And I think this is exactly what the people really wanted down in the long run. And hopefully it'll result in a really interesting tournament today.
I certainly hope so. As someone who's been able to run a lot of their own individual tournaments, I do have a bit of a privileged position insofar as I get to see a lot of the decks that are kind of skirting the edges of the metagame. And there's a ton of stuff that I hope we get to see today. Obviously, the big outliers and the big winners from this list are things like Orcust and Salaman Greats, decks that aren't particularly impacted by the hits or got new tools recently. Striker has also been on a huge upswing. It is a little harder for them to make it all the way to Access Code Talker, but it's still a very powerful deck in its own right. Dinosaur, Madolche, Altergeist with the newly unlimited multi-faker, Rocket Link, which some world-class pilots are playing in today's tournament, Invoked Mech Knight, Guru, Emancipator, and El-lich still have the possibility of being top decks alongside things like Zoo, Generator, and Pendulum. I'm excited to see all of these decks getting their moment in the spotlight after what has been pretty objectively 3 months of them being shafted in favor of Emancipator and El-lich specifically.
Yeah. One thing I remember talking about last week with great PPG commentator Dale was, as the format sort of progressed, we did start seeing a lot more of variety in the decks. There are a lot of people, now that the meta was solved, a lot of people are able to start teching their decks, especially their favorite pet decks like Madolche, like Guru, so on and so forth, to beat those dominant decks. And we were starting to see a little bit more variety there. So now we're pretty much wide open here, and I think that's what is going to make this one so interesting, especially, like you said, Multi-Faker coming back, Dino has gotten a lot of new tools, Orcus getting a lot of new tools, even more fringe decks, Pure Mech Knight, and all sorts of things like that are going to be most likely represented today by the dozens.
Yeah, certainly excited to see those. For round one, however, we've got a pretty spicy match for you. We're going to go into a match between Deska and Shuping Zhu. Have you heard of this player before?
No, why don't you list some of their accolades for me?
I think they topped a locals once, potentially. That's about the extent of it, if I remember correctly. Obviously a world's class competitor, playing at the peak of their abilities. Very excited to see what they have brought to the tournament and how far they intend to go with it. So we will be going into that momentarily, and I am very excited to begin commentary on these 9 rounds of discussion.
Yeah, nine rounds. For me, this is pretty standard. I've seen the most of the regions I go to are 9 rounds, and they are always a bit of a slog. So this is going to be very interesting, and definitely a real test of the skill here for all of our competitors.
Yeah, for sure. While we are in the game, it is a little difficult for us to find. You have to show profiles specifically. But surprisingly, despite the fact that there were such massive hits to El-lich and people on www.reddit.com were pronouncing the deck dead, what do you know? Shuping has brought El-lich.
I don't think that's too much of a surprise. I mean, El-lich, taking a hit to Scarlet Sanguine does hurt a lot in terms of the overall power level, not being able to tutor out the Golden Lord. And obviously, not being able, El-lich being a deck all about recycling your resources from the graveyard, that also is a very big hit. But, you still got a lot of good cards in that deck, so I think that's far from a surprise.
Yeah. As you can see, they have foregone the synchro setups in favor of Magician's Souls. Magician's Souls, of course, an extremely powerful card that has been massively represented in El-lich decks before the hits made to it. The Infinite Impermanence comes down. Obviously very frustrating to see the Infip on the Magician's Souls, but for El-lich, not that big of a deal, discarding a White Destiny and a Cursed Eldland, I believe. I'm just loading into this game now.
Yeah, it looks like that is, in fact, the case. Impermanence definitely hurts. Magician Souls does have to discard for cost, so you do lose those cards permanently. However, in the case of El-lich, not quite so permanent, since most of them will be able to recur themselves. And now we're seeing a Spellbook of Knowledge, so it looks like we're seeing a little bit more of the kind of the builds we saw of El-lich at the beginning of the format back in April, where Invoked El-lich was one of the more dominant strategies for this deck, if I had to make a guess at least.
I was very caught off guard by the amount of people who were in feedback to the list, discounting the possibility of Invoked El-lich being the best deck, saying things like, "Oh, you hit it too hard with the Scarlet Sanguine nerf." Let me reassure you, this deck is extremely playable, even with only one copy of Scarlet. The extremely recursive Invoked engine, plus the ability of El-lich to just absolutely wall any rogue deck in terms of card advantage and rebuildability. I think you're going to see a huge showing for this deck, even with only one copy of Scarlet Sanguine, even without Hauka Fibrax setups.
Yeah, we see it here right off the bat, firing off all of these consistency cards. Spellbook of Secrets, Grabbing Knowledge, you have Magician Souls to draw you cards as well. Terraforming gets Meltdown, and you have all this consistency, and all of your cards are pretty much able to recur themselves. Alistair, of course, is able to come back. All of your El-lich cards, while though you do have two significantly powerful ones less available to you, you're still going to be able to play a very long sort of grind game. And if you play all of your interaction correctly, it's one heck of a deck to try and beat over.
Yeah, I mean, this is through a hand trap. Through Infip, we are seeing an Invoked Makaba, an IP Masquerena, the ability to snag another copy of El-lich from the graveyard for free fodder for the IP Masquerena, turn on any back row that's in our hand. Like, we're going to have negates out the wazoo, even through interaction.
And it's always just so disheartening when you think, even especially when you're forced to do it, because Magician Souls being so powerful, that is a card that really does force an answer. And when you use that interaction and your opponent is still able to push through a play, especially one that is as powerful as the one we're looking at here, it's just so disheartening, because now you have to start with one less card in your hand and you're still staring down the exact same scenario.
You're seeing right here why Invoked was one of the early picks for best El-lich pair. Magical Meltdown, of course, turning into individual negates on board, but also free fodder for destruction. El-lich the Golden Lord destroying the Magical Meltdown to bring itself to the field. Fantastic material for IP Masquerena. A great way to keep Conquistador of the Golden Land online. I mean, it just does everything.
Yeah, I feel like I've used the word way too much already, but consistency is the name of the game right here for sure, and we're seeing it in full force.
I'm interested to see what Deska is playing. Deska, of course, a very good player in their own right. A 900 rating on Dueling Book right now. Of course, DB rating is really just a measure of how patient you are against the hordes of Dark Magician players on ladder. But obviously something that high, not enough to scoff at.
Yeah, I mean, fun fact, I actually put my DB rating in my hobby section on my resume, and that's been very helpful for me recently.
Oh, yeah. I will say, if I was a hiring manager and I looked at your resume, if you have a quadruple-digit DB rating, I'm like, now there's an individual who is willing to deal with anything.
Yeah, I mean, let's think about it. You know, it shows resourcefulness, problem solving.
Yeah, of course.
Problem de-escalation. There's community management. There's so many valuable qualities you can get from this.
If you don't lead your service job with high issue, what are you really doing?
And we've seen this a lot, actually. Yeah, we've seen this a lot where players, you'll notice it especially at these highest levels of play, Lightning Storm being such a common both sideboard and, in a lot of cases, a main deck card. We've seen people putting all of their monsters in defense position here in order to successfully play around it. However, I'm assuming this Lightning Storm is declaring onto, actually it says, I see a
declaring monster.
It isn't
so crusty. Forcing the activation of Masquerena before the end of the main phase, and it would interact with anything particularly. That's very interesting. Usually the way you get rid of Masquerena is by summoning a monster and threatening an attack. But doing that turns on the Conquistador in a very positive way. This forces a tag out of the Masquerena with the El-lich, the Golden Lord, which will turn off the ability to pop things with Conquistador, or something like a Secure Gardna as the pick instead. All right, looks like the Conquistador is coming out on the Trickstar Light stage here.
Trickstar Light Stage, yeah, man, haven't seen that card in a while, so I'm really interested in seeing. Most likely an engine card, I'm assuming. Light Stage usually used for Candina, Trickstar Candina, and Trickstar Corobane to sort of give you a quick turbo into a Link 2. It does force out the Conquistador, and now you just have to find a way to get through this Mechaba here as the Corobane comes down onto the board. And really interesting. Go ahead.
No, it's so close. 2K just not enough. You got to be able to get over a 3100, and unsurprisingly, this strategy is being paired with Mech Knight. Blue Sky is just about the most powerful there is, and I assume we'll Fiend a Negate here.
Most likely. Yeah, the Mech Knight engine is one of those, it's just so powerful, very consistent as well. I like the tech of the Trickstar Light Stage. I want to assume, it's a little bit of a hard read, but I want to assume that the Candy and the Corobane are most likely aiming to make Predaplant Verte Anaconda to then send the Neos fusion to access the Rainbow Neos.
It's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if they were doing anything else. Sampai, who is responsible for a lot of Mech Knight invoked theory, has been very vocal about the inclusion of Trickstars in the build. They're just fantastic as link material to force negates, to lock back row before you summon something into the column. I mean, it just does everything.
Definitely would have been great in this scenario, but unfortunately just one too many pieces of interaction here. Do you think... hindsight a little bit 2020, do you think going for the back row of the Lightning Storm, do you think that might have been better to try and push your Trickstar Light Stage through? Because the Rainbow Neos probably would have been good enough to try and win this game on its own.
Arguable. You know, if you're not able to the Masquerena, it probably represents a pop in its own right. The Mechaba staying on field just seems like the absolute nail in the coffin for any strategy. But oh my gosh, an invocation coming down using its opponent's copy of A-lister now that it's in the graveyard. Hakero, the response to do what?
I believe they want to banish graveyard. Yeah.
Oh, you can ban. It's not DD Crow. You can banish either graveyard. So A-lister now banished. There's no relevant target for the invocation, and there goes the game.
I mean, that is just the definition of heads up, knowing what your cards do. Just smart gameplay. I mean, they played around everything. They had a backup plan for everything just based off solely what the entire deck could provide. A negate Mechaba, an interaction with IP Masquerena that can also protect from destruction. Conquistador Pop, Quaquero completely outplaying the invocation. And I will say credit to Deska, though, for knowing that interaction, because I feel like a lot of people don't know you can use your opponent's Alistair and their own graveyard to banish for your own fusion summon.
Yeah, hilarious in Mirrors. Mirrors specifically end up taking an unbelievable turn because of this. I will say, excited to see Mech Knight represented at all. You know, Mech Knight is a subset of monsters that are extremely powerful. They've seen a lot of success with Invoked specifically, but like so many archetypes, they are just under the power level necessary to compete with the top two decks. And as you saw in this game, even a nerfed version of El-lich kind of dispatches with it with ease.
It is a deck. Mech Knights are so interesting to rate because you largely see them as an engine in almost every single thing they're played in. And I remember last week we saw them paired with a Sub-Terror deck. And sort of as a way to... It seemed like they wanted it as a way to supplement the small bodies that the Sub-Terror monsters have, just to give more resources, more attack points, and so on and so forth. And it was very unique, and I really like that interaction with the deck of always being able to... It can almost make any archetype better if you include it in there.
It looks like we have made it into Game 2, and unsurprisingly, the El-lich player has been allowed to go first. The A-lister coming down and being met with an infinite impermanence. That's just about as good as it gets, but as you know, any competent El-lich player will just... or the Invoker player has already drawn the invocation, I'm sure.
Man, just bring it back. I can't remember the last time I saw an Alistair actually resolve, and I also can't remember the last time I saw the invoked player not care and just have the invocation anyway.
This is a little crustier than usual. The A-lister does translate into a good send for Spellbook of Knowledge, but without going through the Salamangreat Almirage and the secure Gardna, you're not going to have a light in graveyard. So you're not only going to have to have drawn the invocation, you're also going to have to have drawn like an El-lich.
Yeah, Golden Lord. Trying to think here. The if you do have access to Magician Souls, that can get there by sending. I believe they are playing Mana, the Palladium Oracle, or hard drawing that card as well will also work to still get out your invoked Mechaba.
Mana is just the worst card that is seeing play right now. I cannot fathom how this is the best we have at our disposal. But of course, it is a light, relevant for A-lister, the Invoker, and it does fulfill Magician Soul's condition. And look, just set 2 paths. This is a very beatable board.
That it is. It's one of those weird scenarios where you think if you don't have a lot of plays available, especially not many up against Lightning Storm, do you almost pass on nothing against the Mech Knight player? Well, then again, I suppose if you're playing Invoke, you don't really have a whole lot of board-breaking tools.
Yeah, it's El-lich is in a position where, against any Mech Knight player, you do want to be passing on nothing if they interrupt your main play, but you really can't afford to as El-lich, you know? It takes a couple of turns to get your plays off the ground. You're seeing here the Lightning Storm clear the back row, and honestly, if I'm in Shuping Zoo's shoes, I'm pretty happy about that. I was able to get the Haketo into the graveyard without my opponent doing anything, and looks like as the Meltdown is met with an Ash, the turn will end.
As I've been messing around with the Mech Knight deck quite a bit recently, and Lightning Storm is one of those weird cards in the deck, specifically for a scenario like this. In a case where they do have a purple or a blue in hand, this is where you get stuck. You've Lightning Stormed your opponent, completely eliminating columns, and now you just pass on a Meltdown getting ashed, and that's all you can do. And now you have to wait here as YuGiOh is, like you said, is loaded, and they still have access. Assuming they can find another copy of Alistair, their own Meltdown, it's really reached its boiling point here as to whether or not you can hold back the El-lich player.
And unsurprisingly, an El-lich in hand. That's what hands that do very little look like. Thinking on cost real quick, with the Scarlet Sanguine at 1 individual copy, it's kind of difficult to decide what you want to be discarding because you really only have the one mechanism of getting El-lich from your deck.
Yeah, I kind of wonder how players are sort of replacing those copies of Scarlet. Naturally, you're probably bumping up to 1, maybe 2 copies of the White Destiny, but then I wonder, do you maybe do a 2-and-2 ratio, looking at more copies of Black Awakening? I'm really interested in seeing how players build their decks today and sort of circumvent that problem of 2 less Scarlet Sanguine.
Oh, another unexciting turn from the El-lich player. We're going to activate Haketo at end step, banish that I expect for the 1 copy of Scarlet Sanguine. That's going to be set. There's an El-lich available at this point, but there's also columns available for the Mech Knight player.
So if we have to make a guess on their hand based on their last turn, I assume there probably is at least 1 knight in the hand. Nothing in standby here, so we're going to see some action for sure. This is
another Meltdown, honestly. I mean, as you had divined, here comes the Mech Knight.
Now, normally these builds, they may have changed since my experience with the deck is a couple months out of date. Usually 3 purple, 2 blue, and then 1 copy of Indigo with potentially a tech on Yellow Star or Red Moon. So we're really hoping to see either a blue or purple here.
Here comes blue, as you expected. I've seen people even shaving individual copies of blue. Blue is in such a weird state where if it gets to draw 2 cards, you literally win the game, but that never happens. We're going to activate Conquistador as Chainlink 2 and Sanguine as Chainlink 3. No Ash, please. That would really screw up this combo.
Now, interesting to note here, because the Conquistador, with the new rules being treated as a trap monster, leaves the spell and trap card zone. So even if there was an Ash, which unfortunately there isn't, the Conquistador could move itself out of a column on resolution, meaning the blue sky would not search anything.
Ooh, that's kind of cute. And looks like we are going to destroy the blue sky here. We've got an El-lich on the field and a Conquistador as well. I hope that set card is something relevant, because otherwise this might be the end of the turn again.
Yeah, sadly, a bit of a slow game, but we are going to move to end phase, and that's going to give access to the 2nd copy of YuGiOh, which... And now we'll get to see, is it going to be a Black Awakening or a White Destiny?
I think White Destiny is probably the pick with the El-lich in the graveyard. You can fire it as quick as you would like, and then depending on the contents of the extra deck, you can go into a Gustav Max and a Liba.
I would be surprised to see 3 copies of Golden Lord in an invoked El-lich deck, especially given that your best card for pulling that card out of the deck is currently sitting at 1 copy in this particular event. But I stand corrected. They do go for Black Awakening anyway.
I was gonna say, I think you probably do have to play multiple copies. You know, a lack of Scarlet Sanguine means that it's more important than ever that you're able to find the Golden Lords and send them for invocation. And of course, they are your recursive monster threat, even if they are a little bit bricky on occasion.
Yeah. Their stat line is rather impressive as well, especially after the graveyard effect goes off.
Well, they're big old boys.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even in this scenario, as we're looking at it, Golden Lord can send either the Black Awakening or the Conquistador currently on board to graveyard. You swing in for 35 and 25 and make Gustav max, and that is, in fact, game on board.
Yeah, I don't know the contents of their extra deck. Obviously, a bunch of El-lich decks started shaving the trains as they became less powerful in the wake of synchro strategies. But I would not be surprised if we saw stuff like Gustav Max creeping back into extra decks when all you really have to devote space for is the individual copies of invoked fusions.
Yeah, we did. As the strategy shifts back to the invoked build, I kind of wonder if there are any tricks people picked up along the way as the meta has sort of developed, and where we may see something a little bit crazier. But unfortunately, the pool of rank 10 Xyzs are hilariously small.
This is Sky Palace Gargrangi Erasure, and I will not stand for it.
All right, that's 2K left for Deska. We're seeing the extra deck. And are we going to see a bang bang?
This would be a quick 2-0 for Xu Pingsu, and I think particularly surprising that a world-class competitor picked up Game 1, even with a deck that many people were saying was absolutely dead under this new ban list.
Yeah, I mean, I think this match is actually a perfect example of seeing where the strengths of the Invoked El-lich deck still are, how strong it really is, and also still showing the ever-present flaws of, unfortunately, the Invoked Mech Knight strategy.
Yeah.
Still kind of taking their time to think about it. I wonder what the consideration might be here.
I mean, I figure if you had Gustav, you'd just go for it, right?
I can't imagine a scenario where I have waited longer than 10 seconds to put that card in the board, but I haven't gone to Worlds, so, you know.
How are we doing in time? We've got 20 minutes remaining. You spend 20 minutes thinking about this decision?
Interesting. Decides to play it safe. Maybe they picked up some tricks along the way. No trains in the extra deck, and instead have decided to take an IP Masquerena.
Now I'm really curious. So we're going to activate this copy of Elixir Black Awakening afterwards, getting the remaining El-lich from the deck. Now we've got material for the Masquerena, and we cannot summon anything but zombies for the remainder of the turn, though I doubt that matters.
Unfortunately, Black Awakening does have to summon in defense position, so that, again, was just a little bit... One of those weird lines of text on the card that just makes it a little bit too bad to help you out a whole lot of times.
And notably, Elixir of Black Awakening is the Elixir that was being cut in modern versions of the deck. It's just too slow, it doesn't do enough. You'd rather be playing maxed copies of Scarlet Sanguine and maybe one of White Destiny, if any.
Yeah, that was typically the ratio we're seeing. Usually your Elixirs consisted of 3 Scarlet and then pretty much your own choice there. And as we head to end phase, we're seeing a White Destiny set. I believe there was a Conquistador banished as well. That will got back out the White Destiny, and a Scarlet Sanguine is being banished to grab what I
kind of like a counter trap here.
Counter trap would actually, I actually would have liked that play a bit. The game state is so simplified that having that Omni negate and then still, of course, being able to have recursion and White Destiny to still make your IP Masquerade alive would have been quite powerful, but Conquistador under IP Masquerade is also quite powerful, and they do still have that one card in hand to potentially go into something like a Nightmare or Unicorn or Phoenix and really shut down any potential plays they have here outside of impermanence.
This is a start. It's going to prompt the Masquerena. Looks like... Oh no, because you can only activate it in main phase. Wow, that's clever. Alright, so instead, that Masquerena is completely dead. Can a Mech Knight player OTK over an 800 attack Arena. End of main phase. Oh.
This is one of the more powerful cards against the El-lich strategy for sure. Now, usually when your opponent declares end of main phase or you find yourself in the start step of battle, that's when you want to flip any of your relevant elixirs and cards like that, because at least in that scenario you can get them into the graveyard and still try to keep your engine rolling here, and I think that's what Shuping is going to look to do here.
So Conquistador of the Golden Land can pop a face-up card. So if Shuping wants to, they can white Destiny back one of their Eldliches, so the White Destiny ends up in the graveyard, fire off Conquistador to destroy one of the Eldliches so that it ends up in the graveyard. But, you know, that's a little big brain. Probably better to just keep what's necessary against the evenly matched.
We do see the evenly match come down.
Kind of like the White Destiny as to keep.
It's hard to say in this scenario, huh?
Yeah, regardless, you're going to fire off this copy of Conquistador, so this Eldlich goes to the graveyard.
And I think they are going to go with your line of play, removing their own Golden Lord, most likely, to keep all the
they're going to pop
the White Destiny. Up itself, interesting. And
hilarious.
Then most likely, yeah.
And white the keep.
And again, that's why I'm only on the mic, so...
And looks like Deska has no follow-up. Rainbow Dragon in the hand and Elemental.
Wow.
It's so frustrating. Where's the polymerization? Oh,
so unfortunate.
Wow. And Shuping walking off with a first-round victory versus a deck that was scraping the edges of tiered contention with a deck that people were pronouncing dead within seconds of seeing the list. What a shocker. Eldlich is than individuals had first expected. But I think that really makes sense given the deck's meteoric rise to power in the middle of a format and community that weren't respecting it to begin with anyway.
Yeah, I think a lot of people forget the invoked variant of the deck was still seeing play even during the absolute rampage of Synchro Eldlich and Adamantipator. And yeah, obviously losing 2 Scarlet Sanguine hurts quite a bit, but like we said before, the deck has the ability to recur every single play in the deck, and I think that is one thing that's going to keep the deck near the top and is probably going to keep it also one of the more represented decks in this particular event.
Yeah, I am very interested to see what else is being played. Obviously, for round 1, we wanted to bring you an extremely good player playing a deck that is extremely good. But one of the benefits of having a huge event with a ton of decks represented is that we are able to field results from players playing things that are a little bit off meta. So do let us know in the chat if there's any particular deck you think was bolstered by this ban list and want to see, and we will do our best to see if we can find an individual playing it. Additionally, remember that the weekend championship is coming up this weekend. That is this Saturday. You can win a ton of money, a $10,000 cash prize pool, and it will be abiding by this list as well. So if you are looking to next level the meta by seeing what is good with these changes, this is the Twitch channel that you will want to be watching. Stick right here. We've got a ton more rounds to get through. I believe 9 of them today. So I implore you to remain seated, keep your seat backs and tray tables in the upright position, and please do not ask us to feature Mystic Mine. Thank you.
To earn your invite for the free Players Championship, visit ppgeventmanagement.com to learn about the different qualifiers available. From one-day events to play-on-your-own schedule events, all events offer a buyback or cash option along with a 100% credit option redeemable towards any future pre-order at competitive prices. Grinding and getting paid to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Has never been easier. Play with the most professional worldwide tournament series today and join the online community. Come join us on Discord for assistance, info, and even discussions about future events.
That was wait, was that triple twin? Oh my god. Wait, no. It is! It's triple twin twister! That's game pack! One victor! He is your Pro Play Tour Invitational champion!
Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our Weekend Championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to... Short break indeed. We are back with another round of contention. This isn't round 2, it's the back half of round 1. Don't want to keep you in suspense any longer because I don't know just how much longer this game is going to go. We'll transition over there right now, but we are watching Rifey versus Laundry playing two decks that were gifted amazing things by this ban list. Zodiac, a deck that's been scraping the edges of meta contention, and Ritual Beast, a personal favorite of mine that unfortunately, I mean, it's still bad.
Well, a personal favorite of mine as well. Definitely, you know, there's a certain like solidarity I think all Ritual Beast players have, and it's still cool to see. I think everybody's there's just that silent cheer that everybody gave to see Konak at 3. But deep down, we know the deck still struggles. It was already one of the most inconsistent decks of its own format, and what has it been, 5 years later? I'd be shocked to see it shoot up into contention here.
All right, this is a good start for the Rit Beast players. Zephyr Ampilica with an Apelio in Graveyard. That should be enough to do the entire combo since the Canahawk is already in the Banished Zone, but unfortunately it's being met with Ritual Beast's old nemesis, Solemn Strike. 100 damage done, and likely the end of the game for the RB player as well. God, I hope this isn't Game 3. As you had mentioned, people were excited for Ritual Beast, but failed to remember it wasn't even the best deck in its own format. It wasn't even top 3. It was a niche Necroz counterpick because of some very specific interactions and not a lot else.
It really was, too, and it's a very fun deck. You know, it's a deck that I always recommend people... Well, back in the day, they at least check it out. These days, don't waste your time. But we also do see it going up against Zodiac, and like you said, a deck that has really been sort of scratching and clawing at the edge of the meta here, and I think that the lower power level overall of the decks are really holding it down. You know, we might see this deck really do something over the next couple events here.
Yeah, not only have has Zodiac gotten Dryden back, but also it's got a competent boss monster in Infinitrack Fortress Megaclops. One thing that Zodiac struggled with was a way to close the game without relying on floodgates, slowing it down to a glacial pace. Megaclops is a great way to do that, and we see its game-closing abilities right here. Looks like that's going to be the end of the game, and I certainly hope not the end of the match. Nope, yep, end of the match as well. Well, chat, you want Ritual Beast, and unfortunately, this is just about what Ritual Beast is capable of doing. Losing to Solemn Strike over and over. People like to pretend that Ulti Canahawk at 1 was what was keeping it back, but the unfortunate truth is the only thing that impacted was the ability of, Rampengu to send a Canahawk to the graveyard. It turns out that was not what was keeping it from Tier 0 status.
You know what? I'm going to side with Chad on this one. We didn't see enough in that game. I think this deck's great. You know what? I'll say it. It's fine. You know what? Next time we're going to see Elder Canahawk search, double steeds in ambush, and we're going to be off to the races.
All right, we will try to get you a Ritual Beast game for round 2. We might try and find a Necroz game as well. That's another deck that was given some exciting new tools. While Altergeist was as well, I don't know. I mean, how excited are you to commentate Altergeist, really?
Well, you asked the wrong guy. I played Altergeist first. Again, me and DZ have theory crafted Altergeist for a significant portion of time, actually, like legitimately. So, you know, you're asking the wrong guy here.
All right, looks like we've got one more game for you that we're going to take you into right now. It's between Larry Sama, an individual who has beaten me personally on Dueling Book a ton of times, and Southpaw57 playing True Draco versus Mech Knight. This is a Mech Knight list that has been through a lot. I actually played against this very specific variant of Mech Knight on ladder. Larry Sama's been one-tricking this for a little while now. It ends on Deus Ex Crawler.
Oh, so they
it's super exciting. We're activating Mind Meld right now, banishing it from the graveyard to target a link monster on the field and summon a Crawler monster from your hand, deck, or grave to its link point. And there is the Deus Ex set. The pawns flipped, searchable off of EBTW, and suddenly they've got a walking skill drain.
Unfortunately, a walking skill drain. They've ran into about the worst matchup they could find for it.
Yeah. True Draco doesn't really care. They play skill drain themselves, but for what it's worth, they also are going to have a difficult time outing both Avramax and Deus Ex Crawler. Avramax is a very interesting end boss for this because it protects the Crawler from battle, the one thing that it really struggles to deal with, and does a fantastic job of closing out games in simplified states, which Crawler is fantastic at facilitating.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned the Avramax being difficult to out. The only legitimate way to out this card for Draco is you're going to have half its attack points with True Draco Apocalypse, which, as we see right now, they do not have access to.
Yeah, they're at a cool 1500 life. There's a ton of ways to close that out in Mech Knight specifically. Spectrum Supreme is one of them, but you can see it's already in the graveyard. This card is a house that catches people massively off guard. For some reason, this has an attack directly effect. So if you bait out enough pieces of negation as time is called, you can just make Spectrum Supreme and attack directly.
It's definitely one of those cards I forgot about, and especially when it hits you in the face for 3k or as time is called. But it also has the effect where if you send one other card you control in this card's column, you can also get a Mech Knight for free from the deck. So it's actually one of those kind of forgotten boss monsters that is actually starting to come back around as the Mech Knight deck has gotten more consistent as either an alternate win condition. It's also an integral part of the World Legacy Scars combo that's been going around. Thanks to how good, what is that card called? The Orcus Mech Knight Gearsu. That card is absolutely insane. And
oh yeah,
really,
it is a one-card Scars if you're willing to invest a ton of bricks.
You know, it's really not. You know, actually, you're right. But anyway, we're gonna.
You're like, no. Green is playable on its own.
Look,
there are arguments for playing.
Look, it's fine. Scars, if you draw it, it's still basically a card trader, but a little bit better.
Ah, yes. Top-tier playable card trader, of course.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, you know, I've recently started a brand new Dueling Book account, and you say that card trader isn't very viable, but you know what card I see a lot at 100 rating?
I have one guess. Is it card trader?
Yep. It sure is.
Are you playing in singles? Is that what's happening?
You know, I'm not going to answer that. Instead, we're going to talk about how good true Disciples of the True Draco Phoenix is. One of the cards that really makes the True Draco strategy great is the fact that it can so freely find a lot of its resources. Ooh, that's an out.
That is an out. Not only outs the Crawler, but also outs the Avramax. Which one are you looking to get rid of? I think probably the big Link boy.
I'd have to agree. I don't think that for this particular deck, I don't think the Deus Ex is too much of a threat.
So Avramax does have an effect. We get to shuffle a card on the field into the deck just as you would with Lib, but it's not fantastic. You know, Draco has a really viable way to continue to get monsters into its hand. in the form of Diagram, in the form of Majesty Maiden. I mean, they just have a lot at their disposal. Do want to talk about Deus Ex Crawler for a second, though. This is one of the very few cards that has an effect that can activate while it is face down. I think the other one is like Dreamweaver.
I've never even heard of that card, so when you said the one of the few, I was already trying to rack my brain, but certainly one of the most unique cards in the game, and in certain matchups, unfortunately not the one we're seeing, can sometimes just be an auto win button, especially for the small combo decks that just don't have the ability to put out anything that has anywhere near 3,000 points of damage, or have spell and trap card removal that can deal with this card.
When I ran into Larry Sama, they were playing this deck against Generator, is what I was on, and let me tell you, I have no out to Deus Ex Crawler.
Yeah, I can't imagine you would. Even getting that free card off of, was it Boss Stage, the field spell? They don't have anything over 3k, do they?
It would be like a 2-turn Infinitrack Earth Slicer setup, and the rest of the deck is just so competent that that's never going to happen.
Right, I mean, as powerful as a card like Infinitrack Earth Slicer is, not quite the win condition you want to look for. Now, we see them pass by activating this True Draco Heritage. To me, that signals there's most likely an Apocalypse in the hand here, and they're using it as sort of a threat there, so that way they don't have to just fully get rid of the Ignis Heat here. However, the Mech Knight of Purple Nightfall is going to be a much bigger problem than I think just Apocalypse and Heritage are going to be able to handle.
Yeah, Purple Nightfall trades very profitably with this Ignis. Unfortunately, if there is an Apocalypse, there is a non-zero chance you just get blown all the way out. So we're going to go for the purple here. That will probably find, I don't know, a blue. A red would be pretty sweet here as well.
I want to, let's see, what have they all used?
We
actually only see, one blue, one Gearsu in the graveyard. Surprisingly, a lot of Indigo Eclipse, and the copy of yellow and red, assuming they're only on one copy.
Wow, it looks like they went through just about every color of the rainbow here. I wonder what's still in deck. Probably additional copies of purple. I can't imagine they're on like green or orange.
I'd be surprised, even in the Scars combo that we mentioned earlier, you don't actually need anything like green or orange. Red, yellow, and then these more standard Mech Knight cards can still get you there. They are going to go for Gearsu, and can't say I'm surprised. That was what really drew me to the deck, was the first time I saw somebody search a Gearsu off of Purple Nightfall, and then continue to show exactly how powerful that is.
It's extremely frustrating. A lot of these cards, like Scars in particular, the Mech Knights, they were built with the understanding that there was a finite number of Mech Knight monsters. Like, you were going to have to invest into all 7 if you wanted to do it. Mm-hmm. But now that combos can use cards like Gearsu, cards like the Mech Knight Link monsters, suddenly they don't have to play a bunch of bad cards in order to facilitate this janky win con, or in scenarios like this, get a Deus Ex Crawler face up on their side of the field.
Yeah, and this is another one of the interesting, again, sort of how good all of these World Legacy cards have sort of tied together off of Gearsu.
It's named an Orcust.
Yeah, it is an Orcust day, meaning you can climb from Galatea, which can also shuffle back some of your resources here. As we've seen, they've gone through quite a significant amount as the game ends, unfortunately. But then, of course, you can just overlay straight into Din Gearsu and proceed to use that card as a win condition. We all know how good Din Gearsu is.
Indeed. All right, that is time in the round, so I think we are probably going to be taking a short break from casting. We'll be back momentarily with additional matches. Try and find you something like a Necroz, something like a Ritual Beast, but there's been one whole round of contention, everybody. Finding undefeateds on those decks is going to be very difficult.
That it is.
Still looking to earn your invite for the free Players Championship? Visit ppgeventmanagement.com to learn about the different qualifiers available. From one-day events to play-on-your-own-schedule events, all events offer a buyback or cash option, along with a 100% credit option redeemable towards any future pre-order at competitive prices. Grinding and getting paid to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Has never been easier. Play with the most professional worldwide tournament series today and join the online community. Come join us on Discord for assistance, info, and even discussions about future events.
That was a. Wait, was that triple twin? Oh my god. Wait, no. It is triple twin twister. That's game pack. One victor. He is your Pro Play Tour Invitational champion.
Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our Weekend Championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros. Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our Weekend Championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros.
Still looking to earn your invite for the free Players Championship? Visit ppgeventmanagement.com to learn about the different qualifiers available. From one-day events to play-on-your-own schedule events, all events offer a buyback or cash option along with a 100% credit option redeemable towards any future pre-order at competitive prices. Grinding and getting paid to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Has never been easier. Play with the most professional worldwide tournament series today and join the online community. Come join us on Discord for assistance, info, and even discussions about future events.
That was a wait, was that triple twin? Oh my god. Wait, no. It is it's triple twin twister. That's game hack is your one victor. He is your Pro Play Tour Invitational champion.
Hey everyone, if you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros. Hey everyone, if you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros.
Still looking to earn your invite for the free Players Championship? Visit ppgeventmanagement.com to learn about the different qualifiers available. From one-day events to play-on-your-own schedule events, all events offer a buyback or cash option along with a 100% credit option redeemable towards any future pre-order at competitive prices. Grinding and getting paid to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Has never been easier. Play with the most professional worldwide tournament series today and join the online community. Come join us on Discord for assistance, info, and even discussions about future events.
Everybody, Joseph Rothschild here, aka MBT, and we are back with round 2 of the Pro Play Tour Free Weekly. This is going to be a 9-round tournament with a whopping 400 entrants, an unbelievable turnout for this format that is exactly 16 hours old. Right now, we are searching to find you a match, but you were very vocal about what you wanted to see. I will not lie. I did not expect to see this amount of individuals hoping to see Necroz's player end on Unicorn Pass. But hey, it is what it is. I am joined by my illustrious co-commentator, Mambo YuGiOh. How are you doing this fine morning?
I'm doing fine. I wish you'd stop talking bad about, Ritual Beast and Necroz. But, we're going to jump into a game here, and hopefully they will prove us all wrong, hopefully.
I certainly hope so as well. Did get to see a little bit of Ritual Beast last round, but it didn't really work out.
Well, yeah, it sure didn't. I mean, we saw what, like, I think you mentioned it put it in the best words possible. It's old nemesis and solemn strike, and it's old nemesis and consistency. That really is the two biggest things that it struggles with.
Necros, however, does not have that problem, as we will see in this match. This is Frozen Games, an individual with a ton of competitive success, playing against Podroso Judo. I don't know this person, but they are both XO after one round, and one of them is playing Necros. You can see a very familiar sight on your screen right now. Unicorn Pass.
Well, you know, you sort of prophesized that one. It is, in fact, a Unicorn Pass, which, unfortunately for their opponent, the Dino player is most likely going to find something a little bit bigger than 2,300 attack points. As we see, they're pretty much off to the races doing the sort of standard Dino combos here. We've seen Animador and Archosaur, Oviraptor, Lost World, and I think we've used at least 2 Baby Ceratosaurus effects, so we are off to the races here.
This is really funny. They're going from Reproducus into Baby Ceratosaurus just to get that Linkaribo into the graveyard. Then they'll fire the Scopio Devil Evolution Pill, and what do you know? I am pretty sure that Ultimate Conductor Tyranno is just a little bit larger than Necros of Unicorn.
It's a pretty good tool to outboards, especially when there are a significant amount of monsters, especially in defense position. Now, I do want to talk about Reproducus here. This is a card that I only saw last Sunday during the weekend championship. There was a build that was the first time I'd seen it, and I think it most likely will gain a little bit of popularity here now with these events having banned Halka Fibrax. The Reproducus being able to turn itself and anything pointing to it into a winged beast, and then going into the Samorg link to summon the Barrier Statue of Stormwinds out of the deck, and then being able to bolster that with Ultimate Conductor Tyranno and Evil's Ardolka, much like we're seeing right now. However, they are going to take this entire board and go onto the offensive into battle phase with UCT, and I wonder if this is actually just game on board.
Yeah, so, of course, the Unicorn is 500 decreased by the effect of Lost World, so it's going to be at 1,800. They are taking, what, 22, 25 from this hit? No, 27 from this hit, followed by an additional 3,000. That's going to be 57. Oh, but Valkyris will end the battle phase, although it might get negated by the Dolka.
I can't imagine you're holding this Dolka for anything else right now, and so yeah, if we try to do some quick math here, we got 17 onto the Unicorn, if I'm doing my math right, then you're taking another 3k from the tokens, 18 from Dolka, 800 from Reproducus. I didn't actually do any addition there, so I don't know if that's game or not, but it is certainly going to help the board. And now you're still going to have to deal with this Barrier Statue of Stormwind, assuming that they do have that particular tech in their deck.
Oh, that is just absolutely frustrating. This is the problem, is that Unicorn Pass was an extremely good turn 1 play for Necros back in 2015, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Has evolved since then, you know? There's no Jin locks, so you don't get the Walking Vanity's Fiend that also locks the ED. There's no availability of Trishula if you never make it to your second turn. It's just not as strong as it used to be. It looks like they might actually be considering stopping here, leaving the token on field, which would be hilarious, I gotta say.
Definitely a play worth considering here. And like you mentioned, a lot of the Necros cards not being quite so powerful. Even Trishula, I mean, particularly in this scenario where our Dino player has no cards in hand, so the Necros of Trishula can't fire. But even that card is not quite as powerful as it once was. And sort of the
Love this,
strategy.
by the way. They're going for the Reproducus hit, removing the token, and Frozen Game says, whoa, hold up. We won't be destroying the token here today.
Now, I got a little something extra for you here, as I believe this is the second miscellaneous source that they'll have access to here. So they actually even have access to even more stuff where you could potentially use one of these Misc to summon a Petit Pteranodon, let that die in the end phase on the resolution of all of your lingering continuous effects, summon Pankratops, then fire off your Samorg.
I'm not sure if they're doing math correctly here. I believe this actually is lethal, as the Ultimate Conductor Tyranno should have walked over the Unicorn for just a little bit more, but can always use its effect, destroying the Baby Ceratosaurus for additional attack points, and looks like that is going to be a concession out of our unfortunate Necros player. Best of luck to him, but I don't have high hopes.
You know what? It's just a bad matchup. That's all I gotta say.
Chat going, did something negate the Unicorn? Yes. A battle. They attacked it.
That was, in fact, like I said, it is legitimately a pretty bad matchup.
Apparently, Unicorn might have been negating Dolka. We did enter this in progress, so it's also very possible that we missed like an infinite impermanence or something. I doubt that both players would have passed if it was a functional mistake.
As it is, I mean,
if you're
our head judge here,
as player, you got to know what Necrozes do.
Yeah, and I mean, in a lot of scenarios like this, I mean, obviously we, as spectators, should be able to catch that, and we do have one of our judges here in the chat, as you can see there to the left. But at the same time, you got to know what your cards do and how they interact. Either way, I can't imagine there was a lot that was going to stop there. I don't really know what follow-up you had. You didn't have access to Trishula due to the Dino player having no cards in their hand. UCT could just completely shut the deck down by flipping everything face down before even Battle Phase could try to do anything there. So I mean, it's not exactly the best way to look at it, but I don't think it would have made much of a difference.
Yeah, certainly. All right, we are entering main phase 1, and unsurprisingly, the Necroz player going first. I think both players are pretty happy about this. If you're Dinosaur, you want to be OTKing. If you are on Necroz, you want to be spending your first turn setting up. What Necroz is known for doing in terms of setup outside of Unicorn Pass is going through a long and convoluted combo involving Cyber Angel Benten to search Majesty's Ruler, the 2 tribute monster that enables no special summoning for your opponent. So that is a potential mechanism by which the Necroz player can kind of go over the top of meta decks, and if we see that, I think it is possible they will win. If all they can end on is a Unicorn and nothing else, yeah, they're not going to get very far.
And we do at least kind of get to see, like you mentioned, the Ben 10 being a nice little addition to the deck and being able to raise its power level a little bit. We're kind of seeing that a bit here through the use of the incantations. Just some nice little generic ritual support that can help out the ritual strategy. But, unfortunately, they don't apparently do very good against Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs, as that just straight up ends the turn as we go to our Dino player into the even better version of Rhoda, considering it's at 3 and has a little bit less restrictions.
And it searches a better card than any warrior, Soul Eating Overraptor. Very frustrating. One of the strengths of Necroz is that it does so much searching, it's very difficult to isolate when you should be Ash Blossoming. But a good bet is anything that searches a ritual monster is a target. You know, if they have the extra Foolish Burial for the Herald, that's fine. But ashing the Talismandra here did enough. We're going to ash the Fossil Dig. It's all right. I mean, Speaking of decks that do a lot of searching, Mador and Archosaur could potentially turn into Overraptors if there's babies in hand. Could turn into oh wow.
Yep.
Evo Pill. Here comes the Petit Pteranodon pop. We will be able to special an Overraptor off this. While it won't be able to attack, it will be able to do the entirety of the combo lines. I mean, yeah, this has got to be the end of the game.
Yeah, worse yet, we saw this in our very first match that we saw where you had to blow your interaction in your Ash Blossom early. So now there's literally, you're just at the complete mercy of what the Dinosaur deck can do. And it is one of the most explosive for sure. And I'm interested in seeing exactly where they want to go with this combo, because I know that a lot of players have been starting to opt for Link Karibo and other cards such as even Secure Gardna to instantly load up for your double evolution build. Doubt we'll see exactly that line, but we're going to get a little bit of interaction on with DD Crow banishing and Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs.
Sure. I mean, we'll take it, I suppose.
Well, I mean, the Miscellaneousaurus will follow up that play by going to Graveyard, and now they have access to a whole
non-dinosaur in Graveyard for... Yeah, it makes sense. It's just weird.
Yeah, I can see the thought process there for sure, but we're going to see Misk follow that right up, and we're most likely going to see Baby Cerosaurus, and then Overraptor can, of course, use its effect from there. And Pill is already in hand. There's only 2 cards remaining. We'll see if they can find a way to live, but
The addition of Linkuriboh has just been amazing for this deck. I mean, one of the choke points in an otherwise extremely robust strategy was the unavailability of non-dinosaurs in the graveyard. You know, Adam-Adorned Archosaur is extremely powerful, but only if you can be consistently firing the double evolution pill. I mean, it's heads up to DD Crow, the non-dino engrave, but with Linkuriboh and the extra, you know, not realistic that you're going to be able to keep your opponent off the material.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I would, like I said, I could see the thought process there, but hand traps against Dino can be pretty hard, especially as you've seen so many different search effects, summoning deck effects, and so on and so forth. It's pretty difficult to know exactly when to fire each bit of interaction there. And we're going to see a double evolution pill, so this might not quite be... Well, actually, no, the Giant Rex is banished as well, so this will be more or less the same exact setup we saw from Game 1.
You can make Dolka even though there's no threat of something like a Valkyrus. Very funny.
Yeah. And I don't think you have any reason not to here. You have the full setup you're looking for. You have your Ultimate Conductor, your Dolka that can negate 2 monster effects, and you still have access to go into the Samort play, into the Stormwind, or the Barrier Statue of Stormwinds if you want to go that route, which unless there is something in the main deck that can out that card specifically, I don't see Nekroz being able to play out of specifically that card.
Just like it's actually not very... Just like it's actually not true that one copy of Altai Kanahawk was holding back Ritual Beast, it is very much not true that one Unicorn was holding back Nekroz. You know, it doesn't add much to combo setups. Decks these days clearly do not care about it. You are easily able to be run over in battle. I mean, I appreciate the devotion to the Duelist Alliance metagame, but Dinosaur proving how far we've come here.
I think it's funny because there's always that age-old question of if every single like old tier 1 deck could come back to even a semblance of its full power, what would it look like? And you see Zodiac, 1 Dryden, 1 Barrage, no Broad Bull, 1 Rat, and then you look at Nekroz, which, if I'm not mistaken, is completely full power. And I think
missing
we both
everything but Jin, yeah.
Better. Yeah, we both know which deck is better. And even
We've got Zodiac limping across the finish line, still putting up tops and results, and we've got Nekroz just able to do anything under the sun and cannot out, like, Dolka pass. Here's the Simorg you were alluding to. At end step, that will search Barrier Statue of the Stormwinds, and I can't imagine that Nekroz has a clean out for that.
2 cards in hand, it's going to be summoned in defense position, so even something like a Lightning Storm, which you were going first, so it would be surprising, but not impossible to see. That will still leave the Barrier Statue, and I don't remember how many attack points Sure It has, but I don't think even Sure It can handle it. Ash Blossom definitely can't handle it.
Hey, you do what you gotta do. Walking into the Ultimate Conductor Tyranno. Will they deny it? Nope, they allow the attack to connect, and that is going to be the end of the match. Not particularly surprising, but a little frustrating regardless. Let's see if we can find something else for you. Evenly matched this set.
And a Lightning Storm in hand, just to show, you know what, son? Didn't have a chance.
0% chance that was ever going to resolve for you.
I think it's a little bit interesting to mention, they opened 3 Forms of Inner Ash, evenly Lightning Storm was in the hand as well. And even despite half of their hand not doing, well, 2 of the 5 cards after the Ash Blossom, not really doing anything against the board that was presented to them, they could still find their entire win condition there, still set up the Dolka, UCT, Samorg, and Stormwinds, and quite impressive to see how consistent the Dino deck is, especially when you do have access to cards like Fossil Dig, Overraptor, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. We're going to head over to Heitan BR, 2 individuals playing some decks that I think you may be surprised are still metagame relevant. It's going to be Heitan BR on Subterror Guru control, a deck very near and dear to my own heart. And Pedro SSD on Striker. Striker has seen a resurgence in the metagame largely due to Ryan Yu's extremely skillful piloting, but also due to the fact that it's probably the best possible deck at wielding access code talkers specifically.
Yeah, the access code talker plays a little bit nerfed due to the ban of Halka Fibrax for this particular event, but Sky Striker just, bar none, the most flexible deck I think we've ever seen in the history of the game, just given how each card is usable in almost every scenario, and we've seen the evolutions of the deck over time with different techs for different scenarios. And it's another deck similar to how we just talked about Zodiac and Nekroz. It's still kicking after all this time, even with just 2 anchor, 1 multi-roll, and of course, probably arguably one of the most broken cards of all time in Sky Striker Mobilize Engage being thankfully out of the game.
We could bring it back, right? Bring back 1 Engage. What's the worst that could happen?
Well, I mean, we could also bring back Broad Bowl, but no one wants to have that conversation yet either.
Y'all ain't ready for that.
And right. You know what? I'm not ready for that either. But we see our Guru player. Now, interesting to note, before the custom ban list was implemented here with how Fibrax Block Dragon banned and a limit onto Eldlixir Scarlet Sanguine, Guru was a deck that was actually starting to see a little bit of representation on the top 8 lists. So this is a deck I think we'll most likely see quite a bit at the event here. Still very consistent, still very good at doing exactly what it does. However, I will note that it is a deck that struggles a lot once it starts falling behind, and we can see that it is a little bit behind here.
I'm not gonna front. Guru's not good. I have no idea how it was seeing any form of success. I was looking at lists. I was like, they must be on the secret spice. They must know something. And it was just normal heads-up Guru control that somehow dodged Adamancipator and El-lich for 8 rounds. This deck is miserable. It can't come back from a scenario in which it's down unless somehow something like a there can be only one is allowed to resolve. It cannot front a massive victory without the assistance of floodgates. It is recursive, it is repeatable, but it is also pretty inconsistent and tends to brick. Sometimes you got to set a Subterror Guru and pass. Unfortunately for our Guru friend, this is just about its worst matchup.
It's tough, very tough. Sky Striker eats control decks most of the time.
Yeah.
Now, I do have a little bit of advice for playing Guru. I don't know if you're going to like it, but are you ready?
All right, okay. I'm ready.
It's get good. Now, we do see a Ghost Ogre Snow Rabbit.
Okay. All right.
Now, this Ghost Ogre Snow Rabbit was used on the Guru effect, it looks like here, as opposed to the trigger of the Hidden City to flip the Guru face up. May have been a little bit of miscommunication there or something, but they're going to go ahead and let it resolve, and it's going to find.
I actually really like that.
It's actually Fiendus.
That's really hilarious to me. Getting the Gurus off the field is extremely important. The way you get it back is with stuff like Subterror Fiendus. What are they going to do? Activate an effect with a multi-roll set? You've probably got a Widow Anchor. And what do you know? Ooh, whoa, a big shock. Subterror Fiendus isn't going to resolve. Guru is no longer on the field. You have no access to it. Whatever that card in hand is, it better be a Floodgate or else you've lost the game.
Yeah, definitely. Again, this is why I'm behind the mic, because I didn't quite think that whole play all the way through. But we do see...
Well, as a co-commentator once told me, get good.
Why don't you talk for a while?
All right, so it looks like we're going to Fiendus the Fiendus here. Wow. And that is each effect, not one effect. So we're able to set the Fiendus face down. But unfortunately, this accomplishes what the Sky Striker player wanted regardless. You have to be able to flip the monster that you are trying to flip face down to get it from the graveyard. So you're pitching a Fiendus to negate your own effect. I mean, I think I'm pretty happy with that if I'm sitting on the Sky Striker side of the table.
Yeah, and even in the scenario where that was able to resolve, the text was just a little bit different. This is still exactly what the Sky Striker player wants. They just want the simplified game state, and they just want to be able to consistently stay ahead in every single part of the game right now. And right now, our Guru player is pretty much out of cards and darn near out of options.
I mean, this is a historically bad matchup. I don't want to toot my own horn, but an extremely good Subterror player probably about... must have been like 9 months ago now. And I remember facing Ryan Yu at the Philadelphia Regional on Striker, and I have never been blown out of the water more hard than in that matchup. It's just, it against a competent Striker player, it almost feels unwinnable. If they just hold their negation for your Gurus, if they wield their hand traps effectively, and if they play the resource game, there is almost no way you can keep up. You can see here a whiff off of the area 0 means absolutely nothing if you've already got the multi-roll established. All you have to do is attack over to the Fiendus and say, what's the best card you could possibly draw? A Hidden City while I have Negation live? Good luck.
Yeah, they still have access to plenty of their Sky Striker Ace-linked monsters as well. There's a Jamming Waves in the graveyard as well, which could help with outing a handful of other cards. But yeah, they're going to go into Hayate here. I think you still want to kill this Fiendus, but nope, they're going to go ahead and poke damage instead, and most likely mill a card here.
Don't really have the opportunity. Hidden City can negate attacks if there's a set sub-tear. So likely we will see this attack negated and no activation of the Hayate afterwards. And then we'll have to go into something like a Kagari to get back the Afterburner and blow up the entire board.
And I think I've done a good job proving that Hidden City, that particular line of text, the most forgotten in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh!
A Hidden City's hidden passive is that your opponent just stops reading. It's got 3 effects, all of which are extremely important, and I have never met an opponent who read and remembered all 3 over the course of a 3-game match.
Yeah, you know, it's embarrassing too because I've played this deck before.
When I first reviewed Subterror on my channel, it wasn't until I had uploaded the video that I realized I had never used Hidden City's flip up effect over the course of the duels. I just didn't know it existed, and I was winning anyway.
I remember that video, actually, believe it or not, because I was using that as a reference to how do I build this even. Now, how big of a brain do you think our player has to maybe have baited the Fiendus face up just to get back in Afterburners, just to target it down, and then I guess not pop? Well, they probably didn't have 3 spells. They in fact do not.
Not a big deal. I mean, I think it was probably the goal, but not necessarily like a huge big brain outplay. You don't really have an option if you are the Subterror player other than negating it. Going for the Jamming Waves here, that is killer against this deck.
That's definitely what you need in this scenario. That way you're not losing to any specific back row card, and you're still able to, even if you are able to set a monster, Jamming Waves, if I remember its text correctly, could still out it.
Jamming Waves can destroy set monsters if you destroy a set spell or trap, yes. It is your out to big bunguses in defense.
And it also doesn't target, so it can also sometimes be your out to even weirder cards that are prevented from being targeted by other easier win conditions like Afterburners.
All right, here we go. Let's just pop that set card. Let's see what it is.
Hopefully it's not something like there can be only one, which could have been fired. Nope.
Oh, that's painful. Final Battle, of course, does nothing when you have no Subterrors. I think I would have flipped it up and called Negation just to flex. If you're the Subterror player, you got to go next. I mean, your game has a significant amount of chance to go into time. You take forever to win. Striker takes forever to win. They will always beat you in time because of Hayate. I mean, it is time to realize the writing is on the wall and move to the next game.
Assuming this is not game 2 and they're already down, I 100% agree. Because even in this particular game, we've probably been on it for about 10 minutes at the very minimum, and we've seen 1,500 points of damage and about 4 turns pass. So, assuming that you still have a chance to make a comeback here in game 2 or 3, you absolutely need to scoop this one up before it becomes too late. And hope you get a chance to go first, and hope that you manage to open everything you need to try and win this uphill battle.
Absolutely. It is becoming more and more uphill as we are checking the graveyard here. We're almost out of Kagaris. We are out of Hayates. This is the last Shizuku. We're going to have to start going into Zeeks, I think. Here comes Ray. We're going to tag out for a Kagari, I imagine. Yep.
I suppose it is somewhat interesting to note, although I don't think it's super impactful. There is just one spell in graveyard, that is the Afterburners, and then they have gone through 3 Shizuku and 3 Hayate. This is the last Kagari as well, so they have gone through all of their mechs. So in a weird scenario where they somehow find a way to force through... Actually, I still don't even think this is winnable, because one notable thing about the Ryan Yu list is I believe it was absent of Sky Striker, Mech Army, Hercules base for any sort of recovery in such scenarios like this where you're pretty much out of Sky Striker aces.
All right, and it looks like that is going to be the end of the game, and unfortunately, also the end of the match. Yeah, it's a bad matchup, and unfortunately, Striker positioning itself as the sort of control mid-range hybrid deck of choice in this format looks pretty convincing to me.
I agree. The deck it does take a little bit of a hit with the Halka Fibrax being gone, just due to how easily you could access the access code talker play, but even with that, the format is going to be slower. It doesn't have to worry as much about huge negate boards, so its ability to grind out resources and play that, like you said, sort of control / mid-range kind of style definitely benefits it quite a lot.
Let me see if there's anything else we can check on. There's about 17 minutes remaining in the round, so I'd imagine a couple of individuals are still playing. Unfortunately, our Ritual Beast player, and the only individual in this 400-person tournament playing Ritual Beast, has lost. I'm very sorry. I'm so very sorry. Expected it, personally.
Well, yeah, I knew you'd say that.
All right, we are headed to Chris Gran, who's playing against Deadly Chuck 314. Deadly Chuck is on an extremely silly list. Chris Gran, it looks like, is just on Gran Maju, but his opponent is playing Codebreaker?
That they are. Codebreaker Goki.
Yeah, so I want to talk about this a little bit because, shockingly, I have matchup knowledge. Goki finally has access to a significant amount of really powerful Towers monsters. Myself and Distant Coder found this out while testing for the Popper round of the YuGiTuber Grand Championship. And by utilizing the double summons and things like Photon Thrasher, Goki Rescorpio, etc., using, I think, 1 or 2 cards, you can end on double Power Load, which is a Towers, plus a Codebreaker Virus Swordsman. Just by including it in your extra deck represents an additional Link 4. So it is trivial to OTK with this list. Its monsters are super immune to almost everything your opponent is trying to do, just other activated card effects, I believe. It's a really, really threatening and really exciting list.
So I unfortunately have next to zero knowledge about this. Would you say it's more or less just good warrior cards deck?
I would. It's basically good warrior cards deck. You know, if you want like a primer on what the deck aims to do, the last couple of rounds of the YuGiTuber Grand Championship on Simo's channel are a good indicator, but those rounds were constrained by a stipulation that you could only use cards that were printed at common rarity. At higher rarity, you have access to things like, you can see Mekk Knight Crusadia Avramax, Predaplant Verte Anaconda, going into, I assume, really powerful fusion monsters like our good friend Rainbow Neos, and Linkross to enable very specific combo plays. You know, there's got to be a Towers Turbo deck in the format, and this is a pretty good argument for this one.
Yeah, and I'm just seeing so many interesting cards here, because we have seen the Photon Thrasher in Graveyard and the Marauding Captain, which it just bringing back so many memories. Seeing Marauding Captain, just one of those cards that has almost always found a way at the beginning of most new summoning mechanics. Remember, this card was really rumored to be the stuff back when Xyz was first announced, and then also we've seen a lot of play when Links were first announced, just due to Goki being probably the go-to Link deck for a significant period of time. And here we see it pretty much up to its old tricks, just being an extremely consistent warrior engine that's able to really boost out some significant boards, as we've seen in Avermax used. We see in Appaloosa with 3 materials. We see a whole bunch of other stuff, Predaplant, Linkross, and all these Codebreaker cards. But we do see them a little bit stonewalled here up against we were waiting on a judge ruling, actually.
Yeah, so what happened was the Link summoned Mekk Knight Crusadia Avramax was removed from the field. It was removed by a tribute summon of Gamciel. So they're just determining if it will trigger in this instance.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because we did actually see this exact interaction a couple games ago. I believe the Avramax does trigger, right?
I think they're asking judges right now.
Yeah.
Chad, I'm sure you'll know.
Oh, well, I don't even use Google anymore. My Twitch chat knows everything.
Yeah, exactly. And the best part about Twitch chat is that they're never wrong.
Oh, especially not about my favorite card game. Now, as we kind of look around, we see a Gizmek Orochi, we see Macrocosmos, Super Poly, and Pod Desires. I want to say we are seeing a Grenmaju Daiza deck here from our player in red, Chris Grant.
I would expect that is what's being played. We've got the Pot of Desires, the Super Poly, and basically what this deck aims to do is flex really powerful sweepers like Super Poly, like Lightning Storm, into simplified game states, banishing a lot of their own cards in the process, and then one-hitting with like an 8,000 attack copy of Grenmaju.
This is another deck you have a fair bit of experience with as well.
Okay, all right.
Good feelings or bad feelings?
Okay, all right. Extremely bad feelings. Yeah, no, this is like the Chad version of my matchup with Nim Nim. He was playing Grenmaju, and I was playing Goki Towers Turbo. And he walked with it because Grenmaju is a very fun and fair card, and when designed, they definitely knew that in 10 years they'd be printing a card that banishes 10 cards from your deck face down.
You hear this argument a lot, or this conversation, especially in recent times, as power creep has been upscaled significantly about the design of future-proof cards. I don't really want to argue that Grenmaju was a future-proof card, but it is really funny to see a card from 2000, Invasion of Chaos era-esque, find its way into relevance, some sort of relevance in 2020.
So if anyone is wondering what's going on here, I'm checking the Discord right now. These two individuals have called a judge over Crusadia Avramax. They didn't like the ruling that was given, so they are appealing to the head judge, which is the one, the only Pascal Kim. He'll be showing up momentarily and letting these players know just how Avramax works with Kaiju.
Yeah, and shout-outs to Pascal as well. Very knowledgeable.
Pascal rocks.
Yeah, very skilled player, very knowledgeable, very good judge. Definitely check out his stream if you get a chance. I believe it is I think it's JPG Pascal Kim, if I'm not mistaken, underscore Pascal Kim.
Junks Playground sponsored streamer BTW. It's a fantastic time. You do get a lot of insight watching pro players play decks correctly and get on a mediocre stream like Mambo YuGiOh.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, I honestly can't even disagree with that. I take absolutely no offense. Last night I played Dragoonity for 2 hours. I think I got a game.
It looks like we are. It has been resolved. Avramax does trigger while attributed by GamCL. That Starving Venom will go back into the extra deck, and play will continue.
Yeah, it looks like. Yep, it does look like we're in fact ready to move on here. So, judging the game state, Gamma Seal has successfully gotten rid of the Crusadia Mekk-Knight Avramax, and fortunately, the Gizmek Orochi is actually capable of getting rid of this Appaloosa.
This is a little odd.
Yeah.
They're activating the effect of Gizmek Orochi here. This will be negated by Appaloosa, I am sure. But it's already 50 points over in terms of attack. So it can easily walk over the Appaloosa. I think just trying to get more cards into the banished zone for a Grenmaju one-shot.
That is most likely what they're looking for, yeah. I imagine that they're just trying to boost up a little bit since Apollo does not negate and destroy. It will simply, in this scenario, just go down 800 attack points more than anything. Now let's think. 21 cards. It gains, is it 400 for each banish?
It does, so it'll be over 8,000 if it survives.
Yes. 8,400 against 16. You have about 250 extra. There it is.
Hey, big shock. There's Grenmaju Daiza. Of course, this isn't an activated ability, so Appaloosa does next to nothing here.
This is another deck where we talked about it a little bit with the Mekk-Knight, well, pretty much the invoked decks in general, where it seems like they always have the invocation ready to go. I swear, I've seen Grenmaju players will banish 30 cards from their deck and still figure out a way to find all 3 copies.
Oh yeah, it's always all 3 too. It's not like, oh, I banished 2 Grenmaju, but I still have the 1. They always have all 3. That's going to be a ton of damage. unfortunately, not lethal.
A little bit short. Now, they have gone through just so many cards here. We can see that they're missing half of their extra deck, and they've already used a lot of powerful cards. Avermax and Appaloosa have both been used. Verte Anaconda has been used. Now, there's no way I can say this one is outside the realm of possibility for a deck like Goki. Things like Goki Rematch and access to cards like Assault to the Two Tails of the Noble Knights is more than enough to find some extenders and keep yourself in this game.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to make the call. Obviously, a lot of really powerful Goki cards are already in the graveyard. I don't know what still lurks in the extra, but this board doesn't actually do anything. You know, it's just a couple of big bunguses who hit very hard, have no on-field effects, and are ripe for the destruction.
And yeah, I mean, we're getting confirmation this is game 2, so I wonder where they're going to go from here. I'm assuming there's going to be a time extension given the lengthy judge call there, but we'll see if they have any chance to figure out a way to try and break through the board. Now, I just have this weird scenario. The Boral Sword, no, actually, yeah, the Boral Sword would gain so many attack points here.
Right, there's Junk Forward. That's a start. I assume any warrior turns on the entire engine. Oh, a rematch is just about the best possible thing it could be. We'll rematch getting a couple of Goki from the graveyard, and of course those will translate into more Goki. We have not yet used our normal summon, so getting Suprex is likely on the menu.
Yeah, this is pretty much exactly what they needed to try and win this game. I want to make a guess and say Boral Sword is pretty much what they're going to try and tunnel on here, and hopefully a card that they can use the Boral Sword with. And then they don't end up running into something just obscene like a magical cylinder there in the back row.
From here we can just link summon for an Isolde if we so desire. One of the fun things about Isolde is that you can use her effect multiple times in Goki, specifically because Octo Stretch has 1 star. So as long as you're playing any number of equipped spells to compensate for garnets, you could do it twice in a row if you haven't drawn any of them. The first effect of Isolde is good as well. It's going to be able to summon some Gokis. We can chain block fantastically, getting Scorpio and Headbat.
Yeah, from here, considering you haven't used your normal summon, Suprex plus any Goki can get you any Link 4, and that will get you to, if you want to go for the bare minimum, that can get you to that Boral Sword. We'll see what they decide to go for here as we see Octo Stretch, Twist Cobra. Those are Chain Links 3 and 2, I believe, so now we're resolving Chain Link 1. I believe the Octo Stretch as well was added off of the Assault effect, assuming that they added in the intended order of the Chain Links.
It looks like they're getting a 5-minute extension here.
Alright, so yeah, normal summon.
Pummeling the Suprex. I imagine we'll special summon something as well. This is lethal if they are on a second copy of Virus Day. I don't think they will be, but you can probably just make something like Boral Sword to win the game here anyway.
Yeah, scenarios like this, game state being so simplified, I think, you know, as my father would always tell me, the old acronym KISS, keep it simple, stupid. I think that's all I think you just got to keep that in your mind here, as we do see a Link 4 or 3.
I remember when my father would tell me, Joseph, just make Boral Sword. What are you doing?
Access Code, a very good card, but given that you have only a 5-minute time extension, this does not give you the, what do you need here, 7,100 points of damage to put yourself into the lead.
I don't really know how much you need to win in time. You know, you've got 5 additional minutes. What is Grenmaju going to do with 1 card in hand? Stare at a Super Polymerization for 8 turns?
I think you forgot that we just mentioned that if this is a true Grenmaju player, we know that that's Grenmaju in hand, and then the next card they draw is going to be like Eater of Millions to just help.
The third Grenmaju. It'll be
Yeah,
one of the desires into double summon Grenmaju.
there
No
you
targets.
go.
Fantastic. We are all the way out of Goki.
Okay. And now this access code talker has access to 1, 2, 3 different attributes in the graveyard, it looks like. So that is enough for every card on the board.
Link Cross number 1. I think I probably would have gone for the set card first. Only one that's not a known quantity.
True, I think it would be better to stay safe there. Though, Access Code Talker, of course, having some of the best text in the game saying your opponent cannot respond to this effect. Not a huge problem, and at this point, anything like an effect veil or infinite impermanence would have already likely been fired, and it is just a pot of extravagance for a bait, interestingly enough.
This is kind of frustrating. I mean, you can out the Grenmaju here, or the Gizmek here, but like, you can't win the game. They can Gizmek again.
At this point, if you're Chris Gran, you're hoping for two things. You can stall long enough to win after your 5-minute time extension, which not particularly noble, but wins a win. And then, or you just hard draw into a Grenmaju and your opponent has nothing to stop it from hitting your access code talker with what would still be 8,400 points of attack.
Yeah.
Eater of Millions would also be significant here as well. It'd be a very difficult card to deal with.
Taking the hit here just because you can. No reason to go for the Gizmek before it is time.
Yeah, at this point, I think you're really relying on your draw. So keeping as many cards in deck as possible to try and help yourself out. Or you could use it in end phase there. That actually does give you a way out of this access code talker.
I actually 100% am giving this round to the Grenmaju player. If I know anything about Grenmaju players, is that they've all sold their souls for better draws. 0% chance that hand and card isn't exactly Grenmaju. Any monster with big attack wins the game. Any monster with 950 attack wins the game. Oh, the called by on the Grenmaju, or on the Gizmek. All right, what's on top of the deck?
Oh man, the worst part is that Call by the Grave cannot be used on Grenmaju now.
I almost don't want to do it for that reason.
Yeah, I think that was. I mean, I think you have to because that Gizmek plus monster basically wins the game.
Show us Grenmaju. Show us Grenmaju. We know you have it. Just show us Grenmaju.
Everybody, all right, chat, relax your shoulders. That's just a set bomb.
Okay, it could still be Grenmaju, but of course it's not going to matter as Access Code Talker has more than enough resources to pop this bad boy.
Yeah, at this point, hurry. You gotta hurry. You have 2 minutes left. I think you just immediately declare main, immediately declare your Access Code Talker. You can't respond to it, so your opponent can't really slow roll you. However, that
can slow roll you.
Very good.
Oh, with 2 minutes remaining, that is really hard to deal with. You're gonna have to commit to some plays like right this second.
Yeah, you need to immediately get into the extra deck and find anything with at least 1900, because there's potential this could be a crazy hand trap like Ash Blossom or something. Okay, there you go. That's even better.
Fine.
Now, Twist Cobra, being an attack modifier, I think can be used to damage step. I don't know if it modifies defense position, so that could be good enough in and of itself. There you go.
Yeah, let's just switch this junk forward to attack and just attack. I don't think there's any reason to do anything but that.
Yep, there we go.
There's Suprex. Oh, this is the wrong attack.
Wow.
Ooh, Inspector Border. Luckily, there is a Link monster on field.
Yes, they kind of get away with murder on that. Wait.
He's not using it. You get in with access code. Attack with Twist Cobra. Wait, this is like the worst possible way you could attack. Twist Cobra can't attack. Bounce itself, can it? Oh, it can tribute non-Twist Cobra things, right? Okay. It gets in. Okay.
Whew.
All right. Thankfully, the Goki player can read a little better than casters.
Per usual.
Going to 3,400. If they draw Grenmaju off the top, they could do it.
that is pretty much your last resort here. Now, I suppose an Eater of Millions is looking at a 3,300 attack points, or does it only count for face down, which would still be 2,900? So that could do it, actually.
This should be timed around momentarily. What is the card? Is it Gren Maju? Gren Maju would do it. Sure would do it.
Oh,
Not do it.
Close, but no cigar.
Oh, you basically outed every monster in the Goki player's deck. They're out of targets for Twist Cobra, but gonna be a concession. It looks like we will get a game 3.
I believe their time extension is out, and even if it wasn't, there's not a whole lot of time, so it looks like this one's going to be a draw.
Well, are we doing 3 turns?
Oh.
It says, bruh, misclick. Misclick or not, I mean, the game was over.
Yeah, even so, we're operating off of the Konami rules for time, so that was still game. Really, there's no way you can try and weasel your way out of this one. Unfortunately, that one is a loss, and will apparently be a draw between these two players.
Right. Very interesting game. 2 decks that I am glad to see getting recognition. Goki, not a known quantity, but looking really powerful in this individual instance. I mean, is it time to start considering Goki as a potential actual metagame threat? I obviously don't think it can stand up to things like Adamancipator and El-lich, but against lower tier decks, you know, double towers is nothing to turn up your nose at.
Absolutely. I mean, towers, it's funny to see because we've been talking a lot about power creep, especially as we've seen with the banless decks like Necros have come back and so on and so forth. And even those towers card are becoming less and less impressive.
Yeah. Right, well, that is, as we mentioned, time in the round. I think these two individuals are just figuring out who has won this one. We'll tabulate a couple of draws, and we will be back momentarily with some more hot and spicy Yu-Gi-Oh! Action. Do let us know, once again, in the comments what you would like to see us field for round 3. We'll do our best to get it, but cannot promise anything more exciting than Goki Towers Turbo.
To earn your invite for the free Players Championship, visit ppgeventmanagement.com to learn about the different qualifiers available. From one-day events to play-on-your-own schedule events, all events offer a buyback or cash option along with a 100% credit option redeemable towards any future pre-order at competitive prices. Grinding and getting paid to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Has never been easier. Play with the most professional worldwide tournament series today and join the online community. Come join us on Discord for assistance, info, and even discussions about future events.
That was a... Wait, was that triple twin? Oh my god. Wait, no. It is! It's triple twin twister! That's game! Pack is your one victor! He is your Pro Play Tour Invitational Champion!
Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros. Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros.
Still looking to earn your invite for the free Players Championship? Visit ppgeventmanagement.com to learn about the different qualifiers available. From one-day events to play on your own schedule events, all events offer a buyback or cash option along with a 100% credit option redeemable towards any future pre-order at competitive prices. Grinding and getting paid to play Yu-Gi-Oh has never been easier. Play with the most professional worldwide tournament series today and join the online community. Come join us on Discord for assist.
Hey everybody, Joseph Rothschild here, aka MBT, and we are back with the third round of the Pro Play Tour Free Weekly. I am joined once again by my wonderful, illustrious, and still chewing comrade Mambo Yu-Gi-Oh. How are you doing today?
Good. So far, seen some cool stuff so far. We've gotten to see, unfortunately, our suspicions confirmed with Virtual Beast and Necros. But other than that, we've seen some great stuff. Wanted to ask, so far, 2 rounds in, we haven't really gotten a chance to take too much of a look at what the implemented ban list here really means for the event here. But so far, with what we've seen and kind of how it interacts with that list, what do we think so far?
Honestly, I'm not very surprised at the outcomes. I think everyone expected the list means that Adamancipator and El-lich are just dead in the dirt. But as we saw, with the competent pilot behind it, I think probably both of those decks are still very much alive. You know, they still do extremely powerful things. I do expect that as rounds get later, we will see at the very minimum a lot of El-lich rising to the top of the format.
I'd be surprised if anything different happened for sure. And it has been interesting to see a lot of people have sort of that belief that these decks would be completely just dead in the water. But fortunately, that has not been the case so far. And we are now into game between Sir Emanon and Galley W. And we've seen set 3 up against a Girsu, the Mech Knight Orchest, in what appears to be a very hot 60-card list.
Yeah, so we have both these lists up. Sir Emanon, of course, is a fantastic player. As you can see, they are playing a control deck. Unfortunate, as they are known for their impressive combo mastery. They're on Altergeist. People may have forgotten, but Necros and Ritual Beast aren't the only decks that got cards unbanned. 3 Multi-Faker, now a staple in Altergeist lists nationwide. I was literally recording with Sir Emanon under 12 hours ago, so I hope that they are well rested. Galley W is playing, I don't know, like, how would you describe this? Like, Lost Turbo, 60-card pile.
60-card good world legacy stuff.
It's a Machina, Orchest, Girsu, or Generator deck. So the core of this deck is, of course, Girsu, the Orchest Mech Knight, which turns on both halves of the engine. They are playing all the cards necessary to facilitate the generator half of the deck, ending on a true King of All Calamities if they are allowed to do so with a generator stage. But they have the option, if they're faced up against a couple of back row spells and traps, to pivot into the Orchest lines, with which they can facilitate using the extremely powerful Machina redeployment, as well as Girsu's unbelievably powerful typing. Looks like here we are going for Nightmare Phoenix to bait out some of this back row before going into Orchest Nightmare activations in Graveyard. Let's see what Sir Emanon does.
Infinite Permanence, I mean, that's probably the card you don't want to hit off the Nightmare Phoenix half the time, but still being able to force a form of interaction is always good. And we're going to see them follow that up with the Orchest Nightmare, which will now lock them into specifically Dark Monsters for the remainder of the turn. And I suppose that means out of all of the 17 engines you just listed, means they are going to be locked into doing mostly Orchest plays from here on out, which is still quite powerful considering that we are just seeing a lot of back row. Now, again, we have the list pulled up, so I'll go ahead and spoil it for you, chat. It is Altergeist from Sir Emanon. We haven't already divulged information. And now that we've seen an Infinite Impermanence fired and we don't see a Altergeist Multi-Faker, we are seeing one of the main issues with Altergeist in general, and that is its fairly lackluster consistency. As I've now talked my
device. That is a heck of a card. And And this is what I expected. If you're not going through the entire generator combo with Gearsu, it's probably because you already have a stage in hand. I like this because on the play, Orcust setups actually aren't very powerful. They just end on very sticky monsters. You can go through Gearsu to set up a stage with a Har negation backed up by True King of All Calamities. And on the draw, you can just chew through back row with Orcust cards. They are adept at doing it. If your opponent exhausts all of their resources and you fire a stage in your end phase, you've got negates for their next turn. I mean, seems pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen the generator almost as an engine popping up in a handful of different decks just to sort of supplement a lot of the weaker board states that some decks can set up, similar to Orcust, but we've also seen it even in the Dolce strategy as well, occasionally due to Dolce Butler Rusk being able to search it out.
Butler Rusk part of that combo is the stupidest thing ever. They were like, yes, you can Butler Rusk into Secret Village of the Spellcasters to shut your opponent off of spells. Or you can play 8 bricks to do Generator Boss Stage. It turns out that was actually the better version. Ash Blossom being met with a Psi Frame Gear Gamma, and unfortunately for Sir Emanon, 2 tokens is all that Har needs.
Yeah, this is a tough situation. Even in the scenario that Har hits the board in 4 tokens, which would all be sitting at specifically 1,500 defense points, this is still very difficult for Altergeist to deal with. Now, they do have tools to chew through the board, but Har giving them the deck a negation means that probably the most powerful board breaker, that one right there, Altergeist Meloseek, is really not going to cut it here.
Yeah, it's kind of frustrating for not even. I'm like, you can use Meloseek's effect to deal 500 damage. Oh, the infib coming down.
Even worse.
And then target the Har. The Har can negate it. Then when you add with the Meluseek, you can use Har's effect to send from the hand, but you can't because it activates in damage step. It's okay for Sir Emanon. Of course, that all depends on not getting infibbed.
It's about the worst case scenario here. Now, fortunately, as they will pass turn, you do still have access to going into Linkuriboh, and pretty much every card on Galley W's board, except for the Har and the boss stage, are going to leave in the end.
Yeah, Har is not going to be able to negate on the following turn, but if you put the impetus on your opponent to do anything, you're probably fine. You know that Galley W is not only on Har, it looks like they also have a Nidhogg in here. Is that the only 2? No, and an Utgarda. Okay, so they are pretty deep on generators.
It's incredible that they've managed to find just everything they needed in a 60-card deck, especially considering Gearsu, which is a card that eludes me, even in a 40-card deck that has 6 searchers for it.
I do like that this deck basically has, I would imagine, very few dead hands. Wow, Monstrosity while you have the 9 on field. Okay, I take back everything I said. This person has made a contract with the devil.
Similar to all of the Grand Manju Daiza players around the world and invoked players that are able to just find exactly what they need all the time to answer your board. We are seeing that right now with the World Legacy Monstrosity.
Oh my god, you can get Metal Cruncher with Monstrosity. Okay, whole deck makes sense to me now. I've now mastered this deck. Oh my god, that's so strong. Does it negate their effects? It doesn't.
No.
Oh my gosh. You can use Metal Cruncher to get a copy of Scrap Recycler if we so desire. Are they on Scrap Recycler even? They are. So we will be able to perform that normal summon, use the effect of Mardell to go into additional generator cards. All right, so this is the play. You want to use Dingirsu to get World Legacy Monstrosity, and instead of summoning Mardell plus a random generator that will form material for Jormungandr, you summon Metal Cruncher and use it to get a copy of Scrap Recycler.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine there's a much better play here, considering you are on Orcust and so many other engines, because that I can't even recall. But this play in and of itself is we're seeing Mardell and Metal Cruncher, both which are going to be able to get their effects. This is just a dominating position for
deck is dope.
LAW.
This deck is dope. So cool.
Yeah.
And Calamity's time.
It's so cool to see decks like this that, it really, what do you call this? It really is just kind of good World Legacy cards deck, really. revealing a Machina Fortress. As I am...
I would almost call it Monstrosity Turbo.
There you go, yeah.
Monstrosity Toolbox, there you go.
Yeah, that's probably the least taxing on the mouth to call it that.
All right, sending a World Legacy World 1 to the graveyard. This turns on the Ebe, if we so desire to make it later in the turn.
Yeah, I mean, the whole world is pretty much at their fingertips right now, and the Calamities alone is probably plenty to shut them down here.
Provided we call Dark after going through a sufficient number of plays, we should be able to just win the game from this position. Looking at the grave real quick, do they have anything else to summon? Looks like we are going to have to link the Har away with the Symbol Skeleton. Not too beat up about it. Oh my god, we're Tribute summoning. Oh, okay.
A darn shame
Right.
that my dueling book has decided to stop working. But
Okay, so we've Tribute summoned a copy of Metal Cruncher, and then normal summoned a copy of Gearsu.
wow,
It's
better than that.
It's extremely powerful. For some reason, Gearsu triggers not only on normal summon, but also on special summon. So from here, we can send an Orchestra World Legacy from the deck to the graveyard. I don't think we have yet activated the effect of Nightmare. Ooh, what is this Gizmek? What is that being sent off of? I was going to say, I don't think that's necessarily an Orchestra card. You've been spoiled by your card with 4 different tribes in its title.
And as much as we want to even fawn over this deck as we see it, I mean, with good reason, you can. But as we're seeing it sort of pop off here, you just have to think about as we try to, if we even will go back to our Orcus player, or no, sorry, our Altergeist player, what are you even going to do here? Even with that Meloseek still sitting up on the board, it's just so dire right now.
A World Armor to the graveyard. I mean, here we go. We are locked into Dark for the remainder of the turn, but no big deal. The deal with Altergeist is, as soon as Altergeist receives any unhits, the entire Reddit and Facebook community always clamors to call it best deck, but I think what you're seeing here is why it hasn't ever been. You know, it's a known quantity. It sucks at breaking established boards. If you know exactly what control traps your opponent is going to be playing, it's very easy to play around them. You can assemble boards like this that are sticky and resist the types of interaction Altergeist very specifically has. I mean, what do you do?
Yeah, I mean, we even saw it last turn. There was just Har on board. That was all it needed. It was just a Har threatening a negation. That was enough. Now, of course, Altergeist Protocol, very powerful card with some excellent text on it that can prevent the Altergeist from being negated, but it really shows that Altergeist is really heavily reliant on having their exact setup. And now, when it does get ahead and it gets rolling, it is probably one of the strongest decks in the game, if not the strongest, but getting to that point, especially in a meta like this that can be quite hostile to these sort of decks that require time and especially require your opponent to do specific actions, assuming you're on cards like Solemn Strike and so on and so forth, and drawing the right amount of cards, there's just so much that can go wrong, man.
Oh, this sucks. Looks like this is interesting. So it looks like what's happened is this True King of All Calamities called Water. Personnel Spoofing was activated to shuffle back this copy of Meluseek and get a Multifaker. Since Multifaker is dark in the hand, it can be special summoned at resolution, but because it's water on field, it can't activate the second half of its effect, and unfortunately blocking is the best it's going to be able to do.
That's a huge commitment to that particular play as well. The Meluseek, I mean, it wasn't going to get its effect anyway by calling water, but you're really, I feel like you were better off holding the spoofing. Now, of course, I believe they haven't used in Gearsu yet, so that might not have really made much of a difference. But you might have been better off holding the spoofing and hoping that you could get through a play here.
Oh, we know that the set card is the Orchest counter trap, so we've got a negation, a True King on board, a banish available. I mean, I think it's time to go next, Sir Eminon.
Yeah, at this point, I don't know. You're really just giving away information. Now, like you said, the deck is so known that probably isn't really relevant. But
what happens if you counter trap this? That's just the end of the game, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you really don't need about anything here. Staring down Calamities is bad enough, and they're completely out of cards. Their back row has been chewed through, and they don't have
actually chown
through. Yeah, I struggled with that. I was a business major, but
it's okay. I've never read a sentence in my life.
Yeah, I mean, I forgot that Hidden City could negate attacks. So who am I? Who am I? But yeah, game 2. Hope you go first. Hope you see a better opener. Hope you see Marionetter and Spoofing and 4 other cards that say no.
And not for nothing, Emanon did go first this game. This wasn't like Emanon had to contend with True King of All Calamities from the outset. This was the best Emanon's deck could manage. Tucking back that copy of Marionetter in response to the activation of Utgarda, gonna get themselves a copy of what appears to be Protocol. They've got a multi-faker in hand, which is cool. They're gonna flip the Protocol, but like, what happens when in response True King is chained Calling Dark, or they activate the counter trap? There's just nothing you can do.
Yeah, this is one of those fun scenarios where, yes, Protocol can negate your effects, can negate the activation of your effects, or the activation effects cannot be negated, if I get the words out right. But Calamity says you just cannot activate them, so that's a completely different ball game you're playing there, and that is still going to completely shut down a multi-faker, even if the Protocol is flip face up here. And we're seeing a Scrap Recycler follow up, and it can't get any worse here. And at this point, you're really just burning time on the clock. Your win condition in Altergeist is already not super fast. I mean, it can take games pretty quickly, depending on how hard it can snowball, but you're about 20 minutes into this round, and you really could have scooped it up in this game that you've lost and saved yourself a whole lot of time.
All right, hear me out. I actually think it's right to stay in this game.
Okay.
We've got, like 20 minutes remaining on the clock. That's about how long it will take to win Game 2. If you can go into Game 3 either in time or with under 5 minutes on the clock, and your back row is a bunch of negation that doesn't require you to pay life, a Meluseek hit will win you the game, and it will be very hard for your opponent to stop it. They can prevent the activation of your monster's effects, but normal summoning a monster and attacking doesn't activate an effect.
Yeah, man, I love to think we live in that world, but the thing is even your most powerful trap cards are usually things like Solemn Judgment, Solemn Strike. Now, assuming if they do have access to copies of things like Torrential Tribute, we do know they have Compulse, so those are very powerful pieces of interaction that might be able to stall out a game for a turn to get in a Meluseek, but that is I mean, you're probably better off buying a lottery ticket than finding a way to get to specifically that win condition and having it go through. But you are right. That is, without a doubt, a legitimate win con that they can try and plan for way down the road here.
To consideration, here comes the Protocol. As expected, here comes the Crescendo, and here comes the concession out of Sir Emanon.
Yep.
All right, interested to see what happens in Game 2, but I'd imagine it starts with Emanon going first.
A fair bet. Like I said, you might be better off buying a lottery ticket, but you apparently have taken the safe bet there with that guess. Now, again, hopefully we can find a way to open better than just set free pass with nothing. We know that, in particular, this Altergeist deck does play the Haunted Rock combo to try and potentially...
Oh, God.
I mean, here's the thing. We even saw in Game 1, consistency is already a big issue for Altergeist. And you're introducing a combo that requires you to open specifically Marionette or Multi-Faker. Powerful as it is.
I hate to be like this, but you explain the Haunted Rock combo to me?
Yes. So I am fairly new to it myself, but from my understanding is you Marionette to set the Haunted Rock. Haunted Rock has text that says you can activate it the turn it is set. You activate it, you have to discard an Altergeist monster. Now, what it actually does is it negates traps, so it's a bad card. But what you can do is discard a Multi-Faker or a Meluseek, and then you can use the Marionette tributing off the Haunted Rock to summon back the better card, link away into Hexja, link that down into Linkross, and that can get you a search off Meluseek into Multi-Faker, or you can then you can link the Hexia down to get you a copy of Protocol, and so on and so forth. Here's the thing, if you open Marionette or Multifaker, you can just set the Protocol. But it can set you up for some plays down the road as well, and it can set you up for potentially multiple Hexias. But it's
that's pretty interesting.
It's good, but man,
it's very specifically interaction between Link Cross and Hexia that enables this, right?
Yes, that's why a lot of people are looking forward to. A lot of people are alluding to the fact that the unlimit of Altergeist Multifaker means we're probably going to get Altergeist Puquiri, and that card pretty much replaces that whole combo. You just got to open Puquiri, Marionette, or Meluseek. Puquiri does the same exact thing. But get the game 2 here. We do have our, I guess, our monstrosity deck, our World Legacy Turbo up 1-0, and Altergeist starting with a much better hand, which is open Meluseek and link it away.
Yeah, so this opener sucks. Getting Meluseek for Multifaker is fine. You've got 3 Multifaker, though, so it's not that big of an issue that you've drawn it now. You set 2 and pass, not super strong, and your opponent leads with a Twin Twister. I mean, good luck this game. All right,
yeah.
This is the problem, is Altergeist players have been so accustomed to playing with 1 Multifaker that now they've got Meluseek, they've got personal spoofing, they've got too many ways to find the card, and not enough ways to flex into the additional plays that were occasionally giving a game previously. Looks like an activation of spoofing without the effect. Oh, that's sad.
I mean, no reason to do just
oh.
Wow.
The Ghost Ogre coming down on the Multifaker, usually quite bad against this card, but it means it's going to make this Silquidius really, really bad. It has to return an Altergeist card from your side of the field and a card from your opponent's side of the field, going to force the issue and get a Meluseek instead, and now a Scrap Recycler normal summon is functionally the end of the game, provided that Sir Eminon doesn't have exactly Ash Blossom.
Or Nibiru, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to have to be both. We discarded a copy of Nightmare for a Twin Twister, so despite the fact that the Scrap Recycler was negated, we can still do the entire Scrap combo.
Yeah, and I mean, that's plenty. And, you know, it's unfortunate that so far the games we've seen have more or less just been an expose on why the decks that have benefited from the ban list, either the actual Konami ban list or the one we're using today, why it's not too big of a deal. For instance, we've seen Ritual Beast got blown out, Necros got blown out by decks that are more firmly in the meta. Now we see Altergeist. Now, I still think Altergeist is a good deck. I still think it's very powerful and will find itself represented a lot at top tables for some time to come. But we've seen the exact weaknesses it has between consistency, between its heavy reliance on your opponent not having back row removal in this scenario, and it breaks my heart to see. I actually am a big Altergeist stealer.
I really don't have anything to add to that. It's just a very frustrating turn of events. And I think one of the most frustrating things to hear post-ban list was that, yes, the 2 top decks, Adamancipator and El-lich, were format-destroying super threats, but you have no guarantee that those cards, or that those decks won't be kept in check by the newly unlimited Altergeist Multifaker, or Necros, or Ritual Beast. It's like, no, if you've played with any of these decks for any amount of time, you know what's going to happen when these cards get unlimited. They're going to be a slightly more consistent version of a deck that just doesn't have game against Tier 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And, man, it is just incredible how consistent we've seen this 60-card deck both games.
Here's draw stage and draw phase. Wow, that's strong.
I was wondering, too, I was going to ask, because I know you had the list earlier, was if they had a copy of Babel even in the deck. And I still wonder, because the draw stage is, generally speaking, better. But
they do have a copy of Babel. I mean, under certain scenarios, of course, you'd want Babel.
For sure, yeah. I mean, this deck is incredible in the sense that it has so many different ways to win the game. If Plan A doesn't work, you can rely on Plan B in your generators. If that doesn't work, you can kind of try to track back to Plan C, which is every other World Legacy card that is featured. Good play here to dodge the Utgarda using Linkuriboh and get yourself a search with the Meluseek. I'm assuming that is what we saw there. Yes.
Declare spamming on your dueling book screen as well?
Dueling Book has been having some trouble. I've unfortunately been disconnected from this game multiple times, but
I hope this is a spectator that affects everybody, but the declare button, the Linkuriboh, has been flashing for about 5 minutes, and I think at this point it's just a force from Sir Eminon.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dueling Book, far from perfect, but
Isn't really designed to host literally every Yu-Gi-Oh event. But,
yeah. It is certainly not designed to host a 400 per, basically a regional, like an actual regional.
just a straight up same size regional as like Brooklyn or Philly. Just fantastic.
Yeah, these, I mean, for me, I'm so used to every regional I go to in the Chicago area is usually where I find most of my regionals, and Indianapolis and so on and so forth. Those usually 400 plus 500 in the absolute worst case scenarios. And I say worst case because, man, those take a long time.
Sounds like if I just want like free invites, I just go to a regional you're going to be at, right?
Well, no, because I won't be at the top tables, but...
Oh, okay. Well, neither will I.
Oh, well,
like
I mean, catch me at Winamats. I farm Winamats.
Winamats are where the true game of Yu-Gi-Oh is played. Do not at me.
Yeah.
The Crescendo meeting the Meluseek unfortunately means that there's not going to be an ad, nor will that Meluseek connect and destroy anything. We're going to lose those tokens, but this is still likely the end of the game.
I don't see a way back in it. You'd have to have specifically, torrential multi-faker, and even then you're still having to deal with... They didn't go for Har, they decided to go for Ugarda to help answer the Meluseek, so you still have to answer Har as well during your turn. And 4 tokens, which not a huge deal, as the tokens do, of course, remove themselves. But I mean, that's still the defensive capabilities that brings you are significant.
People talk about Har as the most powerful generator and the thing that breathed new life into the deck, and to a certain degree, that's true. I'd argue that the card that has made the deck the most playable is something like Girsu, but they neglect to remember that Utgard is insane. Like, decks right now really just aren't equipped to deal with like targeted banishing on a big body. Looks like the protocol is coming down. Do we have another multi-faker in hand?
It would have to be specifically... Well, I suppose there's a multi-faker. There it is.
There it is. Okay. I mean, that is what you need. And unfortunately, something like an Ash Blossom won't do a whole lot with a protocol on field. All right, I guess we can get a Silquidius here. This is Eminon's way back into the game.
This is interesting now. They do have access. They could... they do go for Sokatas, but... No, they don't have access to Meluseek. Otherwise, they could have summoned Meluseek, linked away into Hexia, found a Marionetter off of the Meluseek, and then continued trying to break the board that way. Could have then set a Manifestation, then used the Marionetter to get back a Meluseek to try and get rid of the Utgarda.
Well, important to realize
this is on blue player's turn. They have no chance.
This is W's turn, yeah.
Absolutely no chance. I just wanted it so bad to have a chance.
Do they? If this protocol is used correctly to prevent the activation of something like a Symbol Skeleton or a Dingirsu, it could very easily turn into a crusty scenario for the Monstrosity player if their hand is just full of conditional extenders.
Yeah, that's the problem you do run into sometimes with these 60-card decks that are sort of a mishmash of a bunch of different engines. Is sometimes it'll get rolling, but then if the game state starts to simplify, the wheels will fall off a bit, and you'll start to run into a lot of your conditional cards that can't be used. However,
this time, unsurprisingly, coming down on the Dingirsu. I think the Dingirsu effect is going to resolve. If that hits the protocol, we can just start making Orchest cards with the Skeleton and Graveyard.
Yeah, they've set themselves up nicely to continue their play through pretty much the worst case scenario that was presented to them with the current board state.
I almost like switching Utgarda to attack position here. The Linkuriboh does complicate things, but not too much. Right, looks like we are going for the Skeleton here. It's going to be met with the Protocol. And, I mean, suddenly you're stuck with a multi-faker in hand and not a lot else.
Or was the Dingirsu sending the Sokatas and the Simple Skeleton?
I think that is probably what happened, yeah.
Here, yeah. Which, probably the correct play. I mean, at this point, even if you do find a trap card, or even if you go back to player in red's turn, they can't activate a trap card, so they won't be able to get this multi-faker out of their hand. Now, this could be a crazy scenario where the Haunted Rock could come up.
Does Crescendo interact with Girsu this way? Why are you allowed to search Girsu with Crescendo? Far too strong of a card.
Girsu, in my opinion, probably in terms of pure power and how many different decks become viable because of it, easily the best card released in Eternity Code. Now, obviously, Access Code Talker is finding itself in decks, but the
Link Cross is okay.
I hear that too, but I don't know. Girsu, the amount of decks that this card has enabled is just mind-boggling.
It's not like Link Cross was making bad decks good. It was making good decks better.
It was, in fact, a problem just like that. And at this point, you are locked into Dark Machines, but I don't think you're complaining about that too much in this particular scenario. You have already used in Girsu, but you can set yourself up nicely to follow up for your next turn, and you still have Boss Stage, which can still get hard, it can still get you in the gate, or you can use Utgarda. You kind of get a little bit of flexibility there on exactly which effect you want for. And you know every single card that's available.
The worst case scenario here is you just switch your monsters to attack position and go into maybe a long Girsu in main phase 2. Then you have access to both Har and Utgarda on your opponent's turn. You know one of their cards is dead in the water. They have to activate a trap if they want to get into this game, and it's almost impossible to do so while you have Negator on field. I mean, does seem like lights out even if it's taking a little bit of time to get there.
Decides to go for the battle. Deciding to go fully in on the Orcust win condition here, which can't blame them. I feel like Din Girsu at this point, if they do have a Symbol Skeleton still loaded, there you go. More than that scenario.
We've used the Symbol Skeleton effect already, so we are just going for damage right here.
Yeah.
But a Din Girsu live in the graveyard is probably still enough to win the game.
Absolutely. Now, when I think about it, about your only chance, ironically, might be that Altergeist Haunted Rock, and even then, you still have to deal with Din Girsu. Actually, they didn't wind up blinking away.
Weird path, but okay.
I forgot with the Sokatat, but that'll do it.
Looks like Ceremanon has admitted defeat, and wow, this monstrosity turbo deck goes undefeated after 3 rounds. That rocks, dude. That deck was incredible.
Girsu really showing out there. And the Generators, a deck a lot of people I feel have been sleeping on. That deck is actually extremely threatening even in the current metagame, especially, of course, now we do have a little bit of the power taken away from the top decks. So this is a deck I think that a lot of people might be sleeping on to really show out at these events.
It's one of those decks that really is just very, very slightly under the power level of the current metagame. And as soon as you decrease the power level of the current metagame just a little bit, decks like that become way, way more prevalent. A couple of quick updates about some of the people we've already seen. Shumping Zhu is actually playing Jason Leonard this round. Both are still undefeated. We're going to see if we can hop into another game for you, but we've got some great names still at top tables. Safwan Rahman, for example, is playing their game right now. And I am really excited to see what some of these pro players have slapped together for this format in which they had about 12 hours to come up with a competent deck.
Yeah, fortunately, I don't think the strategies have changed too much for a lot of people. But that being said, there is definitely still a little bit of a time crunch that was available to the players to try and find a deck that would certainly work under the new ban list here.
But it looks like we do have another game for you. We're going to see if we can pull it up real quick.
All right. Ooh, and we get to see, it looks like another Generator deck.
Generator is everywhere here today. This is Diaz1 versus BMX666. Diaz playing Salamangrate, a deck that some players were saying was going to be tier 0 under this list. There was no way that any deck could hope to contend with it, versus a deck currently contending with it, Generator. You can see whatever combos this Generator player is up to, they involve Dragon Buster Destruction Sword, which is currently in the graveyard.
maybe a little bit more of a combo variant of Generator. We see that this one is playing significantly less cards in the deck.
This is cute. Generator boss fight being activated and met with a Lingaribo. That's going to prompt a chained Generator boss room. If your opponent chains something in response to your Generator, you can activate boss room, and the effect of that card, instead of what it usually is, becomes both players draw one card. This not only ensures that your Generator effect resolves, it also triggers the effect of Generator's stage if it is on your side of the field.
This is exactly what you need given the scenario here, as our Salamangreat player is currently the turn player. Now, I feel like this Baguska is really crashing the party here, making it difficult for the Generator player to really set up anything significant.
Yeah, Baguska's kind of crusty in general. Generator monsters, of course, will then be switched to defense position, and their effects will not be active. We kind of saw a falling off of Baguska in Salamangreat lists as Link monsters became more prevalent, its utility became massively diminished, but it's really come back into vogue against rogue strategies that don't necessarily do extremely powerful Link combos, or before they access their extra deck require usage of some cards that can be hit by its effect.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've given him about 9 draws to find an Ash. Let's see if it happened.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the matchups where giving your opponent cards is tough. Deck like Salamangreat, that is so reliant on its resources, and yeah, top card there, Twin Twisters.
Boss room's good, boss stage is good, but letting your opponent draw 2 cards for no reason, it's not very strong. Twin Twister coming down, hitting boss room and boss stage. Unfortunately, boss room is once per turn, so will not be able to prevent the effect of that as well. And honestly, I feel as if that's lights out for the Generator player.
Most likely. At this point, you are still on the Salamangreat player's turn. Assuming that all of this happened, I believe it was in standby or beginning of main, you still have to deal with Will being able to bring back extra cards. The Baguska can simply go to attack position to allow more effects to go through. And then you can end on something like an Access Code Talker or a Transcode Sunlight Wolf, so many of the other powerful and flexible options that the deck has available to it.
Could not agree more. 1 second here.
And you mentioned it that everyone was saying Salamangreat would be so powerful in this particular list. I agree. I think Salamangreat is definitely one of the biggest benefactors from this, especially as the future is starting to creep up, and we have Toon Chaos coming around the corner, which is giving us technically a reprint of the Microcoder, then giving the deck access to Code Talker plays, getting cards like Cynet Conflict. Salamangreat is just a deck that has benefited so much from generic Cyber support and continues to be one of the best decks despite so many hits against it.
It's odd. It's one of those universal constants. You know, the world continues to spin, the sun rises in the east, and Salamangreat is the 3rd best deck.
Which, if you as a person were an archetype and you were just consistently the 3rd best deck, would you complain?
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, I would.
No target on my head, no custom ban list. I'm completely happy with it.
Yeah, people still love you. That's all that matters. And we do see a Gazelle here coming down on the normal summon after the Baguska switched, and what else can you do now?
A Baguska switch is the most devastating thing to see, because it's like, I see, you have determined the game is now over. Okay, well.
Yeah, okay. You know what? I've decided to win this game. Yeah, they have access to just every single important Salamangreat. Falco, Jaguar. This is now a reincarnated summon Sunlight Wolf. I'm assuming we're going to see something Update Jammer, if I had to make a guess. There it is. And now Gazelle, each effect is once per turn. I believe you still have access to that as well.
Oh, that's really frustrating. All right, well.
Yeah, assuming you can put any little guy on board here, I believe you just have game on board here thanks to the Transcode Update Chamber. In and of itself is actually an OTK, but now you're also supplementing the Sunlight Wolf. So yeah, this should be game if I'm not mistaken. Or we're going to keep on going here into Access Code.
Oh, just completely unnecessary, but very funny.
Wait, does Update Chamber... Oh, wow. It will give the Access Code to attacks as well.
No, it's broken. It's extremely broken.
Incredible. So yeah, this transcode also bumping up the access code. The access code just in and of itself being an amazing card, and all of these cards can attack twice. But we do get to see a game 3.
Exciting. So that must mean that Guska did not make an appearance last time.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I wonder, because we saw the destruction of Buster Sword or Whelp or whatever it's called. So I wonder exactly how potentially they combo that card onto the board, because that is a very, very powerful card against, considering they are rather small. But they do have interaction. We did see, I believe we saw Twin Twisters. We do know that Rage is a very powerful card. So this should be, bar none, hopefully the most exciting game we've seen. Knock on wood on that one. But
don't promise anything just yet. I mean, if there's any deck that can just wall off the entire game before it starts, it's these two.
Absolutely. And we are going to see our generator players starting here. So hopefully we'll get to see. Now, I wonder if they do have room. They do have room for Girsu. So this could also be a Calamities combo as well, ending on the Calamities Yorgamon play.
So, Salman Great, of course, plays a ton of hand traps. I think we have each individual deck. I'll check real quick. But while this play is extremely explosive, it's also extremely weak to pretty much every hand trap in the game. It looks like our Salaman Great friend is on triple Ash, triple Valor, double Moonlit Chill, double Nibiru, at minimum, with DD Crow and the third Nibiru out of the board, which all interrupt this combo fantastically. Oh my god, they're even on 3 Infip. There is a 0% chance they're going to be able to do everything.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the 8 copy. What is kind of the theory now? You need to be running between 7 or 9 copies of Effect Veiler between your Infinite Impermanence, Effect Veiler themselves, and then Ghostlit Mourner.
So the token summoned by Girsu is very powerful because it turns off Infinite Impermanence, but only in theory. In practice, you really want to be infipping Girsu as soon as it's summoned, so likely you will have an opportunity to use it anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, I'm not exactly a Dueling Book aficionado, and I was about to say that sometimes when a shuffled hand will mean you have no responses, but we can see that that was all bait as the Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill comes down to negate Lib.
Oh, that's a fantastic negate target. Oh, unless you've already drawn the Succession. Oh, you fool. I drew my one of.
And that is exactly what you want to see if you are the generator player, and you hate to see it if you're anybody else.
What a fantastic play. You know, sometimes you just outskill your opponent. So from here, you can activate the effect of World Armor. World Armor is going to get you a copy of Monstrosity. That Lib is not long for this world. We will be taking 2,000 damage as it goes to the graveyard. And it will become a Linkross, which I believe will be able to turn into Purple Trishula.
Now, I was just about to say, as I'm looking at the time here, at 2:48 Eastern, I believe time is 2 minutes away, and you now have to take 2,000 points of damage as the Lib was removed from the board.
Oh, this is in that case, this is maybe not the play. I would consider just passing it back to my opponent. What can Salamangreat do in 2 minutes? Prefer to force a draw. We're going to activate Lib here to get rid of that token, and then we're going to activate Linkross to summon a couple of cards, or a couple of tokens of our own. We'll tribute one for the Linkuriboh in graveyard. The Linkuriboh, the token, and the Linkross, or some permutation of that in the hand, can turn into Purple Trishula. Then you have a target for the Monstrosity that you searched with World Armor, but really got to speed this up if you want to not lose to time.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to be playing about as fast as you were talking right there if they hope to have a chance.
Here comes the Purple Trish, and the Monstrosity, of course, coming down shortly after. We don't know if they've been given an extension, but if not, this is really, really spooky.
Yeah, and Ghost Mourner really showing why this card has found itself into the meta, beyond just being an Effect Veiler, pseudo-Effect Veiler that can be used on both your turn and your opponent's turn, but you find these funny little scenarios just like this, where it can single-handedly take the game away.
Yeah, I think Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill is kind of what people expected. Name. I only know it as Null Nun, but Spooky Dogwood was going to be.
Spooky Dogwood.
Card that wins you the game the game in time only and does nothing else. Mourner does that, but is also Effect Veiler.
Now, I will say, just a quick sidebar. I have lost a game to specifically Spooky Dogwood because I was playing Clock FTK. My opponent used the Spooky Dogwood, and I did some quick math and went, there is no way this Catapult Turtle is shooting for 80,000 points of damage.
Odd. Wow. Last year, I brought Pacifist the Phantasm City Control because I had a friend's wedding on day 2, and I figured I'd just screw around. Game 1, I was about to wrap up my first round against a Cyber Dragon player by winning in time, and as I activate the effect of Pacifist, they chain Spooky Dogwood, gain 1,000 life points, and win. Miserable.
At least you have that story now.
Oh, what a cold comfort that is. Looks like we're just going into Calamities here, not going for the Jormungandr play. That World Armor and that Har going to the graveyard as well. I'm surprised to see that. What are they going into here? Union Carrier.
That's how you do it.
We're going to lock the extra deck as well. Well, now we understand what that Buster Dragger's Destruction Sword was for.
And for those of you who have tuned your clocks, now I know there's a little bit of a delay in the stream, but it is currently 2:51 p.m. So if time's called and they're just going to eat up more of it here as they activate Pot of Avarice, which in a perfect world where you got about 5-10 more minutes, this is absolutely perfect. You've won the game, probably. But, you know, time, it stops for no one, as they say.
They may have had a judge call, of course, we don't know. They could have gotten an extension, but in the possibility that they didn't.
Yeah, but this is absolutely incredible to see this generator deck be able to do this kind of a play. Now, yeah, normally what you would see is we are getting confirmation they have 2 more minutes. So actually, this might just be perfect. 1 more minute. This is really touchy and go right now. But
1 more minute?
Get to see...
if you're what's it called? Salamangrade, you can very much spend a minute going through needless combos that do nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, if you caught fire here, that turns off so many of the combos you can do, and it's tough to really enforce a slow play here, especially as there is probably 30 seconds left in and of itself. It's tough.
Let me pull up the timer. We are going 35, 34, 33, 32, 31. Pausing in draw phase, asking if they're going to activate a True King of All Calamities. Yeah. Oh no. Even resolving Generator Boss Stage takes like 15 seconds.
Yeah, and you know, I saw this a lot last week, but never really commented on it, is keeping track of time is actually a very important skill you need to learn playing YuGiOh. Yeah. And unfortunately, I don't think our generator player, as impressive as this board and this combo was, and as much as I hate to see it happen, you know, she really do be chilling around. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, sheesh. If you've got your eye on the on the clock, the Salamangrade player has walked with this game. I mean, 2,000 life points up on the back of a Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill that pretty much single-handedly won this one.
Yeah, you say walk. I think they ran away with that. They stole this. Well, I don't even know if you can say they stole it. You didn't really have to link away the lib, but at the same time, you know, Ghost Mourner proving why it is, maybe the 3rd, 4th best hand trap right now.
A chat saying that Trishula has to banish and the token can't be banished. That is not true. Token can become a Trish.
Yes.
Tokens can't be banished face down, or there's other stipulations as well, but which does not violate any of them.
No, this was a fully legal play. Another 8 minutes. I'm now seeing from a judge. Apparently, I have George himself in my ear saying that we got plenty of time for this one. So all of a sudden, I am all smiles because our generator player is in a perfect scenario.
All right, sounds fantastic. So if you're the generator player, what are you going to do from here? Switch your monsters to attack position and get in. That seems pretty good. I think at end step, you probably fire off the Sutgarda on the Pankratops before it has the opportunity to activate. You don't want your Dragon Buster Destruction Sword threatened.
Crazy to think this Calamity is also sitting at a whopping 4,000 attack points thanks to the effective Union Carrier by equipping the Buster Whelp of Destruction Sword.
Cool.
As if it wasn't bad enough, you know what I mean? Yeah, and I think our Salamander player is just racking their brain, trying to think of any possible way that they can either try to eat 7 minutes off the clock, or they can find a way to actually win this game any other way.
Yeah, I'm not thinking of one. Looks like we maybe are resolving a game state here. As much as I like to make fun of chat for being wrong, they are right in this scenario. This Trishula is can only be summoned by banishing the cards you control, which means that the Linkross and the Linkaribo should be banished. As a result, the Avarice that happened afterwards that shuffled those two cards back is an illegal activation. And for failing to maintain the game state, we just had Pascal Keem come in and I believe issue a game loss to our generator player. So from the jaws of victory, they were able to snatch defeat.
They make out like a bandit. Wow.
Oh, wow. If you are the Salaman grade player, you have got to be thanking your lucky stars that you have been able to walk away with a game that you had literally 0% chance of winning.
Yeah, so shout-outs to, I believe that's B9 Wave for catching that, and then good catch by our judge crew to be able to rectify that one, and that is, unfortunately, the correct ruling there to issue the game loss for an irreparable game state there. But man, so let's look at the positive. That was a cool deck.
It was very
that was
cool.
sick. I mean, Calamities plus Buster Well, that's incredible.
It looks like the majority of players are getting an extension just because of a general ruling book slowness. We've had Pascal Keem and the judge staff popping around, and they've been confirming that pretty much everyone is lagging as a result of high load times. That's fine. So there's been a 10-minute extension that by now has been depleted probably to about 5. I think it's unlikely we're going to find any games that are watchable from this position. So likely we will see you in the next round. Let me know what you would like to see once again. We have some great names still at undefeated. Safwan Rahman on Unchained would be very fun to watch. We've got Jason Leonard playing Dinosaur. We've got, just going down the list, Graboid Fan 31, a pretty big name in these tournaments on Dinosaur. And a lot of the individuals we've already watched as well, still making out like bandits. Dunkoro on Generator, doing well at top tables as well. Someone with the tag the ABC God, who I expect is playing at Emancipator. In fact, maybe we can find a rock player, see if there's anyone who has decided to bring it, even though it has been hit with so much.
Yeah, I think that would be some good content for sure. I think that's a big question people have brought to us, is not even really a question. It's pretty much just been an outcry of concern over the playability of those decks. So I think that would be good. Get a chance to see just how people have managed to adapt their deck in, what has it been, 18 hours? And figure out a way to get this Emancipator deck working.
Exactly. We will hunt around for that and bring you back some exciting gameplay. But in the meantime, we're going to take a short break, tabulate these results, and start pouring over some of the individual deck lists. Remember, there are 400 of them, so bear with us.
Still looking to earn your invite for the free Players Championship? Visit ppgeventmanagement.com to learn about the different qualifiers available. From one-day events to play-on-your-own schedule events, all events offer a buyback or cash option, along with a 100% credit option redeemable towards any future pre-order at competitive prices. Grinding and getting paid to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Has never been easier. Play with the most professional worldwide tournament series today and join the online community. Come join us on Discord for assistance, info, and even discussions about future events.
was a. Wait, was that triple twin? Oh my god. Wait, no. It is! It's triple twin twister! That's game pack is one victor. He is your Pro Play Tour Invitational champion.
Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros. Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros.
Still looking to earn your invite for the free Players Championship? Visit ppgeventmanagement.com to learn about the different qualifiers available. From one-day events to play on your own schedule events, all events offer a buyback or cash option along with a 100% credit option redeemable towards any future pre-order at competitive prices. Grinding and getting paid to play Yu-Gi-Oh has never been easier. Play with the most professional worldwide tournament series today and join the online community. Come join us on Discord for assistance, info, and even discussions about future events.
Doing okay. Johnny Yen is 2-1.
And welcome back to the PPG Weekly Championship, free weekly championship. If you guys have wanted to get involved with these competitions, these are some of the best competitions you can find online. Head on over to ppgeventmanagement.com, get yourself signed up, and definitely check out the PPG Discord. That's where you can find all the events like the Weekend Championship, the free dailies, and so on and so forth. And you can get in contact with some of the best players and other community figures in the whole world, honestly. I am Mambo YuGiOh. I am joined by my good friend Joseph Rothschild, aka, am I allowed to say it? Is it copyrighted?
You can say it. You can say it.
MPT. And we
doing the noises with it, you are going to hear from my lawyers.
You baited me on that one. We're going to go ahead and get into round 4 here. We have seen some interesting action here. I think, we're on round 4 now. A little bit of an update. We do have not a whole lot of undefeateds, actually, just 12 players still holding a perfect record. We do have such players. Shunping Zhu is still undefeated. Isidore, a name that I'm sure any of the consistent followers here of these tournaments have seen quite a lot. Kyler Lemieux. We also have Bear YuGiOh, also at undefeated. But right now, we're going to go ahead and jump into a game with Safwan Rahman on Unchained.
Yeah, Unchained is a deck that, I like so many of the things that we're seeing played in today's tournament. It's just very slightly under the power level necessary to compete with the metagame, and Safwan is one of the very few people who has been able to make it tick. He is doing so fantastically this tournament. Is playing against random Brazilian who is on Invoked.
Yeah, not quite sure exactly what variant of Invoked yet, as we've only seen some very generic cards here. Now, Unchained, I've had this deck described to me, and I have described it myself as a deck that's just a little bit too fair. Like, all of the effects and everything really only interact in such a specific way, and there's so many lockouts and so on and so forth that really, if there were just like that one card that didn't have such a silly restriction, it could really pop off.
Yeah, for sure. Certainly, I feel as if something that can make up the difference in fairness. You're seeing here, removing Invoked Macabre from the field has essentially ended the Invoked player's entire strategy, and is being met with an Unchained Twin Rika effect, which will trigger the effect of Escape in the Graveyard and find an Unchained from deck. Obviously, the best of these is the newly printed Unchained Twins Sarama. This card can target an Unchained card in the graveyard, set it to the field, then destroy a card you control. Now, we've already activated the effect of Escape this turn, but we haven't activated the destruction effect of Rika, so likely we'll see Sarama destroy this copy of Escape, and then trigger the effect of Rika, which can turn into an Abomination if they want to go for damage, or a Dog if they want to not draw Dog later in the game.
Yeah, Unchained it's such a cool deck, honestly. Just very interesting interactions and kind of a unique win condition with the ability to link away with your opponent's monsters is obviously quite powerful. And then also it does have quite a bit of consistency, in particular thanks to Sarama, has really bumped the deck up into sort of that fringe viability, that term we've been throwing around a lot today.
Right.
And above all, it can just sometimes be such a difficult deck to handle, that destroy text, where if you destroy these cards by pretty much any means, there are certain matchups where that text alone is just an auto win. Zodiac, for instance, really struggles against this deck.
All right, we are going for Abominable Unchained Soul, and from here we're going to go to battle phase, dealing at 1,500 to our opponent. From here we can, well, basically do whatever we want. If you want to go into the Link 2, you can, but passing on these two is almost just as powerful.
And right now we do see a significant amount of cards have left our player in blue's hand, our invoked player. They do have access to Alistair, and they're going to go ahead and throw down Set Rotation off the top of the deck. Let's see what they're going to give. I wonder if there's anything particularly interesting that they have here for the field spells. And there is something a little interesting in a Trickstar Light Stage.
All right, that's a little interesting. The Trickstar Light Stage, of course, we talked about it in our previous Invoked feature, but it really smooths out a lot of the problems with the decks. It's an easy, repeatable light target. It can lock set cards like it's about to do, and then be material for this Makaba afterwards.
Yeah, I feel like this is really if they want to use the Trickstars to make the Predaplan Verte Anaconda and then try to get out the Rainbow Neos, that is very, very good against a deck like Unchained, since that obviously completely bypasses all of the extra effects they get after being destroyed. And then, of course, Light Stage is going to freeze the set card, and they have the free summon with Gorobane. They have the Alistair already in hand. This is probably just about the situation that they're looking for, and as opposed to reading, as most Yu-Gi-Oh players are not super big fans of, they are going to ask their opponent if there are any quick effects or any interaction that they need to be aware of. And I think the appropriate response back from our player in red is maybe. See the Gorobane here, followed up by the Alistair. This is also great since the Trickstars are, of course, light targets. So after you are able to go into the Predaplan Verte Anaconda, if that's the line of play they want to go for here, you can set up the Mecha button, then trigger the Verte, and then that can give you access to the Rainbow Neos and give you at least one extra form of negate in case anything crazy happens here.
And I think we are seeing literally that exact play. Rainbow Neos is just such a house against Unchained specifically. These cards, of course, are at their best when they're being destroyed and at their worst when they're being shuffled back into the deck.
Rainbow Neos is just such a cool little tech. Almost not even a tech anymore, but just such a cool card that we have in the meta as sort of almost a Dragoon replacement. But at the same time, what it can do, the raw power the card has, is absolutely incredible.
I'm not excited for Dragoon to finish this one off. To supplant this extremely cool and interesting boss monster from 2010 with just another remake that does everything under the sun.
Yeah, when you look to the future of Yu-Gi-Oh! Over the next few months, and it's bleak, but, what hasn't been so far this year?
That's fair.
We are going to see the Rainbow Neos. Rainbow Neos sending away the Verte Anaconda is going to clear out the board, and this is, in fact, lethal damage presented.
3,500. That's a lot of attack. And that's going to be it. Safwan's going to concede game one, and we are in game two, ladies and gentlemen.
And we aren't quite sure. I want to assume this is probably an Invoked Mech Knight deck, but so far all we know is Invoked Trickstar.
Yeah, I would expect that there are... It's not pure Invoked. That doesn't seem consistent or powerful enough to have made it.
And I know there has been, I've sort of gotten down into a few rabbit holes late at night in the many discords that are out there of pure mech or invoked decks rather playing somewhere around 20 plus hand traps. So they exist. Hopefully not at this tournament, but they do exist. I also wonder, what do you have in the side deck that beats Unchained specifically? Now, I will admit, as with many decks, as I tend to expose myself game after game, my knowledge of Unchained is a little bit low. I assume Ash Blossom is probably quite good, as most of these cards seem to have effects that summon from deck.
Ash Blossom's fine. The problem with Unchained is that so many its cards are extremely numerous. Like a lot of archetypes that are kind of natively resilient to Ash Blossom, it's got a lot of stuff that does the same thing over and over again. So really, what you want is cards that can end its entire turn. You want things like Rainbow Neos, evenly matched. And more importantly, you often want to prevent your opponent from really getting any value out of their individual Unchained cards. In order to go into the link that links with your opponent's monsters, for example, you have to have monsters on your side of the field. So if you just play super defensively and refuse to commit to the board until your opponent does, you can blow them out easily with something like an evenly matched that interacts with them in a wholly negative way. Looks like we are in game 2, and wow, great news for Safwan. Losing the game means that he gets to go second against Invoked.
It's good news and bad news now that we see the Magical Meltdown come down. Mechaba being a card that banishes when it actually negates.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating.
Yeah, you can't overstate how good that is, and I don't know what this card does, but they activate it from hand. And apparently that was an accident.
We're going to fire off the Infinite Impermanence instead. But like all good Invoked players, I'm sure they've drawn the Invocation. What? That's 2 today!
Sorry, this is one of the bad Invoked players by your metrics.
Right, so Safwan has to walk with this. I mean, it will be extremely upsetting.
We do know that there is Escape of the Unchained in the hand, and they're going to go ahead and Rakia. Yeah, and then they're going to go ahead and pop the Escape, and I'm trying to read these as fast as I can, chat.
Right, so I'll just give a quick overview on Unchained for the benefit of both you and chat. All of the Unchained monsters, the Unchained twins, have 2 abilities. The first facilitates a pop combo, and the second, when it is destroyed, except by its own effect, it can float into another Unchained monster. Reika's effect is that, as a quick effect, you can pop cards on your side of the field. The red one, Arua's effect, is that you can special summon it from your hand by popping a card you control. And Sarama, the purple one's effect, is that you can set a card from your graveyard and then pop a card you control. The normal card you float into is Unchained Soul of Disaster, also known as Unchained Soul of Dog Shit. It is a miserably bad Garnet, but enables a link summon with an opponent's monster if it's on the field. It then can link into a Link 2, which on your opponent's turn can link once again with their monsters, and a Link 3, which on your turn can link once again with your opponent's monsters. The end result of all of this is Unchained Abomination, a Link 4 with about 15 different popping effects. This is the Link 2 right here, Unchained Soul of Rage, and usually the boards built by this deck don't progress much past this. A couple of monsters on field and threatening ability to link with your opponent's stuff.
And now I see here that the effect here from the Soul of Rage has to be with a special summoned monster.
That is true. There are stipulations. It's not, extremely powerful. But oh wow!
Not the first time.
Yeah, that'll do it. And playing around the Mech Knight columns has won them the game. Fantastical Dragon Phantasme, the remaining card in hand. And looks like we are going to be going to game 3.
And when our players will be declaring battle phase, unfortunately, they have been awarded a game loss there by their own decision to concede, and we're going to game 3. But crazy that that's actually not the first time we've seen the Invoked Mech Knight. We've seen one earlier that also managed to open the Rainbow Dragon and the Elemental Hero Neo. So maybe Dueling Books just got a vendetta out against these Invoked Mech Knight players.
I gotta tell you, it's a really powerful hand if you're playing rush duels. Just maybe a mismanagement.
Absolutely. Do you think now, because in game 1 we didn't see any of the Mech Knights directly, and these are of course 2 very high-level players, so I'm sure that this is irrelevant. But do you think revealing the information that there were in fact Mech Knights in the deck matters in any way, shape, or form?
Potentially. There's not too much you can pair Invoked with that isn't exactly named El-lich, for example. So if you're playing Invoked and you don't see El-lich cards, which comprise like 70 to 80% of the deck, you probably assume they're on Mech Knight. It's possible that they're not, but it seems unlikely.
Yeah, for sure. And Fortunately, though, for our invoked Mech Knight player, they do, or invoked, I guess invoked Mech Star, I suppose we should call it. They will get the ability to go second here, which is exactly what they're going to want. Is there any particularly impressive combo or turn one play outside of making the Unchained Soul of Rage that Unchained can do to try and potentially hurt a Mechaba or so on and so forth?
Honestly would consider just passing. Like, what's the realistic chance that you're going to get OTK'd by the Mech Knight deck? I think it's pretty close to 0. The Unchained cards absolutely love to go second. They hate to go first. And as a result, you will occasionally see players after picking first pass. Even setting cards in Mech Knight columns is kind of a liability, and you don't want to get into a scenario where your back row can be shuffled by something like a Rainbow Neos if you can ensure they'll be popped by your own cards. Looks like we are going to go for the Link play, and oh god, an Ash Blossom coming down against the Abomination's Prison. The most powerful card of the deck, bar none. I mean, it just searches anything.
I think at this point you do look to pass on nothing, unless you really want to try to force through something. If you do have one of the twins and one of the more powerful cards that can tutor a monster from a deck, which appears that they all can, if I'm not mistaken.
One of the most frustrating parts of this deck is that the different Unchained monsters can link with your opponent's stuff at different times. Right? So you can set the trap card that summons from deck. That's very powerful. But unfortunately, if you summon from deck into one that doesn't have the ability to pop off on your opponent's turn, what have you really accomplished outside of giving them a column and telegraphing that you want them to go to battle phase? There's not very much... There aren't a ton of mind games with this deck. Basically, everything you're doing is straight up on the table. So what you do in a lot of scenarios is just refuse to commit to the table.
And that's huge in this scenario, because Mech Knight is one of the rare decks where it really relies on your opponent almost setting up for you, being able to enable your Mech Knights and so on and so forth. Now they are actually going to commit just a T set here. Well, not quite so bad, but yeah, set one, pass.
Sure. Good luck to you.
Yeah.
I would hesitate to one. I wonder what that set card would be that would make that to play.
I was thinking Lightning Storm would be risky in case you hit one of the Unchained spell or trap cards, but
no.
It's an impermanence, which is perfect.
Extremely lucky. Is an extremely risky play to be Lightning Storming against this deck. Going for the Blue Sky after the reward and then going to normal summon a copy of A-Lister. Again, that just wouldn't be available at all if that card hadn't been set.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I think passing on nothing, I have to say it has to be the play here. At this point, you're completely at your opponent's mercy. The play would have went from doing nothing to just ending. If you would have had nothing, your play goes from all of what we're seeing into probably just summon Alistair. Well, I suppose they would have given themselves a column by being able to use the Almirage and then setting a card underneath that column to try and push through some damage. But it would have also turned off a lot of the engines, so Blue Sky can now search for Indigo and kind of continue from there. We'll see if Phantasme has anything to say about it, though. If it can draw some sort of hand trap or interaction that can make a little bit of a difference here.
Right, okay.
Most likely going to see our favorite... No, it's not Verte.
Right, A-Lister, the Invoker of Madness, the Get.
Now, do the Unchains also have effects when they're destroyed by battle?
They do. Every one of them that can be destroyed to get its effect also has the effect that it can be destroyed by battle for the same payoff.
Okay, so they will go for Mechaba as opposed to potentially a Purgatrio to try and poke through damage here. And the Mechaba, of course, being a quick effect, is able to activate in the damage step in the event that it does destroy something by battle. Quite useful. And they still have access to the Indigo Eclipse to help put another big body on board.
These columns are really screwing it up. Move it around and then go for another one. Jeez, these are huge.
There's one unknown card in hand and then one set there, and it is a perfect. Wow.
That is as good as it gets, wow. So we'll fire the purple here and banish this Indigo Eclipse in order to add, I don't know, maybe a red? Do we have anything in the graveyard? I don't think we do.
There is a
Hello
blue
is the
sky.
pick. There's
Hard
the
draw.
hard-drawn Neos Fusion. If you've got an Ash, now is the time, but if you don't, this is the end of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is an interesting... The Neos Fusion tech, I feel, has been a really interesting inclusion because a lot of builds I've seen have started trending towards playing multiple copies of the Neos Fusion just because it is... When you read Rainbow Neos, you can kind of see why. This card is absolutely insane.
I mean, yeah, like, what's the worst-case scenario? Your link to is A-Lister, the Invoker of Madness, and you just activate Rainbow Neos by firing Fusion. We'll send this Invoker of Madness and set cards. And what did this set monster really accomplish except for getting sent back to the deck here?
Definitely would have been much different if there was just pass on an empty board. Now, if we kind of think about it, though, I suppose Alistair go up into Secure Gardna, set the invocation, summon the blue or the purple, activate the Rainbow Neos, or the Neos Fusion. Still would have been an OTK through an empty board. Very impressive.
Yeah, wow. Safwan Rahman dropping their first game here to a invoked Rainbow Neos. Not what I expected to be taking down top tables, but hey, fine. If we can grab another top table. Oh, a lot of these are really, really exciting. I imagine Madolche best deck is on Madolche, but nothing, no guarantee there. But
That'd be cool.
not
Cool, though.
yeah, Madolche best deck on like Adamancipator.
I feel like that's really the new meta. Is X thing best deck, but then you just completely switch it up by playing El-lich.
Yeah, exactly. Unchained best deck, and then you play Invoked Mechanite. Just a quick overview of who's still in. Shumpingsu is at table 1, still undefeated. Graboid Fan 31, the dinosaur player we were looking at a little bit earlier, undefeated as well. We have Safwan taking their first loss to Rafreich, and a bunch of other interesting decks in the top tables. It looks like Slushy picked up a ridiculous build that I hope we'll get to feature next round. Looks like we are going to go over right now to Isidore, who is playing their match against Bayrite. This is table number 3, the one immediately below Safwan's.
Yeah, unfortunately, we get to watch more Altergeist.
Yes! Are you not edutained, chat? Okay. All right, okay.
A much better opener than our previous Altergeist match. We see Marionetter and some actual cards that hopefully do things. We have seen Pod as well, so this is great. However, we see Lightning Storm to respond, but the excitement dies down quickly thanks to our good judge over here.
It doesn't unfortunately work.
Right now, do we know what Bayrite is on, by chance?
I guess I could find out. I don't know off the top of my head, but I'll check their list real quick. Looks like Invoked Mechanite. Invoked Mechanite, certainly deck that is seeing, I think, the most representation. They're on 3 copies of Neos Fusion, by the way, just as you were saying.
Yeah, we've seen that start being more, especially when you have a deck that has so many free monsters you can just kind of throw away for a card like Neos. But here's about this just hurts me as a Altergeist player. You see Lightning Storm, you negate it, and you're thinking, okay, cool, I'm in the clear. Then they say battle. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. No big deal. I didn't need my board.
Yeah, fortunately, they did have a copy of Personal Spoofing to get out the Marionette, replace it with a copy of Multi-Faker, and then on resolution, we get the 2 standard Dumb and Dumber, Thing 1, Thing 2, Sokatas, and the Multi-Faker.
Cool! Awesome!
What's wrong? What's wrong? You want to talk about it?
Nothing's wrong. No, this is completely fine with me. I have no problem with this. I just love that this is how you play Yu-Gi-Oh!
Absolutely. Now, fortunately, if it does make you feel better, our invoked Mech Knight player in the blue here does seem to have just about everything they need to break down the board here, as they're going to mind control the Sokatas to completely remove that form of interaction. And now they have access to, if they have a normal summon, which is Alistair.
Oh, that's the best one.
Options. Yep. Oh. The protocol,
big
though,
deal.
Yeah, protocol was most likely set off of the Marionetter, so we'll see if they have any follow-ups, potentially with some Mech Knights. I wonder if you still have the list pulled up, do they also have Trickstar Engine teched in as well?
Let me check. I don't have it pulled up, but I can grab it at a glance.
I appreciate your hard work.
It looks like we actually have a pretty known quantity of players now. We've been going through the list and adding each individual one. This is not on the Trickstar monsters, but there are I'm shocked to say there are a ton of Adamancipator players that are doing fine. They're at X1. Apparently, the myths of Adamancipator's death were largely exaggerated.
What is that a reference to? That's going to bother me now. Anyway, we see the Altergeist player follow up with a Meluseek, which is great here. Now you have access to going into Hextia, or they might have banished all of the Pot of Extravagance as they decide to end on Silkatas Meluseek, which is quite interesting.
Oh, the rumors question. It's a Mark Twain quote.
Thank you. Okay, God. Interesting, though. I assume all three Hextia must have been, otherwise you could have linked away the Meluseek and the Silkatas.
Sometimes Extravagance is the worst card in the world.
From time to time, yeah. I have some fond memories with Extravagance, and yeah, at this point, I think that means you don't really care anymore. Your extra deck, you've lost all of your cards that are important. Fire off the second one, and we'll just keep trying to go here.
Can't get less Hextias in the extra.
Now, it's interesting. The last turn, they just summoned Meluseek, swung in, and had no back row. I feel like that's probably telegraphing they may have a lot of hand traps. So this Extravagance, assuming it draws into something like a Judgment or, I don't know, Compulse, generically good trap card, could be exactly what they needed. They're taking their time to think about it as well, as they're probably checking, just double checking to make sure a Hextia didn't accidentally find itself back into the extra deck. Same with a Link Karibo as well, most likely. At this point, what can you do if you're the invoked Mech Knight player? Now, I will say the Mech Knights can be a bit of a pain to try and deal with, especially given how big they are, but with Silkatas and a protocol being able to bounce back anyone that would threaten you by battle and negate an effect such as a purple, you're up against it for sure. But hard Rain or Neos Fusion would be fantastic if you can answer the Silkatas.
An Ash Blossom for the terraforming, that's a little suspect. You might want to have waited for the meltdown, but no follow-up means that it's fine.
Game stay quite simplified at this point. It looks like they are sitting on probably a significant amount of hand traps at this point. The only two cards we are aware of, well, the only card we're aware of now is the Protocol. And it looks like we're just going to be beating away with these little guys at 800, 500 respectively.
Eventually they will win the game. Maybe not this second, maybe not for a little bit, but eventually.
And they do have a Link Karibo still in deck, but if by a Phantasme, this actually could help get them out of this particular scenario. And the Phantasme, being as big as it is very good to answer these, what we are currently seeing as Little Weenie Beatdown. I'm assuming at this point that, of course, the Silkatas and the Meluseek left to try and have forms of interaction against their opponent. Effect negation and a bounce Silkatas is quite powerful. But now it looks like they feel confident enough to now get rid of the Meluseek, go into Marionetter, and start trying to advance the game state towards a towards an end game here. Now the
slowly getting there.
yeah. Phantasme is great and all, but this Marionetter does have the ability to replace itself with any card in the graveyard, an Archive monster. So if they replace it with Meluseek, they can out this Phantasme and continue to beat them down with the little weenies. There is also now
We're going to go for the
Manifest.
Unfortunately, Meluseek does target.
Yes, it does.
So this is going to be a little crusty with the way it interacts with Fantastical Dragon Phantasme. But if your opponent just ditches their whole hand to fire this, and on declaration will fire off an infinite impermanence. If they negate it, that's one card out. If they negate the Meluseek, that's 2 cards out. And then the Silquidius will either clean out the hand or get rid of the Phantasme.
Tough break, for sure. Now, what if they reveal a multi-figure? Well, actually, nope, no multi-figure.
All right, there's the Meluseek getting rid of the Fantastical Dragon Phantasme, and that's about it.
Yeah, we know there's a manifestation is set. I'm assuming that's the protocol that was bounced up in Sokata's last turn. And you're looking pretty good right about now. I don't think there's any one top deck that's going to be able to out this entire scenario. Outside, maybe a second evenly match could absolutely run away with this game. There you go. And just like that, we have a game on our hands.
Oh, okay. Well, evenly matched with nothing in the extra deck. What do we still potentially have? Keeping the set card. What that could be.
Interesting. So I can't imagine that's anything other than protocol, but do they even have a multi-figure in hand? They want to flip the protocol on the set of the spell and trap card, and there it is. That's the multi-figure.
Sure.
And I want to assume that there's got to be another copy of Silk in the deck. I'd be surprised if they're on one copy. Yeah, we wait with bated breath. And at this point, now we do know there's a purple Nightfall in hand, but yep, it's going to be the Meluseek instead. Interesting. So this actually is not such a bad scenario. Now the purple Nightfall, it's just difficult with this protocol here, because the protocol can then also grab a Marionetter if you are to tribute the Meluseek, which means you're going to be able to recycle basically the exact board you had last time, but also get yourself a little bit more interaction by getting another copy of Manifest, assuming that that also hasn't been even matched away.
And this is just unfortunately showcasing the lack of closure abilities from Altergeist. It's a very capable control deck, but it wins games at a glacial pace.
Assuming that extravagance did hit multiple, ooh, yeah, that might just be it. But if that extravagance did hit those Hexia. I mean, Hexia is really the only monster in the deck with any significant amount of attack points, and that's of course only after it's getting boosted from its continuous effect. But now you're pretty much out of it. You have to deal with the purple, which is going to be able to recover a lot of cards here. Not quite great in this scenario, as there's not a whole lot of columns you can manipulate here. Interestingly enough, though, they could have put the Rainbow Neos in an EMZ with the Meluseek and then continued from there. But I don't know if that's going to make a whole big difference, as they're instead going to shuffle everything back and go in for game.
Main
phase is my mistake.
Right, yes. At least threaten game. So we've got 4 cards in hand, but they've got to be pretty good ones.
And based on what we've seen for the last few turns, I don't think that they are. Yeah, summon multi-figure pass is. I don't think
fantastic.
I don't think that's a play in anyone's book. I don't think that's a play you normally go for.
So any monster does win the game. Obviously, summoning it in attack position means that you aim to conquer. Thankfully, no monster was drawn from the invoked player, so we will earn another turn. And Melusik off the top. Oh, well, I'd actually be able to do this. This sends, it doesn't destroy, so Neo's Fusion won't be able to be banished.
Past here, what else can you do? You're still playing Little Guy Beatdown, and funnily enough, even with what's currently on the... Oh, wait, they actually have a link play. There's no way it's a Hextia. What?
What? There was a Hextia this whole time?
Why? I'm so confused.
I'm shocked. I have no idea what's going on.
I honestly have no words for it. And a Phantasme! No way.
Sure, fine. This is an unbelievable amount of back and forth for a game that we've pronounced over about 5 times in a row.
Yeah. Time of Death, I had this one down a long time ago, but very interesting. It's so interesting to not push with the Hextia earlier. And apparently they're just going to call it done anyway. I think our invoked Mech Knight player is more or less accepting the fact that there isn't a whole lot they're going to be able to draw off this Phantasme that makes a whole lot of a difference, especially now staring down a Hextia. Oof. And so Isidore is going to take it in what was a game, a match.
There were plays that occurred. I don't know how else I would describe it. To chat saying didn't use the Neo's Fusion in Graveyard to do what? Protects against destruction. Unfortunately, Melusik is just a little bit better than that.
Yeah, Melusik, very powerful. My opinion, best card in the deck, but I think a lot of people would fight me.
I mean, me personally, I would fight you.
Yeah, well, I think I can take you, so that's fine.
Okay, wow, all right, no big deal. See if we can find a one of the very few matches still remaining. We do have a couple. There's about 10 minutes remaining in the round. See.
Yeah, we do. Let me go ahead and refresh here. I can give a little bit of an update. We do still have a handful of undefeateds. Right now, as we're still waiting for some more results to come in here, Xumping Zhu, random Brazilian who we saw earlier, and Diaz, who we also saw earlier, are all of our current undefeateds going into the next round.
Xumping Zhu is undefeated on El-lich. Playing El-lich Invoked and they're undefeated. This is under the new ban list.
Right. Crazy.
Wow. I mean, makes sense. They're a very good player. Wolfire is fighting for an undefeated slot, is on Dinosaur as well. As Graboid fan 31 X1, top of the X1s with Dino. Looks like a big showing for Dino, but not particularly surprising when a lot of people expected it to be much better in a format where it doesn't have to compete with the likes of Adamancipator or El-lich.
Oh yeah, certainly. It was already quite a powerful deck, and right as this ban list hit, a lot of people were really starting to get it exactly optimized to what was sort of the peak Dino build. So this is just a blessing for Dinosaur.
Ooh, there's actually a hero player at the top of the X1 stack. That's shocking. Let's see if we can get them on camera. See if I can find them on Dueling Book. For those of you who are attempting to spectate in Dueling Book, right now their spectator client has a max capacity that we've exceeded. So we have to browse the users individually and then tune into their existing game. It's not perfect, but again, we're really just backpacking off of someone else's software right now.
Yeah, and we've said it once, we'll say it again. This particular event having over 400 participants is essentially the size of any big regional you'd find across the country. So obviously the Adobe Flash client here is struggling quite a bit.
I mean, people can say, the new list is nothing more than a fan-created custom format, but clearly, there is demand for it. People are excited to play in a format where they don't have to stare down Block Dragon 8 rounds in a row, go make themselves a sandwich while their opponent activates Jet Synchron's effect, etc.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen, unfortunately, most of the games we have seen have been somewhat of blowouts, but at the same time, we've seen some cool decks for sure. We've seen Dino has really shown up. We've seen Salamangre quite a bit at these top tables, and
We've got a significant amount of Altergeist in Top Cut as well. I might have to eat my words on this one.
Invoked Mech Knight as well is also
Invoked Mech Knight, huge showing.
Quite impressive. Yeah, definitely. It's funny because it's a deck that's playing about 4 different particular engines that are all quite powerful. When you're seeing the Invoked engine, the Mech Knight engine, Trickstar engine, Rainbow Neos, and they're going to kill you one way or the other.
Oh yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, it looks like our hero player has completed their game. Very frustrating. Someday we will be able to show you a hero match, but not anytime soon, as the deck, of course, is terrible. Don't worry, I can say that. My best friend growing up was an elemental hero. Instead, let's head to Nilo 4. It looks like Mambo has already gotten into this game, and we are watching some Yu-Gi-Oh!
Well done. Well, speaking of which, guys, I think I will go make a sandwich. So, Joseph, take care. No, I'm just playing. But
no, I got you. I can compensate this one.
We are seeing peak Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now as we see actually another Invoked deck, and it also has Mystic Mine in it. So apparently they decided they were going to fight fire with fire and said, you know what? You stall me, I stall you.
I don't...
Man, I can't find the words.
This is Yu-Gi-Oh! At its best and also at its worst.
Certainly it's worse. Cauldron of the Old Man is picking away. He has 9 cards in our Invoked player's deck. They are at the hand size limit. And what else can you say?
This is one of, I think, 2 Mystic Mine players who are playing the deck here today. And both of them, I wish them well, but as my youth pastor once told me, if you live in sin, you're going to burn in hell. This is just disgusting. I cannot condone this.
I love all Yu-Gi-Oh players, but I do wish these guys would stop.
I do. Let's read some comments here. We got. Did you know? In some uncontacted countries, jet synchron is used to mean 2 negates. In order to marry a woman in these countries, you have to put up 6 negates as a dowry. So a playset of jet synchrons is highly valued.
Now, let me ask you this: when you say 6 negates, how much does Calamities run on this hypothetical market?
Calamities is 0 negates. There's no negation that Calamities does.
Well,
I'm sorry that you liberals don't want to deal with facts, but Calamities is not a negation boss, no matter how much you wish it was. All right, so we're going into game 3. That's right, 3 games of this.
And I could not be more excited. Fortunately, we are Saved by the Bell, my favorite 90s sitcom, because we do have time coming up here, which is interesting because only one of these players seems to be on a dedicated mine deck, which means literally activate Cauldron might just be good enough. Cauldron set the demise of
the turn that it fires. You don't even have to wait.
Yup, it sure don't.
Anything else to say in siding, it's Mystic Mine. It's a known quantity. You're going to side the cards you expected to side against it, the evenly matched, the Lightning Storms, and you're going to hope your opponent doesn't draw the Dark Bribes or they activate a Solemn Judgment that they can't out in time.
Worse yet, if you are on an Invoked Mech Knight deck, you still are going to have to make your opponent go first, and that is the Mine player. So in this insane world where Warrior's a good start, but in this insane world where you find Field Barrier, Mine, and Cauldron, as we're seeing kind of the plan B of that.
Ready for my spot. Oh, here's Cauldron.
Go.
Fantastic. That's time in the round, ladies and gentlemen. Here's my fantastic take is undefeatable. Spectre Border is actively bad in this matchup. Sets up a column for your opponent to summon a purple and just walk over border for damage.
No, I was going to say the same thing, actually.
Oh, well, never mind.
Yeah,
I was excited to disagree with you.
Yeah, you're going to have to try harder than that. I mean, if you bring back the Ben Shapiro voice, we might get something going here, but
It's my original character. That bears no resemblance
Oh.
to any person living or dead or fictional. Please do not sue me, Shapiro Industries.
Yeah, no person I recognize it. So
Of course.
Meltdown comes out, and like you said, the Mech Knights do free summon. So if you do find a blue, you pretty much have to find purple or your copy of Indigo, assuming you're on one of the hybrid. Oh, that works too.
Yeah, sure, fine. Who cares?
Yeah. I can't imagine there's any back row here that doesn't do anything. On summon, yep, demise of the land.
All right, let's deal with something a little more important, chat. This is Mystic Mine. You all know what Mystic Mine does. It's just miserable. I just got my Switch up and running. What game should I download for the Nintendo Switch? Is Link Evolution any good? Is that a real game?
Careful.
You play Mystic Mine in that?
Can you actually wait? Now you have me. I think you can. I think it's up to basically Link Evolution is great practice unless you want to play any cards that came out this year.
Odd. Well, I don't really.
Fair
Interested
enough.
in it, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah.
As hilarious as this scenario it looks like the Mystic Mine player is about to get their just desserts.
Yeah, the Cosmic Cyclone, fortunately, has been found. Now, I wonder, because you joked about time on the round. Where are we on time?
Let me click over to Best Coast Pairings. 2 minutes, 22 seconds.
Well, in that case, you are in a great spot if you are our Invoked Mech Knight player. Well, at least our Invoked player. We're not quite sure of the rest of the contents. But you're going to be able to walk on over border, assuming you don't see a Mirror Force, which... Come on.
Is there a blazing? Nope.
And a 25 from the Mecha.
Ow.
Now, okay, if you have a Switch, I recommend you download, I think it's the SNES and NES library thing. You get access. What's that?
It's just an emulator?
Yeah, you get access to a bunch of games. You get like Ghosts and Goblins, Super Metroid, and all you got to do is just have an internet subscription to the Nintendo Online, and it's awesome. I love that.
Oh, I'm going to love purchasing a Switch and using it to play Nintendo games from 2001.
Well, you know, outside of like Odyssey, Breath of the Wild, I'm probably going to forget a handful and chat's going to yell at me, but there really aren't that many more games you want to try.
Okay,
Ultimate, if you're that kind of freak.
I'm not. And neither am I the kind of freak that would willingly sit through 3 games of Mystic Mine. Thankfully, I will not have to, as this Mystic Mine player is now X2. Let's get some claps in chat. So one more Mystic Mine player who will not be topping today's event. All right, great news.
Definitely been worse news. Definitely been worse. And on the other bright side, we see another Invoked deck. And I mean, I'm also including Invoked El-lich. Another Invoked deck take a win. So Invoked, similar to how it was in the format prior to Dual Overload, where it was mostly in the Shadal engine, but Invoked is making a strong comeback in this particular format.
Big day for Mech Knight Purple Nightfall, not gonna lie. Big day.
Very big. Not a surprise, Purple Nightfall is just an absolutely incredible card.
It's weird because it's gone through cycles of playability, right? Like, there are times when you're like, Purple Nightfall is the most powerful card in the history of time, and there are times when you're like, Purple Nightfall is actually terrible. It's just a big dungus that does very little.
Ironically, I think the format prior to this one, the one not Hulk banned and had all those combos that were able to go off, it was pretty bad then. It did not do very good against Borreload Savage Dragon.
No, it's not very strong against that card at all.
No, not at all. But we are going to go ahead
Right.
and move on here. I believe, yeah, we're basically towards the end of the round here. So we're going to go ahead, take a little break.
Actually, time in the round, yeah, I think we've got maybe
It's about a
3
minute
games
left,
we're still
yeah.
waiting.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we're going to go ahead, move on to round 5 for some more exciting gameplay. We still have plenty of good players still left in the event. Lots of interesting decks, so stay with us. And while we're on a break, why don't you guys head on over to ppgeventmanagement.com, get involved with these tournaments. This is basically a regional, over 400 entrants in this event. So check them out and stay with us.
Still looking to earn your invite for the free Players Championship? Visit ppgeventmanagement.com to learn about the different qualifiers available. From one-day events to play on your own schedule events, all events offer a buyback or cash option along with a 100% credit option redeemable towards any future pre-order at competitive prices. Grinding and getting paid to play Yu-Gi-Oh has never been easier. Play with the most professional worldwide tournament series today and join the online community. Come join us on Discord for assistance, info, and even discussions about future events.
That was a wait, was that triple twin? Oh my god. Wait, no. It is! It's triple twin twister! That's game pack! One victor! He is your Pro Play Tour Invitational champion!
Hey everyone, if you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros. Hey everyone, if you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros.
Still looking to earn your invite for the free Players Championship? Visit ppgeventmanagement.com to learn about the different qualifiers available. From one-day events to play-on-your-own-schedule events, all events offer a buyback or cash option along with a 100% credit option redeemable towards any future pre-order at competitive prices. Grinding and getting paid to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Has never been easier. Play with the most professional worldwide tournament series today and join the online community. Come join us on Discord for assistance, info, and even discussions about future events.
Hey everybody, Joseph Rothschild here, aka MBT. We are back with the fifth round, right, of contention in today's Pro Play Games Weekly. Now, there are a ton of players in this event. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We did not expect 400 individuals to sign up for the free weekly, but here we are. I am joined by my co-commentator Mambo YuGiOh, who is joining me on this journey of self-discovery and a distinct lack of Adamantipator and El-lich. How are you doing today?
We've learned a lot today, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. About life, about each other.
Mm-hmm. It's been special. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and jump into a game here. We have Fan 31. We see some dinosaurs, a deck that we've seen a little bit today, a deck we've been talking about a lot as being probably the biggest, one of the biggest for sure, one of the top two biggest benefactors from the custom ban list we're using here. For anybody not aware, we have banned Crystron Helka-Fibrax, Block Dragon, and there is a limit on Elixir of Scarlet Sanguine for this event.
So, as a result, a lot of the decks that were okay, but were having trouble competing with the metagame, those are the dinosaurs of the format, the generator of the format, the invoked Mechanite of the format, have really risen to full height here. Unfortunately, the Secure Gardener plus Ultimate Conductor Tyranno is prime fodder for a Mud Dragon of the Swamp.
That it is, and we see the Secure Gardener here. This is, again, sort of a new wave. I don't know how new, but it's been kind of coming a little bit more popular, and now with how Fibrax out of this event. In particular, this build has really risen in popularity. The Animadorn Archosaur being a level 1 gives access to Blink Rebo, which can then go into Secure Gardener to give you instant food for that double evolution pill. Unfortunately, Secure Gardener can't be linked away, and in this scenario, it is just free for Super Polymerization with Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, which I think a lot of people forget is a light attribute.
Yeah, it works pretty well in a lot of these scenarios. Just a set 2 and pass, and I certainly hope that that's going to be enough to stem the bleeding. But if any deck can continue to put pressure on, it's Dinosaur, and Fossil Dig is the first step to any of their plays.
Yeah, Fossil Dig, just such an incredible card. But Ash Blossom, again, meets that Searcher. I believe the Ash Blossom was used turn 1 as well. We got it a little late. Not sure exactly what card it was used on, but the Ash Blossoms are really becoming a problem right now.
And while Dinosaur is extremely powerful, if it can't get up and running, it will eventually run out of steam. Getting it again with this Mud Dragon of the Swamp. I am shocked that whatever Adam is on, they have not been able to assemble anything past these 2 cards.
Yeah, pretty slow hand. This is game 1, so we do know that there's a Super Polymerization in the main, so most likely some sort of stun or control deck. And we get to see another little nice addition. As the Dino decks have become a little bit more streamlined in their extra deck, it makes room for cards like Pot of Extravagance. And really all Graboid Fan needs here is something that can get into this token, and that can then, Lost World can of course protect, send to graveyard one of the babies, which can get Overraptor, and then you can just get off to the races there.
Excellent.
But.
And there it is. Okay, well, sometimes this happens.
Yeah. A little bit unfortunate, just the hand traps used at the correct time, well played by Adam to slow down the game. And, yeah, in this scenario, they're starting to put themselves on a clock in a sense, where a simple top deck Overraptor or being able to get through to that token really can blow the game wide open. That was the quickest battle phase declare I've ever seen in my entire life.
Playing for time. All right, another hit, but I mean, realistically, your opponent's eventually going to find something.
Yeah, right now we're basically watching Go Form have it with some uglier looking cards, but we finally find Dino Wrestler Pankratops off the top, and that it doesn't get a lot better than that.
That's a good one. Pankratops is an insanely powerful card, and hilariously also triggers Lost World.
Yeah, really the only direct hit the Dino deck has received over the last couple ban lists has been that Pankratops to 1, as obviously it was one of the best abusers of that card. I'm going to swing into the token. The Mud Dragon, far from a threat. Just basically a 1900 vanilla in this case.
This is interesting. Is that token actually a token? Because if so, Lost World shouldn't be able to give their opponent a token?
No, you can give multiple tokens, if I remember right.
What am I thinking of? Unless your opponent controls a token. Huh.
Not sure.
That's the Mandela effect. I promised the last time I read this card it was balanced.
Everybody claims that. Lost World is another one of those super cool field spells similar to Hidden City, where it has about 3 or 4 different effects on it, and you always almost forget one.
Yeah, you only gotta forget one before you never forget it again.
Yeah, how many times have you declared an effect trying to target something, and they said, no, you have to target the token, and you go, do I have to? And they say, yep, and they're already halfway through their deck finding a baby.
Do I have to? Yes, you do. I'm sorry, I will not allow you to take it back.
Yeah. Sorry, Overraptor effect? Oh. And this is great, too, because this has all happening damage steps, so even there was a third Ash Blossom, or something, I guess, like a Impermanence or Ghost Warner, they can't use that on the Overraptor. Ghost Warner, especially not. it. Actually, because of Lost World, they can't target it at all.
Hilarious. Right, from this position, they're going to activate the effect of Mud Dragon of the Swamp, very important, changing it to dark and preventing the targeting of similar monsters.
Yup.
It's going to be met with an infinite impermanence, but oh, that is actually, is that legal? Can you target the Dragon of the Swamp with an infinite impermanence?
Your opponent cannot target this card or monsters on the field with the same attribute as this card with card effects. They cannot.
Let me see if I can get this solved real quick.
Yeah. And hopefully we can get onto that quick. I said this card was a vanilla. I never knew it even had that.
Oh, yeah, Mud Dragon of the Swamp's effect comes up very rarely, but every time it does, boy, is it shocking.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, apparently...
Looks
yeah,
like Pascal Keem, our on-staff judge, is intervening here. Shouts out to Pascal, just an absolute chonker of a streamer, a judge. They're managing 400 people. I mean, it's just amazing.
Chonker is such an interesting word to describe Pascal. Have you ever seen him?
Well, a content chonker.
There you go, okay. My mistake. But yeah, we're going... it looks like Pascal is going to try and get us back to the correct game state. Fortunately, not too difficult here. We know that that was super poly. We set that, get a token back, put the Pankratops on board, and we're pretty much right back where we are. Get the impermanence, and then they can continue to do the original play they were looking for with the Mud Dragon turning to dark, flipping the second copy of Super Polymerization.
That matters pretty immensely, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really good play there, I think, by Adam to know you can do that, and then that can get you access to the Starting Venom Fusion Dragon. So yeah, we'll take a quick minute while we have our judge go through the logs here and try to fix the game state. Fortunately, I think this is quite easy to fix. From here, I really want to know what our player in blue is on. We have only seen, basically they're playing Super Poly Turbo with about 15 hand traps. That's all we know for a fact.
Yeah. So, the way this is going to resolve is that it's being chained to the activation of Mud Dragon, but Mud Dragon's first effect is continuous. It doesn't matter if it's not dark to begin with. You can't target any water monsters while it is a water monster.
Yeah, essentially, it itself cannot be targeted, and then it more or less grants a continuous effect to the rest of the monsters on the itself.
All right, so it looks like we actually are going to get a super polymerization out of this bad boy.
Yeah. And it's not too bad. You do get to still keep your impermanence. You do still have access to the Dino Rest for Pankratops. So it could be much, much worse. And the Starving Venom, not a huge threat, particularly. I suppose it will gain a handful of attack, though.
It gains a handful of attack for now.
Yeah.
Your opponent's monster is a dinosaur, and yours isn't. And I don't believe... Does this affect target? It does not, for some unbelievable reason.
It doesn't. Wow.
So the Pankratops will remain at 26, and once the attack boost goes down on this copy of Starving Venom, it will be down 500 and will be 23. Easy to run over with the Pankratops, and at that point, you don't really care if your monsters are destroyed.
Yeah, still not a bad position at all for a Dino player. The two tokens there pretty much mean you have not exactly like an infinite source of plays here, but they are obviously posing a pretty big threat as your opponent cannot target anything other than those tokens. And then anytime you're able to actually try and destroy one of those tokens, you can then start getting your plays rolling by being able to use Lost World's protection.
Lost World's protection effect is just about the most frustrating thing on the face of the earth. Like, the card is already so powerful insofar as it prevents targeting, it enables soul eating overraptor lines by targeting your opponent's cards, but the protection effect sending a baby Ceresaurus from deck, boy, it feels unfair.
It's funny to see all of the sort of dinosaur cards are now just almost this beautiful amalgamation of just any good dinosaur dot deck.
Hilariously,
Yeah.
I think
Which
you
is-
could actually use Starving Venom Fusion Dragon's Pankrotop's effect to pop Lost World. Use it on Pank because that targets, and you can't target anything but tokens. But you can still target spells and traps. Does it work the way I want?
A Starving Venom, target a level 5 or higher monster. I don't think I need to read anything else there. Nope.
I see. Hey, these are two different effects. Attack and targeting your monsters. They're two different effects. This card
Yeah,
is mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, Venom largely used. I mean, it's almost vanilla half the time you see it. Pretty
This is
rare.
the most
for
I've ever seen on vanilla.
Yeah, I swear I'm trying to rack my brain really hard for scenarios where either of those effects wound up being important, but I just cannot find it.
Occasionally you get the proc off the fusion summon monster being destroyed, but that's about the extent of it.
Oh yeah, we have not normal summoned yet, so we do have the Animador and Archosaur. I don't believe we've normal summoned.
That's a good one. That's the set card. Is it Solemn?
This hopefully will give us enough information to actually make a call on what player in blue is playing, as we have still seen nothing but generic vanilla. Yeah. Interesting here, though. I mean, if this set card is something like Impermanence or, I don't know, Compulse, won't do a whole lot thanks to these little tokens over there. And the Archosaur, they say okay, so it looks like this will resolve. Now, they've already gone through their Secure Gardna. Oh, Miscellaneous Source, interesting. But they've already gone through their Secure Gardna with the Link Rebo play, which means they won't be able to quickly fill. Well, they already have a Secure Gardna in Graveyard, right? So, the Double Evolution Pill is live here for a second copy of Ultimate Conductor Tyranno if they have it. We're going to get the resolution of Archosaur. We're just trying. Looks like they're trying to make sure everyone's on the same page of the effects going off here.
Frustrating the Miscellaneousaurus is the send and has a hand send ability. At res, we're going to double Evo this Miscellaneousaurus out of the graveyard, looks like.
Smart play. Miscellaneousaurus being... the card's just absolutely incredible. And of course, given the amount of dinos they have in graveyard, would have been able to give access to Soul-Eating Overraptor on the next play and the giant Rex that's in the graveyard there. Gonna go ahead and fire off the Pankratops. We'll see what the target here is. They've already used Lost World's protection effect this turn, which fortunately that card is not more than once per turn.
Possibly be the set card?
I'd imagine so. If you have the pill and you have the Archosaur, you have enough to go here. They're going to go for Venom anyway. The back row, depending on what it is, probably can't really be used thanks to tokens on board, and our player in blue hasn't shown that they have a Link Rebo or anything generic that they can link these bad boys away into.
Here comes the double Evo pill. I imagine we'll be seeing Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, but you know what would be funny is if we saw Coddles instead.
Just one
And
card
then afterwards, of course, we'll saw the effect of Giant Rex.
Yes. I think this Giant Rex is going to be pretty significant. 2,600. You're going to gain 200 for each banished dinosaur here, so it's pretty big. It's just so hard to tell exactly where we're going to go from here since we have basically no information on what our player in blue is playing outside of several hand traps and super polymerization.
Yeah, we've seen 2 Super Polys now. I'm trying to think what deck would hastily do that.
You know, we have seen an evenly matched, so this is some sort of dedicated go deck, interestingly enough. Altergeist, maybe, with a tech evenly matched? Oh, no!
Oh, please! No, please! Not
Okay.
like this!
Alright, now hold on. This Dino is actually, funnily enough, one of the few decks that can handle mine since they can give your opponent tokens. but I don't. Right now,
I think
it's
this
tough.
is this might seem stupid, but I think that this isn't a dedicated mind strategy.
I don't think so.
Why would a mind deck be playing main deck super polymerization, for example?
Or in hand traps as well, yeah. Now, funnily enough, if this is the Dino deck I'm thinking of, or it's at least alluded to be one of the variant of the deck that plays the Cyborg Link and all that kind of stuff, they don't have a Nightmare Phoenix. So this Mystic Mind, they're pretty much going to have to link down into, I guess, Reaperdocus, and then just pass.
Yeah, I mean, that does the trick. It's not pretty, but it does the trick.
Unless, well, I suppose you could also try Reaperdocus, get into the Cyborg Link. No, because then you're going to have to put a barrier statue on the field, so that doesn't work. You could link away Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, but for you kids at home, I wouldn't ever do that under pretty much any circumstance.
Yeah.
We saw... Oh, well, what do I know?
This is kind of cute. You can get in for 2,600 and then preserve it with the Lost World, even though you've put in damage. I don't know if it's good, but it's very funny.
It's not bad, certainly. It's 2,600. You can protect, but you're going to have to put another card on board unless... I can't think of another
Just
card.
destroy an Armfractor or a Miscellaneous or something.
True. Yeah, theoretically, you could keep them on this board state for, well, no, they actually just let the token go.
Interesting.
And theoretically, you could have left it on that board. Maybe they want the mine up, but I can't imagine why.
I'm completely confused as to that play.
Yeah, I have no answers for you either. And this is just Pentastack Giant Rex. They only have 5 cards left in the extra after firing off an Extravagance and utilizing some of the others. And I don't think this particular Dino, if it is the variant I'm thinking of, has a lot of other options outside of what you're currently seeing. And I think that's 2 Ultimate Conductor. That might be all that's in the list.
I am absolutely appalled at that play. I thought that they would, at the very minimum, use Lost World to replace it.
Yeah, I struggle to find an answer for that one. And yeah, what can you do? So interesting. But yeah, Mystic Mine, we're now seeing the benefit of adding that card to your deck is you can just sit on this card forever until you are able to find your win condition. And yeah, we are now here at peak Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeehaw.
Yeah. So what are you going to download for your Switch then?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I mean, problem is the game that I want to play on it is Doom Eternal because they have that super invasive like cheat engine on the PC. But it's not on the store, so I have to actually go to Walmart. And now I have to weigh, do I want to go outside? Do I want to go to Walmart in the middle of a pandemic? Do I want to step foot in those unhallowed halls when I could sit in front of a screen and watch Mystic Mind gameplay for the next 9 hours? And I think the answer to that is no.
Outside of a pandemic, going to Walmart is just an L.
It feels like a pandemic, even when it's not a pandemic.
Yeah. I mean, it could be worse. You could have to be forced to go to GameStop. So it could be so much worse.
Copy that. Whatever happened to GameStop? I remember early in the pandemic, they were like, we're an essential business, don't worry. People said, no, you're not. Sell video games.
They got shut down like government officials came in and said, well, what are you guys doing?
Imagine being like the government official designed to like personally arrest the CEO of GameStop. That's a personal goal of mine.
That's, man, imagine that's just what your legacy would be. Yeah, I took down the CEO of GameStop during the great pandemic of 2020. That'd be so hype.
Oh yeah. You'd have like a framed portrait of you having like a neck-bearded guy in handcuffs. What is going on here? Come on.
I mean, what is there to talk about in this game? We still don't even know what our player on blue is on because they've just sat on Mystic Mine. And unfortunately,
recording the hand size. Give us some information.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it, but I think we do have to. Wait, it's penguin time. Wait,
How would you summon this? What are you doing?
you can Oh, they could have given him a token off the lost
Throw
world
here?
on that. Okay, so we're going to quickly fire off Pank into a Called by the Grave, which
Fine.
means we're right back to square one, baby. Now again,
Finishing the Pank. Why banish the Pank?
you could have given them a token off of the Lost World, because this is just when a Dino hits the board, if I remember right. Once returned, if a Dino monster is normal or special summoned. Yeah,
Oh.
a little bit of a missed opportunity there again.
So that's an out.
This is an L for everybody involved, I'm thinking, but
This is one of the deals I've ever had the privilege of viewing.
yes, absolutely. You know what? I think we all know what to do, and that is in this climate. I think we all take up our pens, our keyboards, and we write to whoever the CEO of YuGiOh is, and we kindly request Mystic Mind goes away. Now, there's the barrier stack.
Really gonna watch set pass. You're not playing Cosmic Cyclone in this deck, really?
Worst part is, if you want to draw this out for another 30 minutes on the timer, you lose because you're down on life points.
I cannot
Thing is,
fathom
you can
why
still-
they didn't use the replacement effect. Cannot fathom why they went for a piercing play.
If you also
Do not know what
you draw any dinos here, you can give them a token, and then you can still link away into other cards. Here we go.
they could link
So-
to other cards. They would have done it already.
Look, man, I'm just trying to get us out of this one. But why bad?
Oh man.
Surely you have a Reprotokus. You can normal the over after giving them a token, go into Reprotokus, and Mystic Mind can't die in the end phase. All we know is this is the heaviest go second deck. This is game one, right?
This is game one. Yes.
Evenly matched in the main, Super Poly in the main, Lightning. This is literally just the go second deck. Just
It's not Mystic Mind. It's just a deck play. Oh my god.
Oh,
okay,
no.
well we know there's nothing extra now.
I think that's it. If you don't have Cosmic Cyclone in the main, what do you do now?
Got 9 cards, so it's gonna come to a head pretty soon.
And at this point, you gotta scoop. You gotta go to game two. You're what, 20 minutes left in the round? Yeah, about that much. This is a problem.
They summoned a card.
It's-
Holy hell, it's a
Wow.
right. Sure, go for it.
You don't even need to do this.
Take that, idiot.
Anything.
Oh my god, we did it! We got a Mystic Mind!
Let's see. We have 2 Ash Blossomer down. If an impermanence is fired, they have to have Invocation. I mean, I'd be stunned if not. But at this point, you've given your opponent 17 million turns to draw it out. Though they did discard them to maintain hand size for game maintenance. So this is so weird.
Another one in hand. We're gonna have to contend with like Ash Blossom and probably like a DD Crow or something too. This is a good way to make sure that all of that resolves.
What a game.
Would you call this Would you call this a game?
I feel like I'm getting gamed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Response to the
This is,
invocation. Okay, sure.
Yeah. And at this point, you have to have fodder for the Madness Invoker. You just grab yourself another invocation and keep going.
Yeah.
It looks like that's what they want to do.
We're gonna go for the that Invoker effect now. Purgatrio does end the game, I believe.
I'd be surprised if not, because we're looking at this. Giant Rex is at 2,600. Purgatrio will be bumped by 800 to 31, so you're dealing 15 plus Purgatrio math's hard 300. Yeah, that's plenty of game. 18, and then you summon Mechaba and Madness on the board. Ooh.
Oh, not with face-up cards, you won't.
Yeah.
That was supposed to be an invocation activation. There we go.
They're kind of the same.
Yeah. Both of them win the game.
In this scenario, they sure do.
We've got a lot of ashes. Here's Purgatrio. We have an A-lister in hand. One of these is going to be big enough. Let's go to battle phase and wrap this one up.
So we'll go into game 2. Hope a little bit smarter, a little bit wiser on this. Do you think there was ever a world where you look at your opponent's 9 cards in deck and you think, you know what, I'll just keep them mine. I don't need to give them any info. Or were you too afraid of them remembering Lost World?
I will absolutely continue to allow my opponent to do nothing.
Yeah.
Regardless, this is going to be the end of the game.
Yeah, so...
Infip the Purg.
Sure.
That's fine.
Oh! Columns!
Oh, a bunga! My Pensatag now a complete piece of garbage. And going to take, what, a quadrillion damage?
15 plus now 1,000, so 25, and the rest of the math doesn't really matter. This is plenty of damage.
Let's see the gores.
Actually, they die before cores can come down, and they control Lost World.
Let's see the Battle Fader.
There
Let's
you
see
go.
Necros Valkyrus.
We haven't seen a lot of Necros Valkyrus today. Oh yeah, now we have to do some weird math thanks to Lost World.
Right, so he's got plus 900 plus 1,000, so 14 over his normal.
And actually, now that I think about it, all these monsters are also not dinos, so it doesn't matter. They're still taking a lot of damage.
All right,
They're taking the same amount.
we did it. We did it. Oh, we did it. Let's go. I don't want to be too harsh on either of these players. I feel like if you had just Mystic Mine go to the graveyard the turn that you attacked over a token in defense position, you would have won the game.
Yeah, you would have. I don't. There's really no way to kind of sugarcoat it, but that is 100% the scenario you were looking at there. Was you really just need to focus on getting rid of the mine and then playing from there. I believe it's been linking away the Ultimate Conductor Tyranno as well. I joked about it, but then it happened, and I started hearing the Twilight Zone music come in. Such an interesting build of Invoked as well, that Lightning Storm's in the main, Super Poly's in the main, evenly matched in the main. I wonder if there's even Mech Knights in it, or if it's just, we also joked about the 23 hand trap Invoked deck, but here we are, and again, I'm hearing that music.
Who's joking? Who's joking?
So that's such an interesting thing about
this list. Nothing about this list except that there's Invoked. And I feel pretty confident that that's actually all that's being played.
I agree. So our Dino player is going to allow the Invoked player, pure Invoked, I suppose, to go first, which makes sense.
Yeah, fine.
Well, does it make sense? Because maybe they're still operating under the that it Mech Knight, but then again, they saw the 18 sideboard cards. Well, no, not sideboard, but going second cards that were in the main deck.
I found the list. Ready?
I'm
gonna lay this on you.
Hold on, I'm gonna take a swig from the Red Bull before you lay this on me.
Take a big sip, and I'm gonna tell you what's
Go.
in this deck.
Go.
3 A-lister, 3 Ash, 2 DD Crow, 1 Pank, 2 Veiler, 2 Sticky String, 3 Invoked, or 3 Invocation, 3 Storm, 3 Meltdown, 2 Mine, 3
Can I stop
Desires,
I don't want to hear anymore.
Set Rotation, 3 Super Poly, Terraforming, Upstart, triple Evenly, triple Infip, Metaverse. That's the whole deck. The board, 9 hand traps, 3 Cosmic, 3 Only One. The extra, literally 15 super poly targets, and then like
Wow.
Makaba and a Purg.
Jeez.
Like it or not, ladies and gentlemen, this is peak Yu-Gi-Oh! It doesn't get better than this!
George, can you play the Twilight Zone theme? I'm lost. I'm so lost.
You
Hey, let's-
gunned me down.
Yeah. Speaking of
Yep.
Lost, Fossil Dick comes out. Are we going to see Lost World? Nope, we're going to see the better version of Rhoda go off twice.
This is really cool. I love that there's no OPT on this card.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, does anybody remember Duelist Alliance when Reinforcement of the Army went to 3 and how good of an idea that wound up being right after Teller Knights dropped?
By the way, shouts out to the 9 people in this 400-person tournament playing Hero, and the 0 people who are topping with Hero. See you, chat. I am looking for players, but there's not very many.
Is it already over? Are like all the Hero players out? Well, another interesting turn of events is we see the Overraptor responded by Mechabut, but they knew they had the Misk, but their answer to that was Artifact Lancia, so the Misk is turned off at the very least, but which is good. Now that does take away your ability to banish for Animador and Archosaur and slow down the play significantly, but
Something.
it's something for sure. No Lost World, though. That actually might be good enough. We'll find out. And
Very much a Yami Bakura moment. I will say as silly as this is, and as ridiculous as these setups are, I am very happy to be casting Dinosaur over Dinosaur that ends on True King of All Calamities every single turn. It's really, really cool to see Animador and Archosaur doing kind of what it was intended to do, and enabling powerful OTK plays, not necessarily game-ending ones, and I'm just getting a lot of value out of these cards. Looks like we're walking into Makaba. What? Why?
what?
What, are you going to evenly the one card on field? In a lightning storm? Nope! And thus did the miner become the miney! Oh!
I think we took a wrong turn in Albuquerque. We keep ending up with this freaking guy draining all of our power. This guy, oh my god.
Just don't know what to say. Folks, maybe I was wrong and the scrubs were right. We should have banned Mystic Mine just for my own mental health.
And that's on self-care, baby. Take care of yourselves out there, Chad. All right, speaking of self-care, so you were telling me about the Just Dance 2020 stream. You want to plug that real quick?
Yeah. For anyone who is interested in the life and times of MBT Yu-Gi-Oh, this Monday, June 15th, is a celebration of 25k subs, Twitch partnership, and my birthday, which is a couple of days later. I'm going to be doing a 24-hour stream. I'll be playing a lot of non-Yu-Gi-Oh, so I won't have to be staring at Mystic Mine. And one of those things I'll be playing is Just Dance 2020, the greatest game ever made. You can dance to Hatsune Miku songs. I'm really pogging out over here. It is also a charity stream. Any donations will be sourced to a Minnesota Freedom Fund list of charities because they've already reached all of their donation goals for the year, and I will be matching donations up to 500. So I guess tune in for that.
Very nice. Back to the game, we see Perfect Trio come out. And,
why? Just to look cute?
Purgatorio does. This might be the ugliest looking card in the game. I actually don't even. When I look at this card's art, I don't know what's going on in it.
There's like an egg involved. I really could not. It looks like. Have you seen that image that's developed by a neural network, and it's meant to be like name one thing in this picture?
Oh yeah, like kind of like a Rorschach kind of thing.
There's like maybe 3 of them. There's like an egg and like a bear and maybe like a guy in a gimp suit with a drill on his head. I really could not explain to you what's going on.
So in a weird way, this card sort of depicts the plot of Pulp Fiction.
Really?
Sort of, kind of.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got the Gimp. We've got Geg is Bruce Willis.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah. Look at his head. Shout outs to Bruce Willis, by the way.
Is this actually? Yo, I could get behind this interpretation.
You know what? Welcome to my TED Talk, everybody. So, symbolism in Yu-Gi-Oh! Welcome. Invokes Purgatory.
Archetype. It's all the Quentin Tarantino films.
Which one is Mechaba? Let's think.
I don't know. It's kind of like a car. Be death proof. Oh, Mechaba has like machines fused to. No, I'm reaching.
This bit's kind of we're reaching a little bit too much. Anyway, unfortunately we could commentate the match, but all we've seen is in the last 3 turns was an invocation, make Purgatrio go into Alistair Madness into pass about 2 or 3 times. Now here's the thing:
if you're not getting better than this, chat, please activate Lost World. I am begging you, activate Lost World. Let's go!
Ugh! Drop your poggers in chat.
Let's
go! Alright.
Okay.
Now here's the
Lost
thing.
World means that we get to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Now. So leading over Raptor is going to be met with a hand trap 1,000,000%.
Effect Veiler just absolutely sends us right back to school. Oh, they said okay.
Oh my god, it resolved.
They've consented to the Overraptor.
We've got probably going to add what? An Animadorned Archosaur?
Probably missed
Archosaur.
to go for Animadorned. I don't remember what they added off of that second fossil dig, unfortunately, because we were talking about Pulp Fiction or something. Not DD Crow, though.
And that's annoying. That DD Crow is actually extremely annoying, but not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a xenophobic clause. You can use OV to target the token to summon the OV in graveyard. Of course, replace the token's destruction with the baby Ceresaurus. That baby can go ahead and get whatever you want, and from here we can pop off.
Yeah, from here, too, Lost World is also still active, meaning this Madness Invoker is just at 1,300, so you can easily walk over that, hit the token, replace it, and then you can continue to go off from there. Or we can also go for the Animadorn Archosaur and really try to push something through. Actually, yeah, with this particular setup, they now have the pill. They'll have Link Rebo available. They might be able to walk over the board and then still set up the Samorg play. And unless they're on a copy of Ragin and somehow find any other win, I don't think they're going to be able to play underneath that card if they can find the line.
It's got what, 1,000 attack and defense?
Yes, it'll be 500 though, since I think it's a wing piece, so the Lost World will bump it down. So it can be outed by just hit it with Alistair.
Well, Alistair will also be 500.
Oh, correct, yeah. Also, they'll have to stare down Ultimate. Unfortunately, it looks like this is the line of play they want to go for.
All right, it is time to activate the pill. Have an Ash? Go for it now.
Yeah, I was going to say, too, one of the funny things you see with these sort of stall fests with Mystic Mine is sometimes you end up in that position where you're like, well, I have to go for game because I'm down on life points, down in cards, like Graboid Fan was in that scenario. So you have to force a play through. But in that scenario, you've given your opponent 3 turns to find hand traps. But in this case, they only found DD Crow, which was not quite good enough to stop everything we're currently seeing.
Just kind of crusty. You kind of want to go into Simorg now because Giant Rex does literally nothing in terms of life points. But if you do, and your opponent has something like an evenly matched, which, I mean, you probably are predicting they have something similar, you might actually be in for a really rough time.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like they're going to opt for Dolka instead, which I think that is, in this scenario, the most important card you want to end on.
So this Ultimate Tyranno is going to do a quadrillion damage here.
Yeah. Now, again, we could have left we could have put the Dolka not underneath the Reaper could have protected the token. I think we still have access to some babies. Got another card out, swung for a little bit more damage, and then also still found our Samorg play.
Unfortunately, that protection is once per turn per copy of Lost World.
Oh, that's
so,
right.
We
Overraptor, correct.
God, can you imagine?
No.
Overraptor your token, UTC your token, protect. Pensatag your token, protect. A good game.
One of my all-time favorite local isms when you're at locals is when one of the homies, but not particularly super skilled players, like, man, I sure wish this card did this thing that would make it way too broken.
Yeah. I sure wish TK'd my opponent.
My favorite one ever was somebody asked me, do you think a Pot of Czars would be really good if it did banish face down? And I was like, you know what? It might just be. It might be really good.
Be a plus 12.
Yeah.
Unironically,
it might be pretty darn good.
Okay, so Pot of Desires. We're gonna go Chainlink 1 Hawk, Chainlink 2 Dark, Chainlink 3 Roar. Good game.
What?
It's invocation time, baby. Here comes Makaba again.
Now, Makaba
we're able to draw into double invocation here.
Naturally. I mean, what else would you expect more than anything? But now, of course, as we go to end of phase 1. What's that?
That explains the lack of hand traps in the hand.
Yeah, good point.
Go for Conductor here on Reproducus. You gotta negate it, or else you're dead on the crackback, but then you can negate the negation with Dolka. I mean, kind of a no-win scenario.
Yeah, not a whole lot you can really do here. Yeah, they'll have to resolve it, and then fortunately has some fuel in hand to replace with it.
And that's going to be the end of the game, too. The winner of the first 2 games has been the one who Mystic Mind first.
Is that just like a new slogan or like Yugiism we can come up with? He who Mystic Minds first, or I should say they who Mystic Mind first win.
They who Mystic Mind first, Mystic Mind hardest.
Beautiful.
My prediction is going to be the winner of this game is going to be the first one who activates Mystic Mind.
Yeah. I think 100%. We could write that on. I think like Jeff Leonard, we could write that on his grave. They who Mystic Mind first, Mystic Mind hardest.
He's not having a good tournament.
No, that's a shame.
I can bring you a couple of updates about the games that are still going on. Safwan on Unchained has picked up. They are, I believe, still X1 on this thing after 5 rounds of contention. Sir Emanon has dropped. That means they are X2, I believe, and unfortunately likely out of contention. Jason Leonard is X1 as well on Dinosaur, if I'm recalling correctly. The Dios, who we were looking at earlier as well, picked up, and I believe is one of our very few remaining undefeateds.
A handful of undefeated players playing. We are looking at Isidore, who we checked in on earlier, still appears to be in the game. For any of you other YuGiTuber fans out there, Bear YuGiOh is still sitting at X1. And it looks like we have about, it's not a lot of time, 2 minutes, if that, left in the round.
Yeah, Graboid fans starting with an Animadorned Archosaur using its effect to destroy Baby Sarasaurus. We're going to get a copy of Soul Eating Overraptor off of this. And I mean, are you on Cowboy? That's really what's going to determine if you win this one.
Oh, you know what? I think they do have a 3-minute time extension, if I remember right. So
you do from the earlier.
Yeah, that's right. Now, the thing is here, you've seen your opponent, game 1, played 3 Super Poly, 3 evenly matched, 3... Well, you didn't see quite 3, but you saw that they were very clearly on all of those cards. How do you kind of play this? Because you're not necessarily setting up calamities or anything like that, assuming that they go for the more standard line of play into the Samorg Link monster. And then, of course, summon everything in defense position. You can at least get around the Lightning Storm, but this is a little scary.
Honestly, I probably pick second. Probably pick second and try to take a 5-minute turn. Not particularly difficult in this format or with these cards. But with the knowledge that my opponent is going to really struggle to put out damage on the first turn, and the knowledge that a lot of their cards are going to be dead if I just force them on first, I probably just try to get myself into a board state where like an Ultimate Conductor Tyranno will resolve.
Mm. Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, definitely, that has to be your crutch right here, the card that you really are hoping can win you this game. Looks like they are going to at least go for most everything here. Yeah, actually, they do have the whole setup that you're looking for. The Samorg, Ebelzar, Dolka, and the Ultimate Conductor. Smartly summoned in defense position. Keep it safe.
This is good, but looks like it's going to force a tie, honestly. This is the last opportunity they have to Nibiru, is why Graboid is asking.
Correct.
Here comes the Dolka. The Beast.
All right.
And Link.
So this is I mean, really the gamble, because there's really not much you can do to prevent all of the crazy stuff.
Beer is cool, but we have a Dolka on our side of the field for a reason.
Oh,
crazy!
Absolute
Well,
heartbreaker. Now activate Mystic Mind. Now, was Miscellaneousaurus activated this turn? It was not.
They do have time extensions.
Unless Miscellaneousaurus in hand can save the ultimate. Their Miscellaneousaurus was used. Okay, cool. So Miscellaneousaurus does protect from activated effects, meaning the Ultimate Conductor Tyranno actually survives the meteor extinction. How about that?
That's actually a huge problem.
Very big.
Because of that, it's going to be really hard to walk through anything, really. They just have to set the things face down, and as long as they have negation for very specifically Macabre, they'll be fine. Ooh, Ash Blossom.
Ash Blossom on the Open Desires is absolutely enormous right here. This could be one of those weird scenarios. Now with the Nibiru, you've also turned off anything like an evenly matched or a Lightning Storm as well, which Lightning Storm not super useful, but oh, that's pretty good.
It's a pretty good card. It gets a little screwy here because it's going to depend on what the card in the hand is. If that's a card you want to be destroyed with Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, it doesn't really matter, but if it isn't, it's a really clean answer to UCT. Looks like we are going for it now on the back row. Whoa, what is in hand? Infip. I would consider flipping Infip just to potentially get your opponent.
Yeah, there's really no reason not to. Just to put on that lingering continuous effect and permanence has on that zone. Really no reason to not. Just like you said, you could really steal the game just off your opponent not paying enough attention.
So Invo's sweet, but you kind of have to go into Purg so that you can walk over all of your opponent's cards. And Purg does not have any negation, will be very weak to Ultimate Conductor Tyranno.
Yeah, because you have to go to Mechaba to not lose to Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, and you can out it if you use Alistair's effect and damage step, but then... Now this token, that's just 1,700 defense points as well, as Dolka was the only thing with defense points successfully attributed. So the Nibiru can walk over that and you can out the board, but then do you really want to play for a draw right now? You got to figure out a way.
I think honestly you're pretty happy playing for a draw. The pair of you go X1 and 1. Top
That's
from that position.
True. Yeah, I believe this is a top 16 cut this week due to the number of participants, so you're not wrong.
We are going to go for the Macabre, as you expected, but again, I mean, you really need something else on the field if you want to be able to get over. Yeah, I don't know. I'd consider Ultimate Conducting in response to the Invocation effect, but I don't think I'd consider it very highly. That's kind of the only way you lose the game.
Battle phase it is. It looks like our predictions will play out here. Nibiru into its good friend. Yep. Okay. But you leave the onus on the Dino player to win the game here, and it's not easy to do. Well, it's a good start. Yeah, but it looks like time is up.
Able to check in the logs how much longer they have remaining.
A shame, too. The miscellaneous chorus off the top there was really strong, too. That pretty much would have forced the Mechaba, since that would have allowed all of the Dinos to go through. And there is a giant Rexen Graveyard. There's plenty of fuel for Soul Eating Overraptor, which gives you the ability to chain block and so on and so forth. Unfortunate, but that is what it is. And at that game one, I tried to force it out of my memory, but yeah, that game one just being such an enigma of a Yu-Gi-Oh game.
Back and forth. You know, I don't know if you're the dinosaur player and clearly did not have any outs in your deck to the main deck Mystic Mine. The only scenario in which you that game ends is your opponent commits to something before you deck out. Truthfully, I think not conceding that game once the writing was on the wall really cost them this, because that Miscellaneousaurus top deck, I think they were massively favored in this game number 3.
I'd have to agree. Depending on what the other card was in hand, I mean, even if... I suppose you could have negated the Miscellaneousaurus, but I think they had a second one loaded up in Graveyard as well. So there's a tough break to be sure, but I think a lot of lessons that both of our players can take from the game, which is great. I mean, that's exactly why you want to participate in these events, which you guys can also do. You check out ppgeventmanagement.com, get in the Discord. The signups for the next free weekly are also up. There's daily tournaments as well that you can participate in, and get yourself ready for whenever we can finally go out again.
Again, there is no cost whatsoever to joining the free weeklies. They get you invites to the Players Invitational, where you can compete for a huge amount of money. They also use this list, so the games you are seeing today represent some of the earliest attempts at breaking this format. I think that is going to be just about it for us. That was pretty much the last game still going. We will try and find you an interesting game for round 6, and I think we'll see you momentarily.
To earn your invite for the free Players Championship, visit ppgeventmanagement.com to learn about the different qualifiers available. From one-day events to play-on-your-own schedule events, all events offer a buyback or cash option, along with a 100% credit option redeemable towards any future pre-order at competitive prices. Grinding and getting paid to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Has never been easier. Play with the most professional worldwide tournament series today and join the online community. Come join us on Discord for assistance, info, and even discussions about future events.
That was wait, was that triple twin? Oh my god. Wait, no. It is! It's triple twin twister! That's game pack is one victor! He is your Pro Play Tour Invitational champion!
Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros. Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros.
Still looking to earn your invite for the free Players Championship? Visit ppgeventmanagement.com to learn about the different qualifiers available. From one-day events to play-on-your-own-schedule events, all events offer a buyback or cash option along with a 100% credit option redeemable towards any future pre-order at competitive prices. Grinding and getting paid to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Has never been easier. Play with the most professional worldwide tournament series today and join the online community. Come join us on Discord for assistance, info, and even discussions about future events.
That was a wait, was that triple twin? Oh my god. Wait, no. It is! It's triple twin twister! That's game! Hack is your one victor! He is your Pro Play Tour Invitational champion!
Hey everyone, if you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros. Hey everyone, if you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros. Hey everybody, Joseph Rothschild here, aka MBT, and we are back with the 6th, I believe, round of contention of the Pro Play Games Free Weekly. Now, this is the first Pro Play Games event using the Pro Play Games adjusted ban list that includes a Halka-Fibrax ban, a Block Dragon ban, and an El-lich of Scarlet Sanguine limit. Now, reports of the death of El-lich are largely exaggerated. There are players doing extremely well with the deck, including former Worlds competitors who are currently on an undefeated tear through the tournament. But one thing that opening up the format tends to do is give less powerful decks a better chance of competing against the metagame. And we are going to see some of those less powerful decks in this match. Mamo, do you want to let people know what they're watching?
Well, we see Altergeist. That one is pretty obvious. Now, on the side of our player in red, Pabble, we got a deck near and dear to, I think, both of our hearts, and that is Elemental Hero, or I guess just Hero these days. So, definitely two decks that have been a little bit on the lower end of the power level spectrum. Now, Altergeist obviously got a huge bump getting back all three of their multi-faker, but Hero is another one of those decks that was kind of for a long time has sort of been around, but hasn't really had that one breakthrough event where it really shows what it can do. And I know that, like I said, very near and dear to both of our hearts. Why don't you tell me what you think of Hero?
A Hero means to me. No, Hero is just absolutely fantastic. I love the deck. It really came into its own after the printing of Extra Hero Cross Crusader and Vision Hero Ferris. Those two cards have enabled a powerful strategy, and with the addition of stuff from Magical Hero, also the ability to do things like have consistent Dark Law setups, consistent Destiny Hero Plasma, and Dystopia opens as well. It's an extremely flexible combo deck that ends on bosses to which there is no compare. You know, no other deck can really boast the one-sided skill drain, plus the macro Cosmos, plus the Trident the way Hero can. Unfortunately, Hero is very, very bad into the current metagame. El-lich eats it for breakfast, and it's a combo deck that is less good than Adamancipator. So everyone's already got combo in their sights, doing things like main decking Dark Ruler no more. It really takes the teeth out of the strategy. However, some individuals are still seeing a ton of success with the strategy, including Pabble, who I believe is X1, and this is a Table 8 match.
It's been an impressive run for sure. Now, Heroes, despite all the support they've received, are still lacking that one big fusion that has the word negate on it. And, man, I dread the day that that actually comes around. But we see a little bit of a sort of a desperation, but also still a pretty good aggressive play here. by using the mask change onto the elemental hero Solid Soldier to go into mask hero Diane to try and out this Marionetter. And Diane, I think, is one of those cards a lot of just people in general forget is actually really, really strong. When it does destroy an opponent's monster by battle and gets it into the graveyard, you can just free special summon a level 4 hero from the deck.
So I don't. The pair of these are reversing this game state real quick. And then afterwards, Master Hero DN will be attacking into this copy of Marionetter, and then activating its effect afterwards, which will likely be met with a copy of Solemn Strike. The hero player is likely extremely fine with this. Altergeist, of course, tends to be at its worst when it is trading 1-for-1 with its opponent's cards. Hero has so many cards that replace themselves in Maliciouses, in Stratoses, in Ferrises, that going 1-for-1 with cards like Solemn Strike means that over the course of a long game, they'll be able to overwhelm their opponent with resources. With no multi-faker access and no Meluseek to get there, this is kind of best-case scenario for the hero player.
Absolutely. This is we've seen this a lot because we've seen a handful of Altergeist trying to make the deck work. I say trying to make the deck work. The deck is obviously still very good, but we're finding this scenario very often, sort of the old classic weaknesses of the deck, where you really need to show everything or open everything to really make the deck work. Now we see here, Protocol is face up. There is no monsters on the board, no cards in hand. Clearly no personal spoofing, otherwise it would have been used by now, which means the Altergeist player is already not really behind per se, but they are significantly stunted in trying to get to the win condition of the deck, which of course is just having that big control strategy, using Silkatash, using Meluseek to grind resources, and then of course getting into Hexja and Gang. And it's going to be really hard this turn if our hero player can get through with an entire play, especially starting out with a Hero Lives.
Hero Lives is, of course, fantastic for the archetype. We can go ahead and get a Stratos here, use Stratos to get Stratos, normal Stratos, pop a couple of back row if we so desire, or we can add a Ferris to hand and start comboing off from that position. The hero deck is unrelenting. Every single turn it threatens this combo as long as it has Stratos access, and it does almost every single turn. If you are aiming to stop the linchpin of your opponent's combo with cards like Solemn Strike, it is very hard to identify what that linchpin actually is versus hero. Here's a protocol, sending a protocol here. That's fine, but at the same time, does what? Decreases your opponent's life points by 4,000? They haven't even committed to a normal summon yet.
Yeah, it's this might be a little early. I think usually you'd want to try and stop something like Increase here. If they have a follow-up, Miracle Fusion's pretty good.
Miracle Fusion's cute. I don't know how good it is. We do have two heroes with different typing, so we're going to be able to banish those two and get ourselves a copy of Sunriser. And Sunriser on summon can add a Miracle Fusion to hand, which is not very good if you already have one. From this position, we can start using the effect of Sunriser, which pops cards as your hero monsters declare attacks. We could very easily wipe this board by the end of the turn.
This is a good scenario. You've already baited the one known negate. Well, not really even a known negate, but you have gotten around Altergeist Protocol. So now, assuming you have enough big mans and enough ways to deal with the back row or keep extending through it, you put yourself in a great position here, because the more back row you remove from Altergeist, the harder and harder it becomes for them to win the game.
Yeah. So here comes Sunrise. Now, unfortunately, Sunrise doesn't proc his own effect. He will not be able to destroy a card on the field when he declares an attack. It's going to be met with a Manhunt, but again, not that big of a deal. Still haven't committed to a normal summon. A Stratos in hand, for example, to resolve the last card remaining on field. This kind of lights out for the Altergeist player, but it looks like that's all the hero player has, and they will pass back turn.
It's anyone's game at this point. Hero player appears to be out of play. Yeah. Altergeist player, both players just seem to be out of place, but again, anything like top decking a Stratos here, even a Ferris with enough access here is more than enough to try and push through, and you still just have to get through two measly back row cards, but it has been a little bit of a commitment here. We've seen a lot of the power cards Hero likes to see. Miracle Fusion was raw drawn, and Hero Lives, one of the copies of Mask Change. They have committed a pretty decent amount of resources.
Yeah, certainly I feel as if we could just see what's in the hero player's hand, we could know how they were doing. There are so many normal summons that unlock this hand, but it's also very possible the hand is something like, I don't know, malicious celestial polymerization, and you are caught between a rock and a hard place, either spending your entire hand on a setup play or just passing until you have enough material. Yep, that's one of the cards that can easily clog, discarding an Honesty Neos for a Ferris, a fantastic rip return. Ferris effect hopefully will resolve and get a copy of Increase from deck. Looks like it will.
Good to note here, this protocol probably isn't doing much. Usually most guys players are going to be playing 2 copies of protocol, so it's nice to know that that card, you probably don't have to worry about it. You really are only looking for something like a heavy Storm Duster.
Wow, did it's gonna be the end of that turn.
Interestingly enough, though, this increase might be helped, depending on if our Altergeist player can get something off this extravagance. Increase might be able to come back and still do some stuff here. But we are now in the most simplified game state you could ask for. No cards versus just one card that's actually doing anything.
This is pretty frustrating for the hero player, because if their opponent had a single monster on their side of the field, they could start chaining increases together, and any normal summon would be full combo. Instead, they're just kind of looking at a face-up Sunriser that's locked by Crackdown and passing. Oh boy, this is a rough one.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be in this one for the long haul. The problem is both of these players have, let me think, there are quite a number of cards they can both draw to get us out of here. We still haven't seen anything like a Multi-Pick or a Meliseek.
Don't go to battle phase, don't do this, no! Well, by attacking with Silquidius, you have given them access to the copy of Increase in the graveyard. I really would caution against using anything to attack unless you have either a negation for the increase or are expecting to not have to worry about it, because you're putting yourself in such a fantastic position. You can negate whatever your opponent is aiming to do. Now, any hero you can normal summon will get to Vion, will get to Polymerization, will make the play. Looks like we're going to Silquidius to put the increase back in hand, but that's only okay.
Yeah, it could be so much worse here for sure. Now, the Silkatas is still definitely going to be quite annoying if they can use it at just the right time. Now, fortunately, they have to pick. Are you going to use Protocol this turn, or are you going to use Silk? Unless somehow they have another Altergeist spell or trap card set. But if it is a Manifestation or a third copy of Protocol, I feel like we would have seen it by now.
Twin Twister, that is... Hey, that's a pretty good... Twin Twister discarding Shadow Mist. You know, that seems all right to me. That's pretty strong.
Targets Crackdown in the known protocol. They're going to get back their Sunriser as well, which is huge.
This is amazing. The Shadow Mist, the draw for turn, would be just a fantastic card to trigger the effect of. We can get a Stratos, we can pop the last remaining spell and trap card, prompt the Silquidius activation, even if it's something as powerful as like another protocol. We've got the increase in hand. As long as we can find our way to a Polymerization, that's an easy send to the graveyard for an Adoration. I mean, this really does look like the end of the game.
Yeah, if Stratos can get through and remove this back row, that leaves our Altergeist player all of a sudden on 0 cards, much like our hero player was just 1 or 2 turns ago. And it's way harder for Altergeist to make the comeback than it is for hero.
Yeah, so this is why Chad is correctly identifying that I was giving the win to the Altergeist player immediately. You got to understand, while the Altergeist player is slowly accruing advantage, a single Stratos really just turns the entire game around for the hero player. The pop effect met with a copy of Infinite Impermanence, but what is the Geist player left on here? Exactly a copy of a Protocol and whatever they draw off the top. While the hero player is threatening lethal, we've got an increase in hand. There's just so much you can do.
Yeah, unfortunately the Protocol is so slow too. You need exactly a Faker, as well as Spoofing or Meliseek. There are 9 cards that kind of can get you out of this scenario. Vaguely.
Cards in deck, let's find one.
Yeah. Well, let's see. This is the turn. I mean, the game is decided on this play right here. If they can find something that can get them out of this not particularly impressive board, but I mean, have you seen Stratos' arms? It's an impressive creature.
The daddy.
Absolutely.
I do like that Pablo has the Stratos as the profile picture as well. The pass telegraphs either a hand trap or a multi-faker. One wins you the game and one loses.
Well, we'll see what happens here.
Right?
They haven't surrendered. It makes me think that they might have something, unless they're trying to bait out anything. But I mean, at this point, they're just wasting time if they don't have anything.
It's gotta be multi-faker.
Which would be absolutely just bonkers in this scenario. Start step of battle. Yep.
What is it?
Hanging on bated breath here. Okay. So it looks like they flipped up the protocol and have allowed it to resolve with... Oh, I think it's Query.
Attacking? Yes, I will be attacking. It is Qualifiers. Yeah, good call. So this will negate the attack. It can negate the effect of this copy of Sunrise while it's on the field.
Now the Sunrise, I know that was last turn, but you know, the Sunrise will still be a little bit bigger than the horse here.
He's correct, though. As funny as this is, it doesn't resolve the problem, which is that they don't have access to their engine.
Worse yet, a multi-figure off the top can't save you now because you have flipped over your trap card. So your only out is Meluseek, and even then it's still hard.
Gweza, yes, this is going to be 9 Swiss rounds, and then Top Cut is going to be based off Swiss. From this position, we can go into a Cross Crusader, but we don't have a Destiny hero in the graveyard, so it's not going to accomplish anything. Looks like we might be doing it anyway. We could maybe make a, the 1900 Wonder Driver? Oh my god, that is what we're doing. Okay, Extra Hero Wonder Driver is a pretty medium tier card, not going to lie, but it does have slightly more attack than Stratos, and does get that increase into the graveyard where it belongs.
Yeah, definitely important to get the increase in graveyard here, and that'll do it. Game 1 is over.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to really overstate this, but Heroes turnaround plays just involve one Stratos, you know. Altergeists involve multiple pieces of interaction, all kind of coming together at the right time. It's very, very easy to just draw into the wrong traps over and over and lose to a recursive Stratos that replaces itself. There was nothing the hero player did that game that was particularly threatening or exciting or interesting or spicy. They just basically played Airblade Turbo and walked away with it.
Yeah, it shows how many moving parts there are in these Altergeist combos, where you need your resource management and setting yourself up for these specific scenarios is so important. Like we said there at the end, after the protocol came face up just to put the Query on board, that immediately took out the ability to try and get back into the game with Multi-Faker, leaving Meluseek as your only legitimate out.
Battle of the Bricks continues.
Yes.
I've been spoiled by Duel Links. You can just play TCG heroes in Duel Links without Dark Law, and because it's 20 card decks, you always draw Stratos. It's just completely unfair.
Duel Links is such a funny thing.
Oh, it's something. You haven't lived until you have done the exact setup combo from TCG in Duel Links to win with Trinity, and your opponent's playing like Shiranui Stun.
Element Sabers, yeah.
The best deck in the format, Invoked Element Saber.
Yeah, of course. So we'll get into game 2. Our Altergeist player, of course, is going to start, and they get the best card to start the main phase with, and that is Pot of Extravagance.
Oh, hey! Looks like Farfa has given us the fatty host, thanks to the 350 people who are sticking around from his stream. Just want to remind everyone that I do appreciate Farfa. If I hadn't been unfairly targeted in the YuGiTuber Grand Championship, I would be beating him in finals. But, you know.
No comment.
It is what it is. Pot of Extravagance being met with an Ash Blossom Enjoys Spring, of course. And then the Altergeist Marionetter is fair to resolve. One thing that kind of sucks about Hero is that deck space is so tight, you don't have a ton of room for hand traps. You're really locked into about 6 maximum, even after boarding. So I am interested to see where Pobble ended up.
Yeah, we can see that they are on a slightly fatter list of 42 cards. So it looks like Oh, I wonder if the hand traps were something they did want to sort of slot in a little bit of extra space for. Marionetter's going to set protocol, and looks like we might see a mirror of game one. Nope, they do have one card remaining in hand, which, if it's multi-faker, I mean, Altergeist really is a deck of ifs. If they have this, I lose. If they don't, I win.
This deck is so great. If you draw Multi-Faker, if you draw Mealuseek, if you draw a Trap to trigger it, if you draw Protocol, I mean...
Yeah, so many ifs.
A more conditional Tier 1 deck has never existed.
Absolutely. There's also the sort of the game knowledge that goes along with playing a deck like Altergeist, where you really need to use all your interaction at the right choke points and so on and so forth. Otherwise, the engine will sort of collapse upon itself, and then you could find yourself in these grind games where, oh, I've accidentally broken my loops and wasted too many resources, and then you lose. Going to see emergency call start out with Shadow Mist.
Right. This is interesting. We already have the Stratos. You are considering normal summoning something like a Solid Soldier to get the special summon effect from Stratos and add something like a Mask Change to hand.
Another Twin Twisters. Discarding Shadow Mist once again. So apparently just needing the Shadow Mist for more fodder on Twin Twisters as well. And again, we've seen this, we saw another match earlier with Altergeist where Twin Twisters, another big if your opponent does not have any means of macro removal or macro control, then you're fine. But here's Twin Twisters onto the protocol and a copy of Compulsory Evacuation Device, two extremely powerful forms of interaction that our Altergeist player loses.
Yeah, not agree more.
And of course, Shadow Mist is going to trigger, and that might find us a copy of Stratos. There it is. And we're off and running, assuming that this back row and potentially a hand trap. Now, a trap card was activated, and we don't see a multi-faker, so that means our hero's pretty much in the clear here to go for Vision Hero Ferris.
We are aware that you're currently watching the radio drama that is the two of our faces, so we're trying to get that rectified real quick.
Apologize for the technical issues.
Oh, you're missing.
Keep you guys updated.
God, it's great. Oh, it looks so good. I can't believe he played that. Don't worry. So far, all that's happened is the most cookie cutter Altergeist play, followed by the most cookie cutter hero play. We're on Ferris with an increase set in the spell and trap card zone. Going to fire the increase afterwards, potentially walking into a piece of spell and trap destruction.
Yeah, fortunately we haven't seen anything too out of the ordinary here. Twin Twisters has pretty much blown the game wide open, and now we have our hero player going with their standard combo Ferris, setting increase. They have not normal summoned, and we know they have a copy of Elemental Stratos in hand. Which means they can also out this last back row, but it is an Altergeist protocol, which they'll go ahead and flip face up to start threatening. As I'm sure all of you have already noticed, for sure.
We did it. We're back in the game.
Hey.
Folks, I'm not going to bother clicking the graveyard here, but the graveyard is Zushin, Time Magus, Fusion Gate, and Electromite. We unbanned Electromite between rounds, just as a comedy joke.
Yeah. We thought it would be a better test of skill for players to start accounting for cards that might be unbanned and start putting the banned cards in their deck list. Oh, it is a multi-faker.
All right, so multi-faker from here, and Pavel says, boom bam, sure. No complaint from us.
And this does make things a bit more difficult. Now, if our Altergeist player can play the Silkatas and the protocol correctly, they can still win this game, as our hero player has committed quite a significant amount of resources.
It's frustrating. You want to attack into the Silquidius with the Ferris, and then as they go to activate the effect of Silquidius, chain increase on the target, but unfortunately it doesn't exactly work the way you want because increase can only be activated in the main phase, pretty much specifically for interactions like this.
Now we could summon Stratos to try and bait the protocol and then chain the increase that way, if I'm understanding correctly. Stratos will still end up being negated, but you will at least be able to get this increase out and get its effect rolling as well. It looks like that might be what they want to commit to here.
Back to pop will prompt the protocol, which will prompt the increase, which will prompt the Silquidius. You know, I still struggle to see how this doesn't end up poorly for the hero player.
Tributes off the multi-faker, off of the protocol. Smart play, as the Marionetter can get the multi-faker back during the next turn. Can also set manifestation to set up further multi-faker loops. Assuming this protocol is able to stay on board long enough and give some extra defensive capabilities for the Altergeist player.
I almost don't want to activate increase here. If you let this resolve and go to battle phase, you're guaranteed to stop the Marionetter. Silquidius here puts the Marionetter back in hand so they can normal summon it and get alpha multi-faker while you can't deal with it. It's difficult. The increase is going back to hand.
As it was foretold.
See the entire curvature of this game playing out in front of me. Now we need like a miracle fusion.
Yeah, worse yet is after this Ferris beats the Sokatas, it's still going to replace it. Hey, what do you know?
Hey, what if I am the smartest Yu-Gi-Oh player who ever lived?
Well,
we don't have any waters in the graveyard, so we've only got the one target, and that is, of course, Sunriser. But Sunriser is pretty good when you have another hero on your side of the field.
Pretty helpful.
You like keeping Stratos in graveyard, too. That's a very valuable target to Reborn.
Now, the Sokatas will add back Protocol once it goes out here, and then you have to contend with a Marionetter without any form of interaction on your side of the board, which we'll see how it plays out. This game is far, far, far from over, though. We can tell you that much.
That's frustrating. I mean, this is the reason why I'm not a huge fan of Sunriser turbo builds of Hero that you saw after the release of Magical Hero and the following set that included the $90 Death Rampilica for heroes. It doesn't really do anything. Like, these monsters are extremely powerful, but even in a best-case scenario, you're ending on, like, Sunriser plus Absolute Zero. These are known quantities, they're on the field, it's an on-board trick, your opponent can easily play around them, and if they do, you have literally no follow-up, because both of them require an investment of multiple cards. That's why I like Hero as an extremely powerful board-building deck for turn 1, and then a deck that occasionally OTKs on the play.
I just wish Hero had a card that said negate or gave it any form of protection from targeting or destruction or literally any card effect or like anything other than battle.
Plasma says negate on it. It's a big negate.
Sure. I will concede you that point, but come on. So we do know every card in our Altergeist player's hand. It is Protocol with an Altergeist Marionetter. They more or less have the setup that they're looking for here. Multi-Faker is in graveyard. Now, in this particular scenario, they don't really have anything that can actually deal with the board right now. So the Sunriser actually might be able to put in a lot of work here with that effect when an attack is declared. And from this position, I don't even know what follow-up you can have from our hero player. I don't think a normal summon Stratos is getting you anywhere. And unless you can find a way to get increase to finally resolve, tough scenario.
So here comes the Marionetter. Big surprise, we're just going to be able to get a manifestation here. I guess a DD Crow would be kind of exciting.
Yeah, Marionetter, if you do remove its target, it will send the Marionetter to graveyard still.
Is that true?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I guess it would have to be. It resolves as much as possible, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it's an and if you do effect, so the effect must resolve as much as possible. So the Marionetter will remove itself from board. Now,
Chat, this is table 8.
Yeah, surprisingly, we have still found just one hero player, and we've said it a bit. The rumors of El-lich being dead under the custom ban list, not quite true. Certainly over-reported, over-exaggerated, whatever the saying is. I think we do have to address the point that Emancipator has been a bit of a different story.
Yeah, for what it's worth, very few people actually brought Emancipator at all. I do think this is a scenario where, like, people dedicated to the deck that build a streamlined version of it will do well. But for a format that they had literally, like, 15 hours to test, people decided not to bring the deck, and the people who have brought the deck are currently floating around X2 or worse.
And given more time, I think that the combos will be hammered back out, and the deck will be much more fragile, as Block Dragon was just an incredible card for everything. The card was just absolutely insane. But I'm sure more lists will come out, and just the amount of consistency that deck has is absolutely incredible. But to give you a small update on what we have been seeing at the top tables, we have seen quite a bit of Dino, and surprisingly a large variety of Invoked Mech Knight, which has been rather cool to see. That's a deck that has floated around meta viability for years, it feels like, since way back even in Spiral format. So we went ahead, used the Marionetter, got it back Multi-Faker, which got a Sokatos, bounced away the Sunriser. We set the protocol. We already have manifestations set. Multi-Faker is ready to fire, and our hero player is going to go ahead, go to game 3, as there is only just about 8 or so minutes remaining on the round here. So time is, in fact, of the essence.
This is a scenario that the hero players very much like to be in. You can maneuver your turn 1 combos to include burn elements. For example, Dystopia has a burn effect. You are given a fair amount of maneuverability as to what the targets you send for that effect are, and if you end on a slightly less powerful board that can still beat through whatever an Altergeist on the draw play will look like, you can very easily just burn your opponent for 16 and say, take a fast turn or you are going to lose.
Yeah, exactly that too. The thing is, heroes really get away with a lot in this particular matchup, since unless you have unless you have exactly Nibiru or evenly matched, you don't really have to worry about your board just getting absolutely ripped apart by something like, if you play correctly, you don't have to worry about Lightning Storm or any in-archetype cards that remove a significant amount of monsters in one go.
It is kind of counterintuitive to be like, yeah, the combo deck's best matchups are control decks, but for this one specifically, they unironically are.
A very weird enigma. Hero is definitely one of those weird decks in the meta, just based on what it can do, and you look at all the cards, and on paper you think this archetype is absolutely insane, but it's not.
And this opener is pretty bad.
Well, that's what I like to see in your monster-heavy deck.
Oh, Fusion, Destiny, or Bust. What the heck? What on earth could they have opened to lead to that outcome? Oh, a pointer! I mean, that's a card, but it's really only good when you're stopping your opponent's, like, lightning storms.
You have 5 minutes left in time. You've played 2K, and you clearly did not have a play turn 1.
Oh, this is... Hubble has opened Miracle 3 games in a row. He is just revealing to chat right now. 3 games in a row, he's opened Miracle Fusion. That's why I cut it. The card is terrible. You can search it off of a card that you never want to be making to make more cards that lose you the game. I mean, I don't understand people's infatuation with the Sunriser stuff.
Miracle Fusion holds a special place in my heart. Last time I played Heroes was 2012. So I love the card, but... And, I mean, hitting Spoofing here does nothing. It comes back during the end phase, so, well, I mean, I suppose it doesn't do nothing. You at least stall the spoofing from being able to be used for 2 turns effectively, since it's a trap card. And I guess from our opponent's initial look here, that is going... We're going to be in for a long one here. Yep. Okay. They've opened themselves up to a position where a top deck Stratos and potentially Ferris might be able to get you somewhere. On the other hand, they have revealed that Miracle is in. So this is... What an interesting game. We've seen our Altergeist players open triple protocol, or double protocol, all 3 games. We've seen Twin Twisters all 3 games, and we've seen Miracle Fusion all 3 games. Fortunately, if they do have Miracle Fusion, Liquid Soldier was in the graveyard now off of that Twin Twisters, and they top deck Stratos. All of a sudden, this game is blown wide open.
What the hell? Are they gonna win? I'm shocked. I mean, again, this is one of those scenarios in which Hero can just completely come from behind on the back of one Stratos resolution. If I have an Ash, I fire it here for sure. Yep, there it is.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean,
that's no quantity. You saw it with the pointer.
Yeah, and Liquid Soldier is in graveyard, so Fire the Miracle Fusion here can get you absolute 0 on the board, and then you can draw 2 and discard 1 off of the Liquid Soldier, which at this point you're just hoping for something that means you don't die here.
Oh, we're going for Sun instead. Ugh, I hate this. Still get the liquid effect though.
Thing is, this isn't even extra damage. I suppose it's maybe 200 points of extra damage, then absolute 0, but it provides you with no interaction on the off chance you draw into Mask Change, which can then just blow the game out if you go absolute 0 into Acid.
What on earth did they draw? What would they draw where Rhoda was the send?
That, maybe a security play for next turn, but...
Could be like Honesty?
Could be, yeah. Which, if they draw Meloseek, who cares?
I would probably fire Honesty right now. I would not wait.
It's a brick otherwise, yeah. Now it's
the color
Infinite Impermanence.
Perm would be all right. Cosmic would be okay, but puts you under the threshold.
And as we look here, there is 2 minutes left, I believe. I don't have quite the timer. I have to make educated guesses, but
I got it up. Never mind. No, I don't.
There is without a doubt under 2 minutes left.
1 minute and 30 seconds remaining.
There you go. Okay, Lightning Storm opens up the board, but you need to deal 800 points of damage. A normal summon Sokatas can help you out here. Now again, Pavel is aware of at least 3 of the cards that are in the hand, and I believe that set card has to be that personal spoofing we saw revealed, or banished, I suppose,
Maybe just
the Red Lotus.
Maybe just think for a minute. Pass. Oh boy.
All right, chat. Don't hold your breath. This one's gonna be. This one's gonna come right down to the wire.
I do want to point out, whatever that set card is, he kept it over a copy of Roto, which would have won the game right now. So
yeah,
it's got to be something.
And I was about to bring up the same thing. No Rhoda here. The spoofing has found a target, which means you get into Multi-Faker, and I don't think they're quite aware of time, as one of them did mention Cosmic Cyclone. But if they are aware of time, Multi-Faker just summon anything, really does it here. Actually, Multi-Faker can summon Meloseek, which you can get Marionetter, and you can go with the standard power play that Alt has here. Unless that set card that was kept over Rhoda is in fact Infinite Impermanence.
And even then,
yeah.
There's like 15 seconds left in the round. In fact, that is time. It's going to be activated in response to the Multi-Faker.
Now, if they know it's time, that's great for Pavel, but quickly go to battle phase and swing. I don't know if they've had the announcement yet or anything. We do have our judge in here to hopefully track this down for us.
For what it's worth, these players started a little late. It's possible they were given an extension because of tardiness.
Yes, we did start this round quite late because somebody had to watch Heroes.
It was me! I demanded it! It's like we're activating spoofing here. We're going to put it back and then summon it again. No, you need another trap card for that.
Yeah, I'm assuming we're going to see Mario. You could go for Meloseek just to start trying to pick cards off the board, go into Link Karibo after that. But I don't think they have another trap card in hand, so that wouldn't be a particularly great play either. As Altergeist is so reliant on drawing those purpley boys.
I knew you would.
Give me one sec here as I check. I'm checking to see if potentially we do have an extension here for our two players here.
I'm sure Pascal will intervene.
Yeah.
It looks like we've got just no hope for the hero player here. As much as I want to be able to call it for him. Oh no!
Nope. Yep. Good night.
That's,
all right. So
that's a great card that will unfortunately lose you the game.
yeah, I mean, you were already down on life points, and here you go.
I guess, like, I have no idea what could do it. Not with the face-up personnel spoofing. It'd have to be, like, mask change off the top, a dark monster, attack, Anki attack, and then Pascal is just getting into chat right now to say that is time in the round. And I think that's going to be it for our hero friend. Dang! I am so... Oh, I'm so peeved. Oh, no.
Very back and forth match for sure. And, well, looks like we do have an extension of...
A 10-minute extension. Okay.
Hold on, here
All
we
right,
go.
game's still on. It could still happen.
Thank you to Pascal for tribute over the moonlit chill for Ferris.
God, have I been here. All right, so Vision Hero Ferris has 5 stars. You can't just normal summon it unless you tribute a monster first. So we're going to do that. For some reason, this card does trigger when you normal summon it, so we will get to set this copy of Increase. Setting the Increase and then activating Increase in order to summon it and then a Vion does win you the game, but that set card in your opponent's back row has to be literally nothing.
It's protocol, isn't it?
Oh,
never mind. Doesn't matter.
Bubble is now cursing in the chat. He says, "I forgot the ogre."
The ogre
Oh,
was
man.
knowledge.
It was a known quantity again. That I mean, pinpoint is really, really good, or a pointer is really good. You know, if you remember what your opponent has.
No taking not allowed in Yu-Gi-Oh! And here is an example of why that sucks sometimes.
Oh man, I mean, this is so frustrating. So much could have gone so differently if you just made the absolute 0, if you just remembered what cards your opponent had in hand, if you kept the Rhoda instead of keeping the Infinite Impermanence. Oh, this is just so painful.
Tough break for sure. Really close match, though. But yeah, at this point, Multi-Faker is going to come down. You do have access to whatever you want. So,
Hard draw.
yeah.
And Bobble dropping a GG and admitting defeat. Looks like this hero player is still X2 with extremely good breakers. It is very possible they make it into top cut, but looking less and less likely every day. And another Altergeist player picking up a win. I don't know what's wrong with me. I just need to stop making predictions. Apparently this deck is more than capable.
I don't know why you thought it was.
I don't know. It sucks. It took 35 minutes to win a single game, but somehow walked with the set.
It's you know, honestly though, I can't disagree with you. You know, we've seen its weaknesses in full force today, and you know, this one, honestly, the Altergeist player got pretty fortunate. They opened a lot of the stuff they needed. Hero, unfortunately, is not a deck super well equipped to deal with more than 1 or 2 rounds of interaction of any sort. So unfortunate, but well played to both players. It was a very back and forth game. And, I think a lot to learn for both players, which, that's what these are all about.
I want to point out, if El-lich and Adamantipator were legal, either of those decks would have been anywhere close to top tables. Not close. That's going to be it for round 6. Let us know what you want to see for round 7. There's still a fair amount of interesting decks in. Do you all want to see El-lich? We've got some El-lich pilots. I think that's a pretty interesting deck.
PogChamp, El-lich.
Do let us know. We'll do our best to field some. 3 rounds remain until this is over. So nestle in, get a your TCG player cart prepared, and watch as these players completely destroy the format with Generator Orchest.
What a cool deck, though.
Still looking to earn your invite for the free Players Championship? Visit ppgeventmanagement.com to learn about the different qualifiers available. From one-day events to play-on-your-own schedule events, all events offer a buyback or cash option, along with a 100% credit option redeemable towards any future pre-order at competitive prices. Grinding and getting paid to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Has never been easier. Play with the most professional worldwide tournament series today and join the online community. Come join us on Discord for assistance, info, and even discussions about future events.
That was a... Wait, was that triple twin? Oh my god. Wait, no. It is! It's triple twin twister! That's game! Pack is your one victor! He is your Pro Play Tour Invitational champion!
Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros. Hey everyone, if you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros. Rothschild here, aka MBT. You asked for it, you got it. We're watching more Altergeist. I know you all demanded it. I know you all are banging your fists on the keyboard, trying to form sentences in order to demand more Altergeist from the pair of us. And don't worry, we will happily oblige. But I must inform you, unfortunately, it is not an Altergeist mirror. We're playing against a deck that actually does something fun and interactive. Under Patrol. We'll do better next time. Very sorry, guys. Also, say hi, Mambo.
Hi. I do want to say, for those of you in our last round where we got stuck in the face games, I appreciate you guys saying that we were more attractive to look at than, Marionetta and Multi-Faker on the board here. So, really appreciate that, guys.
Not true for this match. Every single plunder is a daddy. That's... Oh, I can't even say that ironic. That's very odd.
Well,
let's just get into the match, I suppose. So far we've missed, the Altergeist setup, normal summon Marionette set 4. Have you seen this play before? But the Plunder Patrol individual has led with a Shipyard. Shipyard, an unbelievably strong field spell from the world of Konami printing field spells that do everything possible for the whole archetype. Discarding a Nibiru, very situationally powerful card, in order to add a Plunder from deck to hand.
Yeah, now, I usually don't correct people on pronunciation cards, but that is Plunder Patrol Shipyard.
Right, okay.
Yeah, and this is going to add the Golden Hair, the newest Plunder Patrol. And speaking of new Plunder Patrols, the new Support and Eternity Code, we've actually seen this deck. Hasn't had a great showing today, but I know in the past few weeks there have been some talented pilots of the deck that have been able to bring this deck out, even in the world of Full Power Adamancipator and El-lich, and have really shown what this deck can do. Unfortunately, it is getting shut down promptly by the flip of Protocol and the reveal of Multi-Faker and everything else.
You remember last game when we said sometimes Altergeist just fails to draw everything? Sometimes they do draw everything. This happens. For what it's worth, Golden Hair matches up very well against Silquidius because it can be special summoned from the hand by discarding a Plunder Patrol. If that effect is negated, it goes to the graveyard, and then it can be specialed from the graveyard via its other effect. Plunder Patrols are a very interesting archetype insofar as I do not think they are worse than the Salamangreats, the Invoked Mech Knights, the things that are currently lurking at Tier 2. They're just very, very difficult to play. It's going to take someone who has a really good understanding of how all of the cards interact with each other, and finds a suitable engine to supplement these cards with to bring it to the forefront of metagame dominance. I'm hoping that Jack Chalinar might be that person. You can see here we've discarded a copy of Whitebeard, which will proc the effect of Whitebeard, which can be protocolled if they so desire. But afterwards, because this Golden Hair has 0 attack, we can go into an Almirage and then activate its graveyard effect to bring it out and make Blackbeard.
I believe this Golden Hair was special summoned, so this is tough right now.
Oh, dang.
Yeah. And I think the Silkatos is still alive as well. Protocol also still alive. Fortunately, they've shrunk the board down to specifically just Protocol and just Silkatos.
Well, Silkatos has been activated to return the Golden Hair to the hand after the normal summon. Protocol was activated, I believe, to negate the effect of the Whitebeard.
So it does not get more difficult than this, unfortunately. And yeah, unfortunately, that Almirage play is illegal since Golden Hair was special summoned onto the board, and Almirage is required to be requires a normal summon monster.
We're going to see if we can get that corrected real quickly, but important to remember, Almirage does in fact have text on it. As a result, it is very difficult to engineer scenarios in which you can send it to the graveyard if your opponent has...
Pascal's got it. Great.
Pascal's stepping in here. That's why we love him. Folks, again, check out Pascal's stream. They are an extremely good player. They stream pretty frequently, and they are stepping in to judge for this event in order to ensure things like this don't happen.
Yeah, great individual, very talented player, of course, one of very few people who have won a YCS, so take that for what it's worth. And it looks like we're going to try and get this all cleared up here.
It's unfortunate, but the Plunder Patrol player might receive a game loss for getting known information off of an activation of a card passed in a legal game state.
Yeah, and that is, they're now confirming the Golden Hair special summoned. And yeah, fortunately, that's similar to what we saw earlier with the Pot of Avarice with our, I think it was our Generator player. The activation of Salvage, therefore, would not have been legal since the Almirage could not be summoned, and Judgment being activated in response to Salvage, which was an illegal activation, does make the game state difficult to repair. Now
He's just a penalty right here. They're both going to receive a 1-minute time extension. Oh, it looks like they're being allowed to continue from this position. Looks like we're going for the Golden Hair Graveyard effect as well. I think it's very possible we've just got a miscommunication here about what the issue was originally.
And we'll see if we can get that shored up as well.
Shored up. I appreciate that.
Yeah. I'm not too happy about it, but you know. There we go.
So, Plunder Patrol does a lot of very interesting. It is really, really fantastic when it's able to sit behind its link-summoned monster, Blackbeard, the Plunder Patrol captain. That monster is able to summon Plunder Patrol Xyz, Synchro, and Fusion monsters from the extra deck based on the card types that are in your opponent's extra deck and on their field. We're reversing the game state real quick and getting back to the scenario in which Golden Hair is stuck on field. But Plunder Patrol is much less powerful in scenarios like this, where you've expended your normal summon, you have no way to get to your Link boss, and you are at the mercy of your opponent's interaction. Looks like we're going to get a PE minor warning for the illegal summon, and the game state's going to be reversed.
Yeah, fortunately, our Altergeist player was perfectly fine. They said as soon as it was brought down or it was made aware that the Almirage was illegally summoned, that they were perfectly fine with just repairing the game state, and we'll be able to continue with just the Golden Hair on board, Salvage back in hand, and no harm, no foul. And yeah, you mentioned it, and this is such a tough scenario for sure. They just don't really have access to some of the more powerful Plunder Patrol extra deck monsters. Do they have a wind? My Plunder Patrol knowledge is small. We'll see where they go from here. I believe this should stump the play significantly.
Unless you mean, do Plunder Patrol have a wind? In which case, no, they do not. Plunder Patrol's big problem is they only have a fire, a water, a dark, and a light. Not that big of a deal, because those are, of course, the most relevant and common types in the game. But if you ever run up against a deck like Altergeist, which tends to end on wind monsters, you are going to have an issue. Marionetter might be good enough.
Yeah, they still have a little bit of follow-up here as they're going to use the emblem of the Plunder Patrol, which is just going to, once again, be met by solemn judgment as the game state has now been repaired and we can continue with normal play here. Unfortunate there is that Plunder Patrol, emblem of the Plunder Patrol could have also gotten out one of the ships from the extra deck there, and at this point, I think you are going to be looking at a pass on just Golden Hair. And it is just that. So now, depending on what these traps are face down, never mind. We can, in fact, get the multi-figure out, and we can continue with pretty much the most powerful line of the Altergeist plays. They're going to be able to grab Meloseek, go into Hextia, when they're going to be able to search for a Marionetter. Marionetter can search probably Manifestation in this particular scenario. They can then bring out the Meloseek using Marionetter's second effect, and they already have a Marionetter, so that's even better. And then they can go from there to get rid of the Shipyard. But the Marionetter will be negated, as Called by the Grave will banish the other Marionetter in Grave. Now, fortunately, they do have a significant amount of attributes on their side of the board. But unfortunately, as I'm now seeing, Golden Hair is not one of the Plunder Patrol that can tag itself out for one of the boats. And you're not running into the issue of the Marionetter being negated by Call by the Grave. However, Altergeist Protocol is still face up, and activated effects of the Altergeist cannot be negated. So I believe this will still resolve to grab another Altergeist trap from the deck.
Oh, wow. This is, I was hoping to show off some of the really powerful plays the Plunder Patrol is capable of, but, these are not them.
There's always game 2.
We're just getting into a discussion of how Protocol works. Protocol is a very weird card because not only does it prevent activations from being negated, it prevents effects as well. That's a line of text that is not really present on any other AoE cards like this. And we're citing a ruling real quick, just like Skill Drain and Widow Anchor, which enable it to resolve regardless.
An extremely powerful card there. Like you said, I believe is just a very unique card in the game. And I believe, yeah, in this case, the Marionetter will resolve, and then at this point, you're going to... The game is all but finished at this point. I think you might be better off scooping up the game 2 and hoping for a little bit better luck if you're our pirate player. So we're going to go ahead and get some confirmation from Skell about this particular interaction, the resolution of Call by the Grave, and then the continuous effect of Protocol, whether or not it will negate the Altergeist Marionetter. And I mean, does it make too big of a difference? And
They're doing a judge call real quick to try and resolve this.
Fortunately, we have our table judge here, so this should be resolved quickly.
And shouts out to Pascal. The PPG judging community has really stepped up for this tournament in particular. There are 400 people in a tournament that usually gets like 80. So they have been scrambling around and have largely done a fantastic job. And here we are just determining if the called by will negate the effect of the Marionetter, despite the fact that there is a Protocol face-up and active.
Very impressive turnout this tournament. Bigger than most regionals. You usually find these at sometimes the Brooklyn regionals, Chicago area regionals, and I suppose California. So good to see a lot of support given the change with the amended ban list here. And of course, it has brought out a lot of Altergeist players, and unfortunately, that has been a large majority of the action we've had to bring you here. We do get the confirmation that Marionetta will resolve, and that's going to set the Altergeist manifestation. They will receive a 1-minute time extension, and will continue playing.
Gotta say, I agree with Chat here. Imagine willingly playing Altergeist. There's so much that's playable in this format. We've seen a ton of Dino. We've seen Hero. We've seen Orchest Generator. Just these unbelievably powerful decks. Imagine looking at that swath of playable options and going, no. I want to play Set 5 Pass.
No comment.
I know you're an Altergeist stan.
Yay! I didn't out you about anything. That's crazy. Anyway, we're going to have Hex just swing into the golden hair, and then Marionetta is going to attack directly. But to kind of address the point, I mean, there's all sorts of different play styles.
Yeah.
I mean,
you did a successful job today of outing me as a scrub.
I think we've both done. I do that daily on my stream, and I know you do as well on yours.
Yes, I have never misplayed in my life. We're going to activate spoofing here, sending back this copy of Seek in order to get a copy of Multi-Faker. Double Hex to your Multi-Faker. I mean, Plunder Patrol is a fantastic card on the draw, but I don't know how you're getting past this.
It's curtains at this point. We've finally, despite the amount of Altergeist games we've seen, this is the first time we've really seen the deck do what everybody fears it can do, and that's just use a lot of its pesky interaction cards, using Multi-Faker and Mellow Seek and so on and so forth, and Gang to just accrue so much advantage. And at this point, Altergeist, even with Multi-Faker 1, was always one of those decks that could really snowball out of control, and there's just nothing you can do about it.
All right, we're going to fire off Multi-Faker in order to get what I expect will be a Silquidius. And, scoop him up, Jack. Let's go to game 2.
Now, a fun fact about Hexia is that the negate for the spell and trap cards is not a once per turn. So you could, theoretically, if you fired one Hexia, manifested back another one, you could then do it again. Then if you summon Multi-Faker, you could do it one more time.
I do like the attempt on salvage. That's not going to resolve. Absolutely not. Oh, well, maybe it will. And that is going to be the end of the game. We don't even have a card to discard for Golden Hair. Scoop them up, friendo.
Yeah, no cards to discard for Golden Hair. Nothing to try and use with the Plunder Patrol Shipyard. I mean, you really need to scoop it up to get to game 2 here, because time is of the essence in an event like this.
Oh, please don't pass. Have some self-respect. How old were you when you found out Hexia was not a once per turn? I will never forget when I first learned.
The first time I learned it was when I was playing the deck for the first time, and I read the card closely and went, "Oh, that's really good." Then I tributed a card, and then I immediately flipped a manifestation, and then they tried again, and I said Hexia, and then that was the turn they found out, and I was like, this feels great.
Oh man,
a fantastic turn of events for me.
All right, Marionetta here.
I respect playing it out, but I respect it, but it's just not the right move to make. You know what I mean?
I respect it from like a competitive equity standpoint.
Yeah.
I don't as a you need to win this dang game standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and that'll prompt the scoop once there's literally lethal on board. We are making it to game number 2. If I'm Jack, I am horrified. Plunder Patrol is fantastic as a blind second deck. Unfortunately, only okay blind firsting. You have to make a decision. Do you think you can out whatever Altergeist's first turn board is, even if it's set 5 pass? And if not, do you think your first turn board, which is likely going to be like Blackbeard pass, will be able to interact with them in a particularly meaningful way?
Yeah, it's tough. Now, unfortunately, depending on which Altergeists we might see, you do have access to a nice variety of for extra deck monsters, since Altergeist does have a wind, water, dark, and light. Well, the wind doesn't matter, but it does have the majority of the attributes that you're looking for here. And if you can get a setup to Blackbeard and you can get the, Plunder Patrol Booty, the trap card, you can probably set yourself up in a pretty good position to win the game through the effects of cards like Bran and Mulwark. And, you know, it is tough because you could side in things like evenly matched, but you know your opponent's going to be playing some Judgment. They have that nice buffer of being up a game, so they can play a little more loose and a little more risky with some of those cards like that, those negates. We'll see our Plunder Patrol players starting.
Right, Whitebeard's a good start. Special Silent Angler is close to follow, and looks like we are going to be able to Blackbeard pass. It's all right.
It's about the best you can do, depending on what other back row you have to have this card out.
I hate this card, by the way, Silent Angler. I purchased this deck in paper. You know this is a $7 card.
How old is it? What's set? I gotta wonder.
Feels like a 2011 card.
Yeah, because it feels like one of those cards where, you know how some other random card from Starstrike Blast winds up being relevant?
Duelist Saga.
Duelist Saga.
Printing.
Yeah.
That's hilarious, by the way. Ash Blossoming the Bluebeard, or the Blackbeard. Ash Blossoming the Whitebeard activation. That's actually fine.
That could be so much worse. Although, you know, more bodies is handy, and usually I find when you're playing against Altergeist, you like to see them hand trap you, because that means that's one less card that is not multi-faker or a trap card, but followed up by Pot of Extravagance, it's a different story.
This is just kind of crusty. Meluseek's really only okay into this board. I'd expect one of these two set cards is Booty, which basically enables you to play past Meluseek. Looks like at end of main phase 1, we're going to fire off Blackbeard, and unfortunately by activating Ash Blossom, they've turned on the Fire Plunder Patrol, which destroys spells and traps. I'd imagine if they have any sort of protection, that's the one they're going to go into.
Yeah, the Meluseek, despite its small stat line, does present a very big threat here to whatever comes out of the extra deck. And if you'd really like to answer the Meluseek at any point in time, which I don't believe they have access to, because it will be able to go into Link Haribo, find a multi-faker, and then there is still 5 cards. Well, that's unfortunate.
I mean, technically you can do this. You get to draw an extra card, but I'm a little confused as to why. This effect is a hard once per turn. So if you had something like a Booty, it is way more important that you keep that. Ooh, Red Reboot the hit. They don't even care about the Blackbeard.
Red Reboot going first. Interesting. I suppose playing the long game there in that scenario, but at this point, I think it's smart to not really bother with the Blackbeard. You really can just rely on Multi-Faker depending on how actually broken your hand is. Well, set 3 is pretty darn good. Do you got more? Nope. Gonna pass on the Meluseek, so most likely, I want to say telegraphing a, what is that called? Altergeist Protocol here. We'll go to end phase to grab the Whitebeard off the Plunder Patrol Booty, which will now get the Plunder Patrol ship Bran. And this is the one that can banish spell and trap cards, so this could be a nice swing of momentum here if they can hit the right cards.
For sure.
Storm Duster helps, considering that the Plunder Patrols do want their mateys, I guess, equipped to them, so that way they can become quick effects. And we're going to get a search here and pass over to their turn, so definitely, unfortunately, the Heavy Storm Duster, I want to imagine, was probably the worst hit they could have found there out of the back row, depending on what they do have. And I think you want to go to battle here. I feel like an Altergeist protocol has to be set here. Or even better, a personal spoofing. Now they can respond to this with the patrol ship, and they will. But, yep, Solemn Strike will shut that down as well. Very unfortunate. You're losing your Bran here, which was your most powerful card, and now the personal spoofing will get to resolve. And that's going to add the multi-faker, which is going to hopefully get the whole engine starting. Now, there are no more trap cards set. So if you do go for Soka Toss and bounce back the multi-faker, you're heavily relying on being able to draw into a second trap card.
Booty, like being resolved and available for the remainder of the game is a fantastic scenario for this. I believe this is the activation of Booty here to get a copy of Whitebeard. Now, if we want, we can link off into another copy of Blackbeard. It's live, or we can just activate Blackbeard here, going once again into Bran, I believe. Might be wrong.
Yeah.
Depends. The multi-faker is coming down, so it looks like that was a Booty resolution, followed by a multi-faker resolution after the resolution of personnel spoofing.
There's a lot of chain links going on here, because there was also, I believe it was Golden here being discarded, or was it what? There's a lot going on here for sure. So a little bit of misclicks there, but the multi-faker has been revealed. And there we go.
Here comes the equipped copy of Whitebeard.
A little bit of flubs there, but we got there in the end. So we're still...
That says, Plunder player just refusing to play around Anima. No, you gotta respect that.
Yeah, it's
So,
a really good call out, considering, I mean, that would just be awful.
To get another Bran here. Now the multi-faker is going to resolve. Now we're going to get the multi-faker. We're going to get the Silquidius. Silquidius pretty strong against this board.
Yeah, Sokataz is exactly what you need here. Now, I believe Bran is a hard once per turn, and it has already used its effect. It's used once per turn, so they will not be able to use Bran again to this personal spoofing. And I mean, unless they can find a way to threaten some extra cards here, this is looking pretty dire for Plunder Patrol. Although it might seem even, this is the scenario the Altergeist player wants to be in, assuming they have some follow-ups for next turn with some extra cards or something like a Netter.
I do want to make clear. I understand the series of plays is very powerful for the Altergeist player, but unless they can resolve the face-up Booty and prevent the Golden Hair from recurring every turn, they absolutely will lose this grind game.
Good point. Yeah, now we're seeing, because I know every single flaw of Altergeist, this might be the problem where you just have way too much stuff to deal with at one time. And you can't really deal with it all in one turn, so slowly but surely you will get, like you said, you will get outgrinded, so that's a good catch.
I'm glad I'm here with the master Altergeist theorist.
Oh, of course, yeah.
PhD in multi-faker effect.
Yeah, I mean, much like my hero, I don't remember her name from the anime, I also pilot what used to be a tier 1 deck and lose every single game.
Emma Besso. He opened Infip multi-faker and lost.
Yep. That's always been one of my favorite questions to ask the anime viewers that really religiously watch the Yu-Gi-Oh anime is, how does the main character playing just Cybers win any games going up against the Boral cards, the Topologic cards, Altergeist, so on and so forth?
Because they're playing pure Topologic.
I see.
There's no firewall Goki link spam in
Hmm.
anime format, for example.
I see. Yeah. Then, to be fair, I suppose the anime version of Boral Sword is strictly worse than the actual printed copy. All right, so we finally get through all the effects here and get the Silkatas on board.
All right, the chain has resolved. We've made it, chat. You and I together.
Lots of threatening cards on the board here. Nothing for this Silkatas to recover either. The more and more I think about it, this looks really good for our Plunder Patrol player.
Oh, well. 2 minutes ago, you said they couldn't possibly win. Unfortunately, chat, they do not have a yard in the graveyard. It is a ship-shaped ships shipping. Bluebeard from the hand here, and then normal summoning a copy of Whitebeard. That can make another link. On 3 of the link.
Yeah, I think so. I think you just want again. This is kind of a scenario where you just have so many things threatening the Altergeist player that it becomes difficult to answer all of it. Going to battle phase here, they will have to remove the brand. I mean, that is really the only target here that's super threatening. But then now you can start compiling a lot of your resources, especially now that this Plunder Patrol booty is already resolved, like you mentioned earlier.
Whitebeard to the graveyard, Bluebeard to the graveyard. Let's see the link to. Oh my god, that's some monster. Oh wow, White Aura Whale. If this card is synchro summoned, you can destroy all your opponent's attack position monsters. Okay, none of them. But if it attacks a defense position monster, you get to inflict piercing battle damage. And if it's destroyed, you can tag into another water monster.
It is great. It's super threatening as well against this current board. Now you're dying to the brand, or you're dying to the White Aura Whale, which is... Didn't expect to see that.
Looks like we are going to cycle this booty off of Bluebeard's effect, and then we're resolving the effect of Whitebeard, going for a Golden Hair. I would have expected a Redbeard here, given we've already got a Golden Hair in the graveyard, but no big deal. Man, are we ever getting to battle phase?
This has been a slow game for sure, and naturally we did have that little bit of a snafu in game 1 where we required some judge intervention. I believe they got a grand total of 2 minutes on a time extension, but we got a pretty decent amount of time here left in the round, so no
15 minutes.
Real rush. Yeah. Although,
all right, time for the battle phase. What is your Silquidius Send?
We see a hover over the White Aura. I mean, you have to, right? But then again, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. This brand is super, super powerful right now.
It's kind of frustrating because you're not able to get in. If there was a shipyard on field, I think either of these Plunder Patrol monsters would be lethal. But the brand just threatening the spell and trap destruction at any point is just so frightening.
Actually going to bounce the Link monster.
Blackbeard.
Interesting.
Oh, I hate that. The Blackbeard as a spell and trap card zone was summoned properly. The other one was cheated out. So as a result, that Blackbeard is able to be reborn later in combos. I mean, I don't know. It seems like you should have gone for the White Aura Whale.
I think our Geist player is pretty well out of steam here as well.
And it gets 2 attacks, I believe, right?
Monster.
Oh, on monsters.
Yeah.
No, so not going to be lethal just yet, but dangerously close.
Yeah, you've put your opponent on a 1-turn timer, and they still have to deal with Bran and Booty. And I don't know how they do it, especially if they don't have access to any more traps to use Multi-Faker. And spoofing doesn't help a whole lot either.
That says Revolver was powerful because he was the only one who played Staples. We could have led with Revolver just firing Extravagance.
That's just episode 1. That'd be crazy.
Activate Monster Reborn. What? No, sure, you win. Wow.
They just drop Pot of Greed.
I activate Dark Hole.
I mean,
what? This card's at 3.
Somebody told me that, like, in the anime, dude attacks and our hero's about to activate Mirror Force on the Borolo, and the Borolo goes, not so fast. Activate the effect, and now you can't respond to it. And I was like, how does this guy win? He gets outplayed. He also, not only is his deck strictly worse, he gets strictly outplayed every game.
The anime, Vrains, it was a mistake for a lot of reasons, but one thing it was very good at was convincing you that Revolver was really good at Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, oh, this guy kicks. If he was playing anything competent, he'd be walking all over these people.
Didn't dude play Salamangre too in the anime?
Yes, there's a salad player!
Wait.
Did salad combos!
You know what? This is beyond science at this point. I don't. You guys can try to explain it to me, chat, but I'm thoroughly convinced that was just the most rigged series of the anime of all time.
Extremely scuffed, mega rigged.
Yeah. All right, back to our game in hand. We see another pot of extravagance and a little bit of time here to think. Marionetta is going to help a lot, though. Fortunately, their only monster in graveyard is a Sokatana, and that's not going to help you too much if you do want to bounce out your Marionetta. Theoretically speaking, if you were on Haunted Rock, you could have activated that the turn you set it to try and get the Multi-Faker out and go for some plays that way. But even then, that card is not very good, and then you're still having to deal with every other card that is currently face up, including Bran. And on the looks like we're having Plunder Patrol Booty is going to summon Whitebeard, and Whitebeard going to tag out for the Blackbeard. So I'm assuming this was all the effect of Plunder Patrol Booty. And they're going to continue to extend and make their board a little bit more impressive here. Which the light one is Mower.
The light one is Liss.
Okay.
You don't even know Liss?
Look, man.
So this is the end of the game. I mean, not trying to play favorites here, but what on earth do you do?
Fortunately, the brand not activated in the end phase there to get rid of the protocol. That also gives you some valuable info that they do not have a plunder in hand, which is great.
Could be didn't want to activate brand to get the personal spoofing or something. Or you can change the protocol, right? Or was the protocol just set off?
Yeah, that protocol was fresh off of the Marionetta in this case.
Oh, yeah, then there's no Plunder Patrol in hand. All right.
Yeah.
Why don't we just go to battle phase here?
Yeah, no need to complicate this. You do have to consider the Multi-Faker, and there is presumably still one copy of Sokatas in the deck. But I don't think you'd... I'm trying to think. A White or a Whale can deal piercing, so that would be the card they'd have to out. And I suppose that would give you enough chunk blockers to keep you from dying this turn. But we are going to go ahead and go into Liss, which is even better, but not particularly against Altergeist Protocol, which we'll see flipped here.
I mean, if you have an Altergeist in hand, or a Plunder Patrol in hand, it's now time to fire Bran, and what do you know, we drew one. We got a couple of draws to find it. Ash Blossom? Ooh, that's funny, as it does add a Plunder Patrol monster from your deck to your hand as part of the resolution of the effect.
Now, you could chain Liss to that, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you could if you have another Plunder Patrol card. And they
Looks like we do not. And so here comes the Multi-Faker. The Multi-Faker will likely get a Silquidius. I mean, is there still a way to do this? I feel like you're still just dead.
It's really tough from here for sure. Unfortunately, I've completely forgotten what everything is equipped to, but you still need to deal with the White Aura Whale. That is the most present issue on the board since it kills you if it manages to get its 2 attacks in.
This is a start.
Yeah. It's survival mode for sure right now.
I think you probably have to lead with the Bran attack into something like a Silquidius.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can engineer a scenario where the Conquieri has to come down as the last monster, and if that's the case, then the game is actually over. We're kunking right now on this copy of Marionetter, likely going to negate the effect of White Aura Whale. Oh no, Liss is the negation.
Interesting.
I
Liss
do not.
is- Yeah, not particularly a threat right now, thanks to the Altergeist protocol, and I feel like you would have used it if you had it to negate the Ash Blossom, therefore your Brand could have resolved. And apparently they're pretty scared of it as they negated, now they will bounce it back with Sogatas. And another fun fact, Query is not a once per turn either, meaning that can come back down and negate the White Aura Whale. So it looks like they may have actually found a way to keep themselves alive here and potentially find themselves a win condition.
Negate the White Aura Whale, then it doesn't get the second attack. They get to walk over what? Exactly the Silquidius and then pass back. Whoa! This is extremely crusty!
Yeah, well played for sure from our Altergeist player here to basically know exactly what they needed to do and really carefully play around and take care of all the threats on the board here. Now, I don't believe the Brand is attacked yet, so it can still get rid of the Silquitas, which is great since that is the second copy of that card, which more often than not is the last copy. Yep, and that is the play they want to go for here. So Altergeist has bought themselves one more turn here. It's difficult for sure, but I'm trying to rack my brain on how they can win this, but it's hard to know without knowing exactly what that extra card is in hand. And you still have to be so scared of Bran. Oh, the Cosmic Cyclone's huge here. Removes Protocol, which was definitely the biggest card stopping this Bran from straight up winning the game here. Now, interesting that they didn't activate that earlier on something like the activation of Spoofing when they went to go get the Conquieri, but perhaps they just weren't too scared of it in that current moment. Oh, no kidding. So Blackbeard can be used in the battle phase, so we're not done yet. We still have Liss can hit the Marionetter now. And yeah, now it's bad for sure. Conquieri, unfortunately, is just not a particularly good. Once it hits the board, this card is not very good. All right.
Oh, we've survived another turn. That's all that I care about at the end of the day.
Yeah, survival definitely was what they were aiming for here. You're gonna spoof back the Conquieri, and it's second Cosmic Cyclone. Interesting that those weren't burned.
And there's a good defeat. All that just to fold to a single Cosmic Cyclone. Oh my god, that was a heck of a game, and we've got 5 minutes remaining in game.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the story of this tournament. We've seen almost every single match has gone into time, and it looks like this one is no exception. Interesting that the Cosmic Cyclones weren't fired, though, last game to help deal with those. The spoofing and the protocol were face up. You could have chained unless they were drawn later on after the extra draws from things like Blackbeard and all the other cards. All right, and to give you guys a little bit of an update on where we are, we have Eclipse was about 7 rounds now. We have 2 undefeateds in Random Brazilian and Bach Ninja 4, and then we still have a lot of other big names here. Ping Zhu is still sitting at X1. Safwan Rahman on Unchained is currently sitting comfortably in 7th place at X1, and there are still quite a lot of interesting decks still in the tournament here.
Oh god, I hope that Unchained tops.
That would be wild, honestly. We still
Alright,
see
so Altergeist gets to go first, but has a rough time attacking directly with Meluseek if they aren't given a battle phase.
Yeah, fortunately, they have seen what they like to see here. Meluseek set 4 is very, very ideal. Now, if we see a Lightning Storm or an evenly matched, it's a much different story, because if you're aware of time, a Solemn Judgment, you probably take those out for game 3, but that is not the case. We're going to open with Shipyard.
Again, like, think about what interacts with this board profitably. If you're not using Effect Negation in Protocol, you're paying life points for it. And if the Plunder Patrol player is able to gum up the board enough, then it's going to really suck. Heavy Stormbuster is fine, but Shipyard is recursive. It can be added back. The Multi-Faker going to make it a little bit more difficult with a copy of Silquidius as well.
Unfortunately, you can only use each effect of the Shipyard too. So if once they do recur it, they won't be able to further, or they won't be able to use it again, which is great. Now, depending on what these 3 back row are, I almost feel like if you were confident enough, if the Shipyard being gone, you've managed to take a card out of hand, being the Redbeard. There might have even been an argument to go for Meluseek there and try to make a more aggressive play as time winds down here.
Yeah, see how we're doing on time. 2 minutes and 27 seconds remaining. But if this is the end of the turn for the Plunder Patrol player, it's also the end of the game.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Silkatas bouncing back to back row. If there's any trap card you have that you can flip face up, even something like a Compulse, you can just bounce back your Link Karibo and just go off here.
This is interesting. Going to be met immediately with the Silquidius. No more normal summon available. Whitebeard in the hand. If the hand also includes a copy of Golden Hair, that was a huge mistake. But it looks like it doesn't, and Booty is just about as good as an individual card can get. If Silquidius has a trap in the back row they can flip, that will be the end of the game. Oh!
No. Better hurry.
Odd.
Okay, now, quick. Let's see what we got here. So, we can get Meluseek, we can go into Hextia. But no, there's zone management. They have to put the Hextia where the Multi-Faker is. So you have to link the Meluseek and Faker away. So now the Silkatas is the only thing that this Hextia will point to. So you could have got more damage if you summoned Marionetter. I think it should still be enough, but a little bit of mismanagement there. Not a big deal, but yeah, you definitely got it.
If you have a 2-minute extension, there's about 3.5 minutes remaining for these players. Going to fire off the Marionetter. As long as he just plays at the speed of sound, should be able to put in enough damage that the Plunder Patrol player won't be able to get back into the game.
Yeah, I think at this point, you switch that Silk to attack position, you're presenting 4,200 points of damage, which is barely enough to get you ahead here. And then, even then, you can end on a second copy of Hextia, and then assuming you have something like Manifestation in Graveyard, you can get up to 3 negates in that scenario. Or, no, it would be 2 negates in that scenario.
It looks like it's going to be 16, 8, is this 23, and 300.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that puts them 700, 1,000 lower than their opponent. 15 seconds remain in the round, and then we have 2 minutes of time extension.
And at this point, you're very far behind if you're a Plunder Patrol player. You still have access to Hextia, which can be used on cards or effects. So if you wait for that Shipyard to fire with its effect to add after discarding, you can wait till then to try and get a little more advantage. This is good, though. This is what you needed to start off with. But it is going to be met by Altergeist Protocol. I believe that is the Whitebeard effect they were looking to resolve there. Follows that up with the Bluebeard and Silent Angler. Okay.
Ooh, this would do it.
And like you said, if your negates are only another Solemn Strike, you can't use it here.
Oh, we're so close to time expiring. Oh my gosh, I'm on the edge of my seat for this one. Oh, that second game was a slog, but this third one they've been playing at the speed of light.
Yeah, judging by their speed, I think they both are aware of the current restraints they have with time.
Someone please intervene when the extension runs out. I believe Pascal Kim will be doing that.
Yeah, they have about 2 minutes here, as I believe time has just expired. So look at a
Time-
little bit of...
About a minute at this point.
Oh, has it? Okay.
This is not terrible. They have a copy of Link Haribo, which will prevent, the important part of this.
Yeah.
It looks like Pascal Kim is saying the time extension starts now. You were right. It just expired. Right, so it's 6:51. I'll try and keep a handle on this.
And
Looks like in
unfortunately-
battle phase, we have to activate the effect of Blackbeard on Blackbeard in order to summon a fire or a dark. Mowork only has 1,000, so yeah, we will be going into Bran. Bran can walk into this copy of Silquidius and do a ton of damage.
Yeah, I believe the Sokatos hasn't been used yet, though, so this brand might just be heading back to the port there in the extra deck.
We shall see.
This would only be 200 points of damage over the Hextia as well.
Going for Silquidius here. The Bran returns. The draw has got to be immaculate. Got just shy of a minute here.
Super tough, too. This Hextia still has the ability to negate any potential spell cards. I don't think Emblem would really help. Shipyard obviously is dead. It is looking dire.
Okay, 1 minute remains.
Trying to rack my brain for potential ways.
On a pass back.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Personal spoofing at the end. Ooh, any amount of activations here is going to spell the end of the game. The Geist player already up on life. Only 30 seconds remain in the round, even including the extension. And, oh, this is going to be the end of the line for our Plunder friend. Oh, no. Oh, they made it.
And unfortunately, multi-figure hadn't been used either, so it's just more and more extension here.
Unbelievable. And Pascal Kim intervening says it is now time in the round. And, that is going to be a 2-1 victory for Altergeist. I cannot help but think, as we were saying in Game 1, the Plunder player has to get out of the match. They could have potentially done it if they were given more time to think about their plays and interact with their opponent. Oh, keep an eye on the clock, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, very important skill you need to pick up before you go to any sort of big event is just always having at least some sense to either look at the clock or just kind of have a somewhat of a running clock in your head so you know exactly where you are in time. And really is important. Like your actual in-game decisions revolve a lot around how much time you have to make them.
And chat is asking about slow playing. I do want to reiterate, not only do we have a judge watching this match, but if any slow playing occurred, it was on the part of the Plunder Patrol player who had to manage like tons of effects over the course of the turn. It's frustrating because against control decks like Altergeist, they can play with their entire hand face up, and it doesn't make your turns any easier or any faster. Sometimes control decks just take a long time to win, and you have to be willing to do what's necessary to beat them in scenarios like this. Oof. That's going to be it for round 7. We've got 2 more rounds of contention. I hope to bring you some very interesting matches. We still have some pretty cool decks in. We'll go back to the drawing board and see if we can find any of them. But in the meantime, we will pass it back to ads and be back momentarily.
Still looking to earn your invite for the free Players Championship? Visit ppgeventmanagement.com to learn about the different qualifiers available. From one-day events to play-on-your-own-schedule events, all events offer a buyback or cash option along with a 100% credit option redeemable towards any future pre-order at competitive prices. Grinding and getting paid to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Has never been easier. Play with the most professional worldwide tournament series today and join the online community. Come join us on Discord for assistance, info, and even discussions about future events.
That was a wait, was that triple twin? Oh my god. Wait, no. It is it's triple twin twister. That's game pack is your one victor. He is your Pro Play Tour Invitational champion.
Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our Weekend Championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros. Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our Weekend Championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit PPG Event Management.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are in round 8 of the PPG Free Weekly, and I think we finally done it. We have managed to find the 2 spiciest decks in the entire tournament here. We have just had a fantastic tournament. We've seen so much Altergeist. We've managed to, but this time we've decided to give you guys something a little bit different. I am Mambo YuGiOh. I'm going to pass this one over to Joseph Rothschild, aka MBT, my co-host here. Why don't you have the honor of telling our friends what we're looking at here?
Yes, dear. Folks, it's not good. I'm going to say what it is, and I need you not to flame me in the chat. That's all I ask. Listen respectfully and not flame me in the chat. Dragon Link, El-lich, versus Buster Blader Invoke.
Now, I want to follow this up before you ask. These players are, our Dragon Link El-lich player is currently sitting in 9th, and their opponent here is obviously close to that. They're in 18th, so this is actually a very high-level match, and that is Invoked Buster Blader versus Dragon Link El-lich. So here we go.
Step in here.
Yeah.
Oh man, I mean, what can you possibly say about this one?
Certainly, this is a match where I have absolutely no idea what both the decks. Now, Buster Blader, I at least know a little bit, but like the Dragon Link El-lich, I don't really get it, but it's clearly working. They're clearly working on just the 5th dimension of higher beings right now to play something like this to this level.
I suppose so. I suppose it must be.
Yeah. Fortunately for our El-lich player, we see just a pretty boring standard combo here. Magician Souls, sending away 2 cards, White Destiny Huaquero. That's going to, of course, get your engine rolling, setting a Conquistador, and a Scarlet Sanguine. And, oh yeah, actually our player blue was just set 1 pass.
Okay, I am not exactly sure if that's going to be enough, but
you know, I can't say I'm exactly shocked to see set 1 pass from the Invoked Buster Blader. But fortunately,
trick activation here. That's hilarious. First of all, we're going to banish a copy of Prologue. The Destruction Swordsman.
And just like us, our player is going to need to read this. This card is actually...
send 1 Destruction Sword card and a Buster Blader from your deck to the graveyard, then specially Buster Dragon from your extra deck or graveyard, but destroy it during the end phase of the next turn. And then it's able to be banished in order to prevent destruction. This is hilarious, first of all. I imagine it will be making the Buster Blader Fusion that we all know and love, and has a very interesting matchup versus, in particular, the Dragon Link half of this deck. Right, Buster Dragon is the first card out, makes all monsters your opponent control Dragon type, and then has the ability to summon this Buster Blader back.
Now, it looks like they sent the Dragon Buster Destruction Sword. Yeah. Funny to see this deck in its actual home archetype, and then, of course, the Buster Blader Destruction Sword Master. And the Buster Dragon, unfortunately, met by an effect failure here. Now, if I remember correctly, usually there is a... can't remember what card it is. There's a Buster card that you can send to the graveyard, you banish it, and it can fuse... It sort of can do like a miracle fusion effect. To also,
that is true.
Yeah.
I think we are likely to see a different route given the sends here. Normal summon of a Magician Souls. Here's where you overlay for Embodiment of Crime.
Naturally. The Magician Souls is an interesting... I mean, it really does find a very natural home in the Invoked deck, thanks to its synergy with Magical Meltdown, but they really aren't on that many spell and trap cards in the deck, and a majority of them they want to actually be activating.
Ooh. This is a cool summon, but unfortunately matches up very poorly against what's on the field. Oh, and very, very poorly against a Nibiru specifically. Buster Blader, or Blackluster Soldier, Soldier of Chaos, of course, is very hard for El-lich to out. They do not have a main deck out if you increase its attack to 4,500. However, before it would have destroyed the Linkuriboh. Obviously, Linkuriboh's effect would have been activated. Though we won't have to worry about any of that because of our good friend Nibiru.
Yeah, Nibiru, pretty much a death sentence here. I don't know what card could... Well, Ash Blossom actually is a very important here, is that does shut off the only copy, if we remember, of the Elixir of Scarlet Sanguine.
And now suddenly El-lich has to play fair. This is going to be very difficult. You don't have access to your extremely recursive engine.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow game from here, but I think that given the fact that you're now basically out of card, you're just with a token and one actually usable card here, I think you're really... I can't imagine you find a way out of this, especially now that our El-lich player can't quite get the engine fully rolling. We know that this is a set Conquistador. And if they can't find access, actually, you know what? This is one thing that makes the Scarlet Sanguine hit quite significant, is there is not a golden, well, it's different now, but there is not a golden lord in the game, meaning that all the other elixirs like White Destiny and so on and so forth can't do anything. But a little breath of life as we are able to answer the cursed outlane with Cosmic Cyclone.
This is pretty good. Without the ability to, over the course of a couple of turns, reset this Elixir of Scarlet Sanguine, we're forced kind of to get a bad Golden Lord spell and trap and pass. I just don't know what they would do from this position, but at the same time, I have no idea what type of plays Buster Blader is capable of producing from here either.
Fortunately, I don't either. I know that the prologue is that's really the card they look to try and make their plays happen and sort of set up that pretty hard lock. It's a soft lock, but with the Buster Blader Synchro and the Buster Blader, or the Buster Blader Fusion, and then the Buster Dragon itself. Fortunately, they do manage to find a copy of Magician Souls, which is going to be met by an Ash Blossom. However, it's really important to get this Conquistador in the graveyard. Now they can get back a copy of Black Awakening and try to get the Golden Lord involved into the game now. What one top deck do you have that gets you out of this?
I mean, it's got to be something that outs both Golden Lord on the following turn, as well as Nibiru. There are very few and far between outs to big chonkers. Looks like they're going to go to battle phase. Oh, evenly matched is okay, but if they keep the Nibiru, that is literally the end of the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Banish those two, and then Advanced will activate the graveyard effect of Conquistador, or maybe not.
Yeah, that little bit of a miss there. Now they do...
No way. Do you think they're not on any copies of Black Elixir and they've drawn the white?
Let's find out. They are on 2 and 2, which I think has been largely... Oh, wait, is this their top deck that can do it? Now,
wait.
Buster Whelp... never mind. But
nope.
Buster Whelp does get a Destruction Sword card from the deck to the hand, except for himself.
Oh, and they're chaining Linkurian Graveyard! It's gonna resolve!
Okay. Alright, now... Unfortunately, I just do not know enough about this particular deck. But, this is interesting. Now, they are going to get the Conquistador here. And now that we have confirmed that they are on 2 copies of Black Awakening, the problem is Black Awakening is going to summon a defense position, and you're still staring down a Linkuriboh, so I don't think you can get game this turn either. You might be giving the Buster Blader just enough turns to find a way back into this game.
Ash Blossom wins the game. I think that's pretty much it.
Now, unfortunately, everything is no knowledge. Now, I don't believe Froshotop, our El-lich player, our Dragon Link El-lich player, knows exactly what any of the Buster Blade cards do, which is nice. But unfortunately, I don't either, so I don't know if this is going to be enough to really get them back into it. Just about anything bigger than Linkuriboh can get you in for game here, unless there's...
Oh my god, that is very slightly bigger than Linkuriboh.
First time we've seen that card all day. It's another prologue. So they are going to be able to get out the Buster Dragon. Now, let's see if they probably will send a card that is able to sort of do the Miracle Fusion effect here, I imagine. Yeah, that's the one. The Destruction Sword Memories.
And so here we get the... Photoshop saying... NKLS says, Hauk is banned, LEL. Photoshop says, what? Is it? All right, so we're going to activate the effect of Prologue, and then we're going to chain the effect of Destruction Sword Memories. That's going to get in defense position a copy of Buster Blade of the Dragon Destructor Swordsman and Buster Dragon, which turns all monsters your opponent controls to Dragon type. This changes them to the defense position, and I think negates all their effects.
Mm-hmm. Even better, they cannot activate their effects.
God, wait, did they win? Is this the end of the game?
Another interesting thing is, now the Buster Dragon will die during the end of our player in blue's next turn. As far as I know, the Prologue cannot protect it. Yeah, it's just Destruction Sword cards. So the Buster Dragon does not have that archetypal name. Now the Buster Blader actually does do piercing and gains 1,000 attack and defense for its dragon that their opponent controls. So right now it is sitting at 4,800 rather attack points, which is going to swing over this Nibiru for a significant amount of damage. Now, if our El-lich player
you can bring back the Buster later, right? Oh no, you have the fusion on your side of the field.
Mm-hmm.
Can put a Destruction Sword monster from the graveyard. Does that change anything? Looks like we are going to lock the extra deck with Dragon Buster Destruction Sword here.
Crazy to see this card actually being used in its home archetype. Yep, so that's going to switch to defense. Effects cannot be activated.
Is this it?
What's crazy is this is a continuous effect too, so it's actually quite difficult to answer the Buster Blader with anything other than specifically effect negation. And also the Prologue is... You can banish this card from your graveyard. Destruction card you control cannot be destroyed by battle card effect. So it actually applies a lingering continuous effect. And there's 2 of them.
Wow.
So the Destruction Sword in of itself with that kind of protection might just be good enough.
Hold up. Is Buster Blade of the Dragon Destroyer Swordsman a Destruction Sword card?
Oh, you know what? It might not be.
Thank God.
Sword very specifically says Destruction Sword card, so you're correct.
So it looks
good,
like
good
just
catch there.
pages.
Which, not particularly important. The Buster Destruction Sword, unfortunately, not doing too much here, but it is at least nice to take away some extra options.
You're saying it's not Dragon Link, it's Buster Blader. Oh no, one of these 2 decks is playing Dragon Link.
Mm-hmm.
Excited.
Yeah, our player in red is in fact, I'm just looking at the list, they do in fact have the Chaos Dragons, Collapse Serpent, Wyvern Buster, and Seifert in the deck with just an absolutely minuscule package of other dragons. And
Wild.
And again,
it's like they looked at Invoked and said, why would I play Invoked? I'm playing Dragon Link.
I have to emphasize, I believe this is table 6 or something around that area, and we're in round 8, if I remember correctly. So this is it doesn't get a lot better than this. Now again, this Buster Dragon is going to die in the end phase on the resolution of Prologue of the Destruction Swordsman. So you're a little bit on a time crunch here. Now, because the Buster Blader will just go back down to 2,800 and get back out with a boost. It'll be too big for the Buster Blader to handle. And the Buster Blader does do piercing. They actually by putting another monster on board that is treated as a dragon, now have this Buster Blader at 5,800 attack points, which is a bit shy of lethal, but worth mentioning.
Likely not for long.
Yeah.
Cool Penguin asking how many players are there? There were 400 players in this free event.
Yeah, as we've been saying, equivalent to a very big regional that you would usually only find in Brooklyn and, unfortunately, the Midwest. Buster Blader really taking their time to consider here. Unfortunately, I have absolutely no advice to give because I don't know what options you have here to go with. Whoa. So linking away your fusion for a card I have literally never seen. So protect your well with the Destruction Swords, and when it's Link Summon, you send a Destruction Sword card from deck to graveyard, sending another copy of Destruction Sword Memories, and wow, they have a Buster Blade or Destruction Swordsman in hand, because after you send, you do get to special summon a Buster Blader monster from your hand. At the end of the battle phase, your opponent controls no monster. You can target one Buster Blader monster that did not clear an attack and inflict damage equal to your opponent, equal to that monster's attack. I stammer that there's Hot Red Dragon Archfiend Abyss comes out.
What on earth is happening? So that's the Synchro boss they've gone into. Buster Blader, the Destruction Sword Master, who I believe does count as a Destruction Sword card, going to be able to be used here. And oh my god, we get to activate the effect of Memories again to get another of the big Fusion Chonker out of the deck. And this is extremely lethal.
The Buster, now, I believe each card is now being treated... Yeah, with the Buster Dragon not being face up, these aren't treated as dragon. It also gains for dragons in their graveyard. Unfortunately, there are none. But what do we have here?
So when a card is destroyed while Buster Blader Destruction Swordmaster is on the field, you can equip a card to it. Then you can send a monster card to the graveyard to destroy all monsters your opponent controls with the same type.
Holy cow. And yeah, that's going to deal piercing, which is going to get them a little bit closer to game here. Now, if we look at our El-lich player's graveyard, the only archetypal card they have access to is one lone copy of Black Awakening. Otherwise, our El-lich player is largely out of cards, and unfortunately, dragons are... If they do draw into their dragon portion of the deck, it is not helping.
This is just about the worst possible time to be staring down Buster Blader, the Destruction Swordsman. I cannot believe that this actually might be how it ends. The El-lich snugly stuck under Destruction Swordmaster. Oh my god. What a crazy game one.
Yeah, I mean, what has to be running through your head if you're Frosho top here? You read this Buster Blader, the Dragon Destroyer Swordsman, you're just thinking, man, that's crazy. How did
Going into this copy of Nightmare Unicorn in passing says, I don't want to die to normal summon A-lister.
Interesting that the guy, I suppose, actually, now that I think about it, they haven't revealed the Dragon Link portion of the deck, so getting rid of the Buster Blader there, funnily enough, that knowledge is actually super important that they've been able to smokescreen so far.
Looks like we're going to go to set a Golden Land Speller Trap. Guardian the set. That's super powerful.
And I believe the interaction, if you negate that Guardian, it'll go to the... Oh, they revealed it.
And here it is. Okay, so we can send any number of dragon monsters to the graveyard and then add a dragon with the equivalent. I guess you could theoretically fire off the Archfiend Abyss here.
Actually, does it send for cost? It does.
Powerful.
So if you want to send a safer, it will send for cost. And now I have to ask, what are you thinking if you're our Buster player thinking, oh, you're kidding, they're playing dragons, huh? Yeah, the safer will resolve here.
Get what? Right?
Probably collapse.
Oh, we're going for black.
Man,
What's that do for you?
A way to get through all of this. You do still have to play through the negate in the Hot Red Dragon Archfiend.
Okay. Elpy. Striker Dragon. Okay, here comes the minuscule we're talking about. What's fun is while you can chain block here, you can stop Hot Red Archfiend Abyss. It's very likely we see the Abyss held until pretty much exactly the activation of a Tracer.
Yeah, it'd have to be Tracer, or if they somehow find a way to commit to an early beat, which I'd be really difficult for them to do so.
Here's Wyverbuster. Are we making Romulus here?
Mm-hmm.
Romulus is fine. Everything in the hand is a known quantity. With perfect information, and if I'm the Buster Blader player, I am not frightened of any of this.
Yeah, at this point, you know that you're just looking at two field spells, both of which do not synergize particularly well with each other in this particular scenario. Since normally you could Ravine to send the Absol Router Dragon and potentially get Tracer that way. And we see a Link. I've seen that card today.
It's very odd. But I'm smart enough to know when I'm being baited. And a pass. Yeah, as expected.
Well.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks like
these
you're
are
just dead.
kind of frustrating insofar as they do kind of screw up. HDRA has an effect which summons a tuner back, so we can maybe get another Destruction Sword from the graveyard, but it has to be summoned to defense position. And as cool as this is, and as neat as that play was, it really doesn't resolve anything. Normal summon a copy of Magician's Souls here. 6 cards and extra. God, I just can't imagine what they might be.
I thought maybe we'd see an access code talker there, but I guess we're just here for the body on the Magician's Souls. Unfortunately, the Buster Blader Destruction Swordsman is not a quick effect. Otherwise, if it can hold multiple monsters. So yeah, you could have stolen the Link Cross if it was a quick effect, but unfortunately that is not the case.
For Link Hurry here.
Okay.
I'm going to walk over the remaining token. We are 100 off lethal. Are you kidding me?
They're going to chain their own Link Karibo. Dueling Link Karibos at it.
I think likely they're going to be walking into each other.
Yeah, no reason to not here, and they just let them both go to graveyard.
For 32, it's just shy. Going to be met with a Guardian of the Golden Land. That'll be negated by Hot Red Dragon Archfiend Abyss. So now it's going to, I believe, stay in the face-up spell and trap card zone.
Yes, correct.
Then we'll be bringing back a winner from the graveyard here. Getting Dragon Buster Destruction Sword. Do we not have lethal?
It appears we don't.
Attribute this card to summon a Blader. Extra deck is locked as well. Good luck to your opponent.
Yeah, so even if we... I wonder what you can draw here.
I can't imagine. Dragon Ravine is fine. You're probably negating this.
Yeah, if they remember that the last
we have that would do it through Destruction Sword.
Yeah, if they recall that the Boot Sector launches in hand. Well, actually, the Boot Sector can get back nothing. There are no rockets in graveyard.
Yeah, there's nothing in the grave. I think you probably negate this.
Yeah, the O-Lion was discarded, so I suppose there's some consideration there, but what is the token really doing here? Not much of anything.
Absolutely nothing. Again, you are locked from the extra. They're thinking real hard on this. This is fair. I mean, this is the most important negation of the entire game. They are going to go for it. We're going to go for the effect of O-Line and Graveyard.
And
Red Dragon Archfiend. We can get back Link Haribo here, maybe? No, it's a level 3. We can Boot Sector literally nothing. There is not a single target. Attack, he says.
Is this just the honorable? Yep. Takes matters in their own hands. And we'll go to game 2. Wow.
That was awesome. Wait, that is extremely pog. How are we doing on time? Let me check real quick. 23 minutes remaining. Oh, wow. That was a long game 1. It's going to take this variant of El-lich a fair amount of time to accomplish anything. I mean, that was a really important game 1 they just walked with.
And, you know, ironically, it's just such a... Well, I mean, what an interesting game. Just the back and forth of... I could just, like I said, I can only imagine our Dragon Link player going, "You're kidding. This negates all dragons." And then our Buster Blader player, after linking away the card that prevents dragons from activating, going, "You're kidding. There's dragons."
It really is a... every single person in that duel had egg on their face at one point or another.
And, you know, the Buster Blader deck is just, it's such a cool design and a deck that really benefited heavily from the Master Rule change, since it was really able to unlock that combo that we saw between getting the Buster Dragon out and then being able to also summon the Destruction Sword, the Fusion, being able to soft lock your opponent essentially for a turn and then swing in for a whole bunch of damage, or potentially set up even further plays past that. Dragon Link player tries to get it going here with Safer, which is a great play starter, going to be met by Ash Blossom. But, you know, Cursed Eldland is such a powerful card, very good follow-up here, and plan B, to rely on the El-lich card, is never a bad idea. And I suppose to note, since I know a lot of people are probably with the 2 copies of Scarlet Sanguine that the deck has allowed, we've seen a lot of players opting for a 2-in-2 ratio, or sometimes a 2-1 ratio of Black Awakening and White Destiny as an appropriate replacement for the 2 copies of Sanguine that they love. It's not quite as powerful for sure, but still quite good. And Magician's Souls is just as broken as ever, as we see that drop onto the board.
I mean, if you can draw Magician's Souls every single game, oh boy, does El-lich look good.
Oh, absolutely. Especially being able to set up the Cursed Eldland as well, just incredible synergy. Alright, so we do get to send Eldland on the land, but you'll get the backup plan, I suppose, for the Dragon Link deck rolling. Just try to get the El-lich win condition in effect here. And I cannot wait to get back to the Buster Blader's turn.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is all just set up. I don't care about what's happening. I care about what the Buster Blader player is going to do.
Mm-hmm. Not a particularly intimidating board here either.
Ooh.
Oh, even
About
less.
to get even less intimidating.
Mm-hmm.
0% chance the keep isn't Scarlet Sanguine here.
Yeah, I suppose there is consideration to maybe fire the Sanguine and keep a Golden Lord, so that way you can at least incur the Sanguine later. Looks like that's the line we want to go for here.
You can go for a Scarlet Sanguine here. The Sanguine goes to the graveyard. Then you can activate Conquistador, targeting itself, destroying it, and then losing only the Link Rebo from this evenly.
True. Yeah, good call.
It looks like that's probably what we're doing. Now we'll be able to activate the effect of Conquistador at end step, as well as Sanguine on our next turn, while preserving an El-lich on our side of the field. However, there is no more interaction, which was the real important point of that play.
Now, I feel like it's our duty to remind there is an Invoked Ancient in the Buster Blader deck. Apparently, this is a deck that does not heavily rely on its normal summon. And that information was not revealed in Game 1. For all our player and Roy Fro Show top knows, this is just a pure Buster Blader. We'll see
Summons,
the
that's a
Buster
fantastic one. Buster Welt, the Destruction Swordman coming down. When it's normal, you can add a Destruction Sword from your deck to your hand, and I know a couple that he wants to resolve. Prologue, chief among them.
A
When
Prologue.
did this card come out?
That's such a good question. This card has really shown it being. I think what's great here too is by getting rid of the Buster Whelp, I think you can set up right away the memories. If I'm not mistaken, you can use Prologue instead of Buster Blader and memories. This is exactly what they want to see.
I mean, is it really just the Link monster that's enabling this that came out in Dual Overload? It was really powerful last game.
I think what really enables his Buster Blader deck is just having Master Roll 5, and they summon a dragon, but funnily enough, if they do flip the Prologue and then they can get the memories out, this Seyfert will not be able to activate its effect.
It's so funny. Looks like they're going for it. Here comes Buster Blader. They get to chain the effect of the fusion spell in Graveyard.
Yeah, everything here sends as cost, I believe. Yeah. So the Destruction Sword, the Prologue of the Destruction Sword, then sends the 2 cards to Graveyard as cost, meaning that, yeah, you can chain memories legally to then bring out on Chain Link 2 your. I keep forgetting the name, but this guy, the Buster Blader, the Dragon Destroyer Sword.
Big chunk. Big old boy.
This is great, too. It's going to switch everything to defense position as well, so that also completely keeps you safe for a turn.
It's unreal. Chad is saying, yeah, it's just Master Rule 5. Have I not run into this deck yet? It looks like a disaster.
I can't believe you haven't. This deck, I've lost to this a lot on all sorts of simulators. Like this soft lock, although it only lasts a turn, giving them the ability to potentially draw and do some other follow-up plays, like another Buster Whelp with a Destruction Swordsman, Trap Trick, which we've seen, which can fetch you another copy of Prologue, so they can just do it all over again, is just crazy. And you know what? I think it's worth mentioning, this Seyfert has 0 defense, and Big Boy in purple there does gain 1,000 for each dragon, and it's going to do piercing, and it's gaining from the Seyfert in Graveyard.
Give me a one-shot here. I'm taking a quick look at the Trap Trick package. It's pretty good. Obviously, Prologue of the Destruction Sword and the Send are targets, but they've also got a Paleozoic Dynamicius in here as well, just kind of an all-purpose removal tool for an unsolved format.
What's also excellent is this Destruction Swordsman, the Prologue. Actually, no, we actually determined this last game. I'm wrong. It cannot protect the Dragon Destroyer Swordsman, if I understand the text here correctly, since it is a Destroyer Swordsman, not a Destruction Sword card, which is...
You got to remember, destroys swordsmen. Dragons are the swords. I don't know. I'm kind of mixing my metaphors here.
I think I'm picking up what you're putting down, though. But yeah, this Conquistador looks like it actually will be able to effectively deal with the Dragon Destroyer Swordsman, and then Buster Dragon is going to die by the resolution of the Prologue's effect. So unfortunately, El-lich once again ruins a perfectly cool combo.
Ooh, how could you do this?
And I suppose as we're kind of now gaining more information and knowledge about this Buster Blader deck, it seems like just stalling it out is a viable way to beat it. Unfortunately, yeah, I could see this just absolutely dominates monster-heavy decks. If you can turn them all into dragons, shut them down for a turn, it just has to absolutely maul them.
I do like chat says, give us the Ritual Beast player. Folks, you don't want to see the Ritual Beast player. Ritual Beast player is, I think, X8 at this point.
I can confirm they have gone 1-2 drop.
2 drop. Well, tried their hardest. Oh my god. Wow, I love it. This card's insane. So, like I was saying in the previous game, El-lich does not have an out to this card. If they walk over the El-lich or the Starliege Seyfert and take it to 4,500, which I expect they'll do, there's no way to get over it.
Yeah, this is huge. Now, I wonder, it has to be specifically a Buster Blader, so if they do have another copy of the prologue of the Destruction Swordsman, it won't be able to send and resolve the memories, as I don't believe... Actually, it does say specifically Buster Blader. It's not a Buster Blader monster. Yeah, once the Soldier of Chaos hits 45, Boral Sword can out it. And they are on Dragon Link, so that is within the realm of possibility, but they have gone through 2 of the starters for that particular combo, being the Star-Leech Safer.
So they're thinking real quick about the Blackluster Soldier effect. The right call is to give it 1500 attack, but it looks like they're going for the Banish on the Conquistador, which is funny, but not necessarily good.
Nice in the fact that it does take away... Now, there are currently no outside of Golden Lord themselves. Oh, we've revealed it now.
Okay, Magical Meltdown coming down, and we're going to grab a copy of A-Lister. Have you seen this play before? I think we have enough lights in the graveyard to facilitate a Macabre summon. And Ash Blossom, the response. Did they draw the Invoke?
Any true Invoked player has drawn the Invocation here.
Find out.
Oh.
And this seems like a match that they could have easily walked away with if they just used the effect of Blackluster Soldier to gain attack, or potentially banished the El-lich by way of attacking into the Star-Leech Safer.
Yeah, we know this other set card is White Destiny, so that's pretty free send here off of the Golden Lord, which will then be able to summon itself, bump itself way up to 35, and out to this BLS, unless there is some way to stop it.
And no response means that it is coming back. 3,500 attack.
And no longer underneath any sort of soft lock with our Buster Blader part of the deck, which means we're free to put the Safer in attack position.
Oh my god. Another prologue. You are kidding me.
Oh yeah, okay, so this is Buster Blader and a Dragon-type monster. So you can use the other Buster Dragon, and here we go again.
Oh my god.
They aren't like searching this or anything, are they? They're just hard seeing the prologues?
The one was searched off of the Dragon Well.
Wow. And yeah, this game on board. You're staring down. This will deal 58 piercing to the Star-Leech Safer. Now the Golden Lord is sitting at 38, so unfortunately that will have to be your attack target, which will only deal 2,000.
2,000, 1,000 into the Safer with A-Lister. We get to do 42, so it looks like we'll do 62 this turn. It's very slightly off. Any additional play, an Invocation off the top, I mean, there's a ton of stuff that does it.
Yeah, we'll be able to find, I think they have one more copy of Conquistador available to them. They do, in fact. Unless my memory serves me wrong in this face-down banish card.
Hakero.
Funnily enough, Hakero would have been really good this match, I suppose, although the memories card being able to banish for cost. You could have taken fusion materials out of the graveyard since it uses them similar to a Miracle Fusion. So Flakero might have been a card good enough to win the game at some point in time.
Will he banish El-lich? Place your bets now. Buster Destruction Sword, that is a good card.
At level 1 as well. Going to
Link summoning here. For a Hot Red Dragon Archfiend Abyss. And this is the second time we've seen this monster synchro summoned. Let's go to the battle phase.
Buster Dragon does make all of the... So the El-lich Golden Lord is back to being a zombie. However, because there's a Safer on field and graveyard 2 dragons, this Destruction Sword, or Destroyer Swordsman is still sitting at 4,800, which is enough to beat the Golden Lord. However, like you mentioned, they can't banish Golden Lord here, which would... they would still be at 4,800 since it gains 1,000 for each dragon-type monster in the graveyard. That would be...
You actually can, right? Attack with the Blackluster Soldier into the Star-Liege Seifert, and then you banish El-lich. Then you walk in with Buster Blader, Hot Red Dragon, Archfiend Abyss, and A-Lister. When they go to activate the trap monster, you negate it with HDRAA.
That should be it.
If they see it.
True. The white destiny here can't help you at all, especially if the Golden Lord ends up being banished. Then white destiny's obviously not going to be able to pull it out. So I think our Buster Blader. Yep. I think they walked away with it.
It will depend on if there's a Golden Lord in hand. White Destiny, of course, can summon from either place. Okay. Alright, we'll activate the effect of Buster here, and I think we're probably going to banish the El-lich.
Can't imagine any other target right now.
Which one? Selecting the El-lich, dingus.
Yeah.
Absolutely correct. Buster Dragon Fusion Man cannot attack directly. This isn't damage step. I apologize. Haketo is just a little too late.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh, be nice to us, chat. Do you think we've read these cards?
That's actually... Huh, I can't attack direct. Wow, that's actually really funny. So, the way you beat this card is by doing nothing. And actually, summoning the Hakero here... Yeah,
honestly would be like... Maybe it's worth not Hot Red Dragon Archfiend Abyssing and just redeclaring with Buster Blader at 4,800.
Yeah, well, I suppose the same result here is the Conquistador will come out, so you'll still swing through for 30 or 3,000 rounds.
Oh, dog! Not like this!
Interesting. A little bit of a missed opportunity there. Fortunately, our Buster Blader player does in fact know that this card cannot attack directly. Missed that text for sure.
He knows something we don't.
Maybe they know that this card is absolutely horrifying. Look at this.
It feels like this is a scenario that neither player should be in. Played a little bit differently, it likely would be over. But still.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you've seen two Seifert. You're staring down a card that says no to dragons. 3 Conquistador out of the game. Your Golden Lord is out. Your 1 copy of Scarlet Sanguine is out. And this board is just absolutely menacing. This Buster Blader is 4,800. The Hot Red is providing a negate. And Blackluster Soldier has Dragoon text, which is fantastic.
I do like that the Dragon Destroyer Swordsman still has utility in this matchup. You know, knowing that the invoked player is on dragons, even though they are not able to monsters to dragons, they are still able to negate any effects of lingering ones. Let's attack with Buster Blader this time, please. All right.
Hey, there we go. And that's going to deal 3,800.
That is a ton of damage. That's the ones in graveyard, buddy. Effect is fine.
Yeah, unfortunately, the effect...
Just going to get eaten by this copy of A-Lister.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 0/0.
A-Lister work, by the way.
Our player in blue recalling back to last turn, getting... Dude, they are aware of the fact they forgot to swing in with the Destroyer Swordsman there.
Wow, it looks like going to be the end of the game unless they have something fantastic in hand. Yeah, that's it. And Buster Blader, of all decks, walks into... Is this an X1 record going into round 9?
That it is. This...
Oh my god, they're going to top.
Find them again.
Jesus Christ, they're going to top.
Yeah, this is... Actually... Or hold on, which player were we looking at here? We are looking at NKLS. They are, in fact, X1 at this current moment.
Wow, 8 rounds! X1 on Invoked Buster Blader. That's just incredible.
Yeah, bar none. This is what we came here to see.
I can give you a little bit of updates about the individuals who are still playing. It looks like Random Brazilian, who we had on a little earlier, did pick up their match and will be topping. Same with Bend SNX. Shumping Zhu, I believe, is still X1. Wow. After 8 rounds of contention as well, as is Safwan Rahman on Unchained. Everyone else, I think, notable is X2 or below, but that includes Sir Eminon, who it looks like could still top. A lot of really cool names here.
Yeah, this has been a very interesting event. We've seen a pretty good variety, and have really gotten to see how the meta here for these PPG events is really shaping up. We've seen, I mean, that last game in particular, which is absolutely awesome. Buster Blader of all things, and we've seen Dino. Altergeist, of course, has made a big comeback. Unfortunately, Ritual Beast and what is that other deck? Necros have not quite shown up.
I'm shocked personally. I really thought that Necros was going to do it, but hey, no. You can't win them all. Unicorn, it turns out, does not resolve the problem with the deck, which is that every individual card is bad.
Well, hold on. But yeah, unfortunately, their biggest issue just being they're just so small. Unicorn are just staring down so many free summons that are far bigger than 2,300. Just not working out for it. And Ritual Beast was already one of the most inconsistent decks of its own format. And now it has to deal with 2020, where literally your deck has to be consistent. There's no room for playing things like Raigeki or any of the old fun stuff we got to play back in the day that might have still been okay.
Right. Well, we are we only have about 3 minutes remaining in round, so I think we are going to call it quits for now. We've got one more round of contention. This will determine who tops and who fails to do so. Fingers crossed for the Buster Blader player, and of course, fingers crossed for everyone who isn't playing Altergeist as well.
Still looking to earn your invite for the free Players Championship? Visit ppgeventmanagement.com to learn about the different qualifiers available. From one-day events to play-on-your-own schedule events, all events offer a buyback or cash option, along with a 100% credit option redeemable towards any future pre-order at competitive prices. Grinding and getting paid to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Has never been easier. Play with the most professional worldwide tournament series today and join the online community. Come join us on Discord for assistance, info, and even discussions about future events.
That was a... Wait, was that triple twin? Oh my god. Wait, no. It is! It's triple twin twister! That's game! Pack is your one victor! He is your Pro Play Tour Invitational Champion!
Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros.
Burning tires in a stolen car. I'm fucked up so bad outside the bar. Heading out as far away I can. Heart is pounding, got some damn out of hand. Doing 90 through the city night. Nothing's ever gonna be alright. Life will never be what it was. Hands are shaking, 'cause now my future.
Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our Weekend Championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros.
Still looking to earn your invite for the free Players Championship? Visit ppgeventmanagement.com to learn about the different qualifiers available. From one-day events to play on your own schedule events, all events offer a buyback or cash option along with a 100% credit option redeemable towards any future pre-order at competitive prices. Grinding and getting paid to play Yu-Gi-Oh has never been easier. Play with the most professional worldwide tournament series today and join the online community. Come join us on Discord for assistance, info, and even discussions about future events.
That was a wait, was that triple twin? Oh my god. Wait, no. It is! It's triple twin twister! That's game! Pack is your one victor! He is your Pro Play Tour Invitational champion!
Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros. Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros.
Still looking to earn your invite for the free Players Championship? Visit ppgeventmanagement.com to learn about the different qualifiers available. From one-day events to play-on-your-own-schedule events, all events offer a buyback or cash option along with a 100% credit option redeemable towards any future pre-order at competitive prices. Grinding and getting paid to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Has never been easier. Play with the most professional worldwide tournament series today and join the online community. Come join us on Discord for assistance, info, and even discussions about future events.
That was a. S-
Well, you thought there would be 9 rounds. You fools! 8 rounds is enough for us to crown the top 16 of the Pro Play Tour free event. Now, I want to stress, this is the very first list using the new Pro Play Tour amended list, and as a result, it will reflect a very largely unknown metagame. That said, we've got a ton of different decks in the top 16, and I'm very excited to join Mambo Yu-Gi-Oh! To announce the top 16 individuals in this tournament. I suppose we will start with at the top and just go back and forth.
Well,
in first place, we have Random Brazilian with Invoked Mech Knight.
really cool to see too. That deck was one of the decks that's really been on the fringe of viability, especially through all of the combo El-lich and Adamantipator boards. Really cool list as well, leveraging the Trickstar engine, which was simply Light Stage and Corobate and nothing else. No Candina, just simply there for the free summon to help get into Predaplan Verte Anaconda, as the build did play 3 copies of Neos Fusion to try and turbo that as a win condition.
Next is going to be Ben's NX on Altergeist, and get excited to hear on Altergeist a couple of times over the course of this top 16.
Yeah, it's you know, this was the first event of this list, and it has been out for 24 hours, and that's where we're sitting now. The event started, it had barely been live for 12, give or take, 14 hours tops, something like that. So obviously Altergeist getting 3 multi-faker back, the dumbed down power level, and sort of the uncertainty around an unsolved meta. Altergeist is obviously a very comfortable pick for a lot of players.
People want to play with the new cards. Multi-faker is back at 3. The memes! Benign Altergeist Spieler, I think. Next is Nicholas on Salaman Great. That's 3rd place. Immediately followed by Rolo Master 7, also on Salaman Great.
Super powerful deck. I mean, this was a deck that was already doing quite well, even in the current climate with combo El-lich and so on and so forth. Deck that has gotten a lot of great tools from Eternity Code. We'll be getting even more when Toon Chaos comes out and we see some of the more Code Talker cards. So not a huge surprise. Again, another comfort pick, I'm sure, for a lot of players.
Afterwards is Dark 3-6 on Invoked Mech Knight as well, followed by the first El-lich deck of our top 16. Pingsu, here he's pretty good. A world-class competitor, piloted this all the way to a top 8 finish.
Yeah, going back to the Invoked variant of the deck, which I think a lot of people really would say is the natural progression, or I suppose in some cases backtrack, from the El-lich strategy. And Ping, world-class player, as they've proven time and time again. So no surprise to see them here at the top and piloting a deck that, while not particularly represented, is still, I'm sure, as these weeks come to follow, we'll start to see a rise in popularity.
Sure. After that is Safwan Rahman on Unchained. And this is really a testament to what happens if the power level of the format goes down just a little bit. A lot of these decks kind of skirting the edges of playability sneak into top cuts. Unchained is a heck of an archetype.
It's there are just some times where Unchained, and the way I always describe it is it's the best deck in the entire game if you have absolutely no idea what it does.
And enough people did that he was able to top.
Yeah.
After that is Architect's Ocean on Altergeist, followed by Xenon on Altergeist as well. 2 more Altergeist Spielers. Not particularly surprising in a format where we just got 3 multi-faker back.
Not at all. Not really a whole lot to say there. I do, real quick, I'll go back to the Unchained because I think a lot more people would rather hear about that. It is nice to see in a format where obviously there have been a lot of Altergeist tops and so on and so forth at this event. It's really cool to see a lot of those decks, sort of the way I describe pet decks, decks that people really believe in, and seeing them being able to pilot it to such heights at such a populated tournament.
After that is Anthony Demicoli on Invoked, and this list, I mean, you could not be playing less Yu-Gi-Oh! Than this person was playing. I think it was straight up A-lister and then 23 hand traps.
Yeah, this deck, you'll see a feature match of it if you go back, where we basically saw this deck has Lightning Storms evenly matched a slew of hand traps, Mystic Mine in the main deck, and it really aims to win through hopefully your opponent falling asleep at the keyboard or hitting their keyboard with their head so hard that they're forced to surrender one way or the other.
This is what happened. Enough times for them to top, followed by Nico J13, our second El-lich player of this top cut. They were on a Light Sworn build of the deck.
Yeah, this is just a cool build. Really small Lightsworn package, but kind of a nice way, I think, to sort of get around your lost Scarlet Sanguines, being able to find a way to sort of turbo access to more of your other El-lich cards. Always a really cool build. The Lightsworn cards are all just so cool.
After that, we've got Isidore on Altergeist and Bear X Bear also on Altergeist. Two more Altergeist Spielers, followed by top, ladies and gentlemen, NKLS on Buster Blader, baby!
Just a round of applause for Buster Blader. Invoked Buster Blader, mind you. So the Invoked engine really showing up at this event. And
I really feel like it did very little.
It sure did, but just such a cool deck, such a cool archetype for sure, and piloted by someone that very obviously knew what they were doing. Just awesome.
After that is Arashel in 15th place on Altergeist, and Jason Leonard in 16th place, the only dinosaur pilot who made it into Top Cut. This looked really promising in early rounds, but unfortunately a lot of them just fell all the way off.
Which is surprising. Now, we talked about it a lot. The Dino decks are starting to sort of change their build up to a more streamlined version, implementing Simorgh Link, the Divine Bird of Destiny, and the various Statue of Stormwinds to sort of lock their opponent out. But yeah, I swear every single time we saw this game, or that deck rather, on stream, it won. But Jeff Leonard's lesser known brother managing to make it happen and finishing here in 16th place. So congratulations.
Kid.
Is it? Nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Fun fact, Jeff Leonard actually stopped playing Mystic Mine because Jason wouldn't stop beating him with El-lich, which previously has like a 90% Mystic Mine win-loss.
Fantastic.
So all in all, your top 16 for the first event of the new Pro Play Games list is 6 Altergeist, 3 Invoked, 2 El-lich, Salamangreat, an Unchained, a Dinosaur, the Buster Blader.
Yeah.
Not surprising for a first tournament. Obviously, known control decks are going to perform very well against unknown metagames, and now that individuals know what the control decks are packing, they're going to be able to deck build accordingly, and I think you will likely see fewer and fewer Altergeist tops as this format continues, as we have in literally every format that Altergeist has ever been legal.
Not a surprise at all. Unsolved format almost completely, so very unsurprising to see an old familiar face in Multi-Faker and crew really showing up here. And I'm sure as the weeks go on, it's funny because we talked about Dino winning every single game we saw on stream. Altergeist felt like it lost more than half.
We had an unbelievable Altergeist loss rate, and yet...
Yeah. It speaks to representation for sure. For those of you, this was originally 9 rounds. Full transparency, there were 255 people that showed up, I think is the only way we can put it. And that's where we ended up on 8 rounds. Still a great event. I still think the biggest of the free weeklies that PPG has put on. And
certainly true.
Certainly has garnished a lot of attention given some recent decisions. But I think this was great. Personally, what are your thoughts on it?
I had a lot of fun. Casting this was a blast. I do a fair amount of casting, and I won't lie, it gets very difficult to remain excited for El-lich Mirrors. Much more exciting to see decks like Plunder Patrol, decks like Unchained, decks like Dinosaur, Buster Blader, and even old standbys like Salamangreat and Invoke topping. And truthfully, I'm actually excited to cast Altergeist from time to time. I think this Top Cut represents an unknown format, but also represents a format with a radically decreased power level. Altergeist is not a particularly strong deck. It is very beatable by anything remotely competent. So as players circle the drain on the decks that are competent in this post-Halka-Fibrax format, I'm excited to see what they come up with and how they bring decks to the table that can compete against control.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Everybody's going to run to red and say, see, it's just all Altergeist, but we've seen this before. It's the same old song and dance. We've seen this in so many different formats. It used to happen with Heroes back in the early 2010s, where that would show up and then fade away. True Draco is another recent example of a deck that would show up at the beginning of every format, then fade away. Altergeist, this will most likely be the same story once again.
Guru was the 5th best deck 3 formats in a row and was the only one that escaped any hit 3 times, leading to 3 consecutive Guru Tier 0 formats, which lasted all of 6 hours. Again, troll decks that are known quantities have a really tough time hanging with the big bunguses. So I'm excited to see how this format develops, and honestly, I'm excited to see a significant amount of deck diversity, even coming out of a format where everyone was attempting to jam 3 multi-faker just because they finally could.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, this is, of course, a amended format, but I think it'll be fun just for the meantime. You know, obviously, we're not going to be seeing any real-life Yu-Gi-Oh! At any highly competitive level for a significant period of time, even though they say into July. We're still, I mean, Nats was supposed to be, last week? Worlds should still be coming up. We're in the off-season anyway, so it'll be a fun little thought experiment to kind of see, you know, what would have been. And I think that's a great way to look at it for sure. And just a way to kind of have some fun.
That is going to be it from us. Thank you so much to everyone who came by and viewed this experiment on twitch.tv with us. Thank you to the PPG team for running things behind the scenes. Big shouts out to head judge Pascal Keem. Did an amazing job resolving a lot of on-screen disputes. And of course, fantastic job to my co-commentator Mambo YuGiOh. Do check them out. They have a Twitch stream. They are reasonably entertaining, I suppose.
I do my best. Absolutely. You know, that is you're so nice in your videos, Joseph. Can I call you Joseph? Here's the thing, Joseph. I had a lot of fun doing this today for sure. Big shout out to George, of course, the PPG, having me on for these last couple events has been so fun. I really enjoy doing this. And definitely go over to ppgeventmanagement.com if you want to have some fun with this format just a couple of times. These happen every week. They're free to enter. You can also join the weekend championship. Try to get your invite to the Players Championship here at the end of the season, which is coming up, where a huge amount of money on the line. You can prizes, have a lot of fun, and of course, I will end this by saying thank you to Joseph Rothschild, aka MBT, for joining us. This was great fun. Check them out as well, their YouTube channel. Very entertaining. I love the skits at the beginning for sure, and check out their Twitch stream. And thank you again.
I think that's going to be it from us, from everyone at the Play Games casting desk. See you next time.
Still looking to earn your invite for the free Players Championship? Visit ppgeventmanagement.com to learn about the different qualifiers available. From one-day events to play-on-your-own-schedule events, all events offer a buyback or cash option, along with a 100% credit option redeemable towards any future pre-order at competitive prices. Grinding and getting paid to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Has never been easier. Play with the most professional worldwide tournament series today and join the online community. Come join us on Discord for assistance, info, and even discussions about future events.
That was a. Wait, was that triple twin? Oh my god. Wait, no. It is! It's triple twin twister! That's game packed! One victor! He is your Pro Play Tour Invitational champion!
Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the coverage of the Pro Play Tour Online series, just remember, you can play in one yourself. Every Thursday you can enter our free weekly 64-player tournament with invites to the entire Top Cut. Every Saturday is our weekend championship, where you can enter a YCS-type event with 100% payout and even a cash payout option. The more players, the bigger the prizes. Can't commit time to play in our one-day events? We also host multiple 8-man pods daily, ready to fire on demand on your own schedule. All these events award invites to our free invite-only Players Championship with prizes supplied by our sponsors. For more information, visit ppgeventmanagement.com and come play with the pros.